Chapter 151 Bronze Luck Beast. Restriction City was totally unique. There were bronze beasts and bronze birds everywhere in the city, with smaller creatures such as rabbits, rats, sparrows, and bigger creatures such as tigers, wolves, and peacocks everywhere. Most of the bronze beasts here were at the mortal stage, and the students' homework mission was to kill 10 legendary bronze beasts. It looked very simple. However, without the protection of a companion beast, it would be very dangerous for them to charge into a bronze beast horde. It was fine if ordinary mortal-level students didn't have companion beasts, but Li Xian and company were unable to use one even if they had one. It was a very unpleasant feeling. There are so many bronze beasts. Which one of them is at the legendary stage? Zhou Wen looked at the bronze creatures in the city, and was momentarily unable to distinguish them. There's only one legendary bronze beast in Restriction City called Bronze Lucky Beast. It's definitely not here. We can only encounter them by walking further in. Li Xian paused and pointed at the mortal-level bronze beasts. It's best you ignore those fellows. Let's charge in and find the Bronze Lucky Beast. Why? Zhou Wen was puzzled. There are too many bronze beasts at the mortal stage. Even if we kill all of them now, another batch will quickly surge in from the spatial rift. There's no way to clear them no matter how fast we kill. Furthermore, they have very low drop rates. No matter how many we kill, nothing of use will drop. There's no need to waste time on them, Li Xian said as he rushed into the city. It was rather strange. The bronze beasts and birds in the city were originally motionless like statues, but the moment Li Xian approached them, the bronze beasts near him came to life and charged at the duo ferociously. The duo tried their best to avoid their attacks, but once they went past a certain range, the bronze beasts stopped pursuing them. Instead, they automatically returned to their original spots, either crouching or standing, as though they had become statues again. Only when they reached the crossroads of the city did Li Xian point at a bronze behemoth statue and say, "That's the Bronze Luck Beast." Zhou Wen took a careful look and saw that the statue resembled both a tiger or a lion. It had scales growing on its body, and its tail resembled a snake. On its head was a pair of horns, making it look extremely odd. Roar! The two of them were about 50 meters away from the Bronze Luck Beast when it suddenly came alive. It let out a roar before jumping off the bronze platform and charging at Zhou Wen and Li Xian like a green beam. The two quickly dodged, causing the Bronze Luck Beast to miss. Its claws scratched the rock on the ground, leaving deep marks, as though someone had struck it with a sharp axe. Is this what you call ordinary? Zhou Wen knew from its speed and strength that this fellow was definitely in no way ordinary. It was definitely top-notch at the legendary stage. Without using a companion beast, Zhou Wen's strength and speed were probably inferior to it. Clang! Li Xian's punch landed on the Bronze Luck Beast's body, but his fist turned numb from the impact. He failed to injure it. F***CK, how is that possible? The information clearly states that the Bronze Luck Beast's attributes are ordinary. It's only about the same as ordinary Golden Warriors, making it a little harder to kill. Li Xian was also very depressed. When the two of them were dealing with the Bronze Luck Beast, the ordinary bronze beasts nearby also pounced forward and caused them some trouble. Zhou Wen used Ashen Palm, but it didn't seem to be of much use against the Bronze Luck Beast. The Bronze Luck Beast's resistance didn't seem to be weaker than ordinary Golden Warriors. However, its speed was much faster than that of a Golden Warrior. It was among the best, making it extremely difficult to deal with. After using the Astral Slash Blade, Zhou Wen left a deep mark on the Bronze Luck Beast's body. However, the damage wasn't enough to kill it unless Zhou Wen was able to release another 2 or 3 more Astral Slash Blade beams. Having used Astral Slash Blade with all his might, he had drained all of his primordial energy. He had none left for a second attack. Li Xian and Zhou Wen had no choice but to leave Restriction City and return empty-handed. Thankfully, it's the two of us. If it were those mortal stage students, I would be surprised if they hadn't ended up dying in there. Isn't the homework mission assigned by Ms. Wang a little ridiculous? Also, why is the information so unreliable? Li Xian looked at his tattered clothes and said gloomily. Who knows? But that's good too. I'll think about it again when I return. If I were to come up with a strategy to kill the Bronze Luck Beasts, there will definitely be many students who will want to buy it. Zhou Wen was very optimistic because he had already discovered the tiny palm symbol before entering the city and downloaded Restriction City into his phone. Unbeknownst to Zhou Wen, Bronze Luck Beast had a weakness. As long as he spent more time researching it, it was only a matter of time before he found a simple method for killing it. If he wrote a strategy, he might even earn a fortune. Li Xian had no choice but to listen to Zhou Wen in return. After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen opened the Restriction City's instance dungeon and began his repeated grinding. From the path he took after entering the city, and how to best avoid awakening the bronze beasts to killing the bronze luck beast, Zhou Wen repeatedly experimented. Li Xian was right. The bronze luck beasts were much stronger than what was written in the database. Even a legendary stage student would find it difficult to kill them without using a companion beast in a one-on-one situation. In the past, special admission students needed the collection strength of 4 people to kill the bronze luck beast. Now, most of Zhou Wen's class was at the mortal stage, so it was an impossible task to expect them to kill a bronze luck beast. In the beginning, Zhou Wen had relied on truth listeners and banana fairies' help to successfully kill a bronze luck beast. After some slow research, he finally managed to kill the bronze luck beast alone. However, his ability to do so didn't mean that the other students could do it. Even if he wrote out his strategy, his fellow classmates, whose attributes remained at the mortal stage, or they lacked powerful primordial energy skills, made it impossible for them to use this method and strategy. Is there really no other way? As Zhou Wen continued killing the bronze luck beasts, he kept studying them, hoping to find a way for his fellow mortal stage classmates to kill them. At that moment, Wang Fei had a smug look on her face. She had indeed issued a homework mission for them to kill the bronze luck beasts, but she had done some tampering with it when handing it out. Apart from Zhou Wen and Li Xian, the other students had received the mission to kill a mortal stage bronze beast. Only the 2 of them had received the mission to kill legendary bronze luck beasts. They really think they're impressive. I'll let those 2 punks suffer. Wang Fei was very certain that Zhou Wen and Li Xian wouldn't be able to complete the mission. This homework mission was prepared for the legendary stage special admission students this year, and had not yet been officially handed out. Even for special admission students, they needed 3 to 4 people to join forces to kill the bronze luck beast. Now, Li Xian and Zhou Wen were the only ones in their class who were at the legendary stage. It was impossible for them to seek help from other students. When she imagined how Zhou Wen would come to her with his face ashen after failing to complete the mission, Wang Fei was filled with anticipation. Chapter 152 Chess Mountain. Cold river water flowed out between the mountains, and bright moonlight shone, illuminating the river, giving a sheen that resembled fish scales. Although the moonlight was bright, it was still terrifyingly dark under the water surface. The mountain pass in the distance was like an abyss, as though it could devour everything at any time. On the bank of the river, there was a defensive mechanism made of steel concrete. The soldiers held their binoculars and watched the mountain pass. It's already been more than 10 days. There's been nothing happening at Chess Mountain. Is it really as scary as you all say it is? A soldier muttered. That's because you didn't see the earlier situation since you were transferred in late. Otherwise, you would have peed your pants. Another middle-aged soldier chuckled. Tisk, what's there to be afraid of? It's not like I've never entered a dimensional zone before. What haven't I seen before? Last month, we were ordered to explore a dimensional zone. There, we killed countless dimensional creatures. The soldier from before said. The middle-aged soldier curled his lips and said, I've been a soldier for so many years, and the dimensional zones I've entered and the number of dimensional creatures I've seen are more than the number of women you have seen. But that day, I nearly peed my pants. If you really saw what I saw, you would have peed your pants on the spot. What did you see that day? The soldier asked curiously. That day, we were under orders to guard the mountain pass. We were planning to enter the mountain the next morning to explore the dimensional zones in the Chess Mountain, but on that night, the river's water suddenly turned into something resembling blood. As the middle-aged soldier spoke, he subconsciously pointed at the river. However, when his eyes met the surface of the river, his eyes suddenly widened and he stuttered. Just like this. The young soldier turned his head, and under the moonlight, saw that the shimmering lake had turned blood red at some point. The blood-red color rapidly spread out from the mountain pass. In just a moment, the river water had turned into a deep red liquid. The alarm in the bay sounded, and all the soldiers and officers that were either on duty or resting got up. As the highest-ranking officer in the area, Zhao Mai rushed to the outer perimeter of the defenses. When he saw the blood river flowing slowly, his expression turned abnormally grave. Commander Zhao, there's something coming out from the Chess Mountain's pass, shouted a soldier who had been using binoculars to monitor the mountain pass. Zhao Mai looked over with his binoculars. Sure enough, he saw something approaching from the mountain pass. Adjusting the focus of the night vision lens to make out what was it, Zhao Mai's expression changed drastically. He saw a humanoid creature walking on the river of blood towards them. The clothes he wore were very odd. It was likely a product of an ancient era. That wasn't the crux. More importantly, the area above his shoulders was empty. He had no head. Instead, the head was in his hands. That head didn't look like a human either. It had a green face and sharp fangs. It had crimson hair, and a pair of strange horns growing on its head. The headless monster walked across the bloody river with its head in one hand. It walked out of Chess Mountain, and gradually approached the defenses by the river bank. Fire! Zhao Mai ordered calmly, as he waited for the headless monster to enter the shooting range. Fire! 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 Give it whatever you have! The soldiers who received the order raised their guns and aimed at the headless monster over the river, firing with everything they got. Bullets rained down on the headless monster's body, instantly tearing his clothes apart. In the blink of an eye, his clothes were riddled with holes. Seeing the headless monster standing motionless above the river surface, the soldiers couldn't help but stop shooting, but they quickly realized that something was amiss. The monster's clothes were riddled with holes, but no blood flowed out. Suddenly, the head in the headless monster's hand opened a bloodshot eye that seemed to contain infinite amounts of blood. No good! Zhao Mai's expression changed as he summoned his companion beast, Guardian Spirit Hawk, turning it into a barrier of light that protected the nearby area. The headless monster's body jerked violently. The bullets that had been sent into his body shot back like raindrops. Furthermore, the bullets followed their original trajectories and traced back to their owners. Bam! 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 The light barrier formed by the Guardian Spirit Hawk failed to block the bullets that were shot back as it was pierced by multiple spots. Screams were heard as the bullets penetrated the soldiers' bodies. In a moment, more than half of the soldiers who had fired were killed. Change to the newest type of primordial gold bullets and continue firing. Zhao Mai gave the order. However, when he looked at the river surface, he realized that the headless monster had disappeared. Apart from the moonlight that scattered across the river, there was no trace of it. Zhao Mai cursed under his breath as he summoned his companion beast armor and weapon. When he turned around, he realized that the headless monster was holding its head, standing within the defensive line. The devil-like head and blood-red eyes were staring at Zhao Mai and the soldiers with bloodthirsty eyes. Inform the overseer. Everyone else, prepare for battle. As Zhao Mai spoke, he raised his saber and slashed at the headless monster. The saber beam was like a rainbow as it streaked across dozens of meters. To his surprise, the headless monster didn't dodge at all. Instead, it raised the head in its hand and blocked Zhao Mai's saber beam. Clang! The saber struck the devil-like face, but it failed to tear apart its skin. The blood-red eyes stared at Zhao Mai under the saber as a creepy smile appeared on his face. Ah! Blood splattered as gunshots rang out. The silent night was completely broken. Xia River Base requesting backup. Xia River Base requesting backup. A dimensional creature has rushed out of Chess Mountain. It has already rushed into the base. Please provide support immediately. When Ah Sheng received the news, his usually stoic expression changed. He immediately awaited Tianzua's further orders. Hold on for 20 minutes. Backup will be there soon, answered Tianzua. Something happened at Chess Mountain after all. Mai is there, Ah Sheng said worriedly. Let's go! And Tianzua interrupted Ah Sheng with a terse remark. Several helicopters quickly took off and carried Tianzua, Ah Sheng, and a group of spearhead troops towards Chess Mountain. When they arrived at the Xia River base, they saw dismembered bodies everywhere. The wounds on the broken limbs looked like they had been bitten off by something. From afar, the sounds of a clash could still be heard. Ah Sheng rushed over, and when he took in the situation before him, his eyes instantly turned red. Chapter 153: A Simple Strategy Guide. Blood flowed everywhere, and corpses were strewn all over the place. There was only one living person left fighting in the entire base. Or rather, it could no longer be considered a living person. His left arm had already been completely severed, and his body was full of bite wounds. A large piece of flesh had been bitten off his left rib. One could vaguely see his internal organs, and the bones on his leg were visible beneath their wounds. Even so, the person was still fighting the headless monster with all his might. Crack! The headless monster bit the person's thigh with the head in its hand. This bite directly snapped his left thigh bone, causing him to lose his balance. As he retreated, staggering, blood spilled all over the ground. Ah Sheng's eyes were red. He pulled out his gun and shot fiercely at the headless monster. At the same time, he rushed over to support Zhao Mai, who was about to fall. Mai, why aren't you retreating? Ah Sheng gritted his teeth as he held onto Zhao Mai's body. Overseer told us to hold on for 20 minutes. It's not time yet, so how can I leave? A smile appeared on Zhao Mai's pale face. Besides, we can retreat, but the city behind us can't. Ah Sheng, you don't have to be sad. This day will come to all humans. I'm just leaving a little early. When you're tired in the future, we can gather down there and have drinks together. Bang! 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 Continuous bullets struck the headless monster, blasting open bloody holes in its body, but the injuries didn't faze it. The headless monster held its head and let out a roar as it charged through the pelting shots of 8 soldiers, aiming straight for Tianzua, who was standing behind them. Clearly, the headless monster's intelligence wasn't low. It was able to tell that Entienzwa was leading these people and wanted to kill him first. The headless monster's skin suffused a demonic red glow as the bullets made of primordial gold fail to injure it. It charged through the storm of bullets, using the head in its hand to bite Entienzwa. Entienzwa remained unperturbed as he pulled out a gun and fired 2 shots at the headless monster. Bang! Bang! The first bullet hit the head's cheekbones, causing the head to tilt a little before the second bullet drilled right through its ear. Blood splattered out from the ear before it began bleeding from all 7 orifices. Its eyes exploded, and the headless body collapsed to the ground. Entienzwa didn't look at the corpse as he walked towards Ah Sheng, who was hugging Zhao Mai. Overseer Mai is dead. Ah Sheng raised his head, his eyes filled with grief. In his arms, Zhao Mai had already breathed his last. I gained control of Yin family when I was 13 years old. At that time, Mai was already an assistant regional commander figure. So many years have passed, and he still remains one. It's not that he didn't have the chance to be promoted, nor was he incapable. Instead, it was because he wanted to stand at the front line of Chess Mountain to protect those people that he now can't ever help again. Entienzwa sighed. Let him go. He deserves the rest. Overseer, when I first joined the army, Mai was the one who took care of me and taught me. I want to take him back to bury him with his family, Ah Sheng said. He doesn't have family, said Entienzwa. His family died in Chess Mountain, but their corpses were never found. Ah Sheng instantly fell silent. He couldn't say a word. His heart was filled with unbearable pain. Bury him outside Chess Mountain. Let him watch over the area. One day, we will charge into Chess Mountain and slay all those dimensional creatures on his behalf. Perhaps he will truly rest in peace when that happens, said Entienzwa. The situation at Chess Mountain is getting worse. Even our latest primordial gold bullets have started to lose their effectiveness. I'm afraid the situation is worsening, Ah Sheng said. That's why we need to find the source of the dimensional zones and resolve the problem at the root. Otherwise, no number of dimensional creatures killed will matter, Entienzwa said as he looked in the direction of Chess Mountain. Now, many dimensional zones have already appeared in various parts of the League. If we can't find a way to resolve it as soon as possible, the ones dying won't just be Mai and these soldiers. All of mankind will suffer annihilation. We have no time to spare. Let's go! We have no time for grief. There are plenty of things that need our attention. Zhou Wen had been researching a simplified strategy for the killing of bronze luck beasts. He didn't know that other than him and Li Xian, no one else in his class needed the strategy. After a few days, Zhou Wen finally figured out a way to kill bronze luck beasts at the mortal stage. After getting Li Xian to come over, he planned on test driving the strategy with just the 2 of them. Old Zhou, can this strategy of yours really work? Li Xian read Zhou Wen's strategy and found it unbelievable that bronze luck beasts could be killed that easily. Don't underestimate it. This is the result of me spending days racking my brains. As long as you follow the steps according to the guide, you will definitely be able to easily kill a bronze luck beast, Zhou Wen said as he tapped Li Xian while holding a camera. Are you sure we don't need 2 people? Can I really do it myself? Li Xian was still doubtful. Yes, Zhou Wen said with certainty. Why don't you give it a try with me first? It's inevitable that I'll make mistakes the first time. We can watch each other's backs if we do it together. It'll be more convenient to remedy the situation. Li Xian felt that Zhou Wen had only been to Restriction City with him once. If the strategy he wrote was problematic, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? He wanted Zhou Wen involved no matter what. Ain't I in charge of filming you? If anything goes wrong, I'll naturally take action, Zhou Wen said. Li Xian thought that made sense. Since Zhou Wen was going in with him, he wouldn't just sit idly if something bad happened. He wasn't going to continue filming his death, right? The 2 entered Restriction City one after the other. Li Xian charged ahead according to the strategy Zhou Wen had written, while Zhou Wen followed behind him, filming. They soon entered deep into Restriction City. Li Xian was originally worried that Zhou Wen's strategy would be problematic, but when he charged in, he realized that it was as though he had entered a no-man's land. The bronze beasts didn't even touch him at all. Finally, while battling the bronze luck beast, he used perfect positioning and the bronze luck beast's weakness to easily kill it. It was so easy that Li Xian suspected that the bronze luck beast wasn't the same one they had encountered before. Old Zhou, nice strategy. How did you come up with it? Li Xian tried again and realized that killing the bronze luck beast was extremely simple. Even ordinary mortal stage students would find it easy to kill the bronze luck beast if they knew its weakness and joined forces. Do you think I can sell this strategy for money? Zhou Wen was more concerned about money. Definitely. Such an awesome strategy guide definitely will have people willing to spend money to buy it. With our classmates still at the mortal stage, they definitely won't be able to complete their homework mission without this strategy, Li Xian said with certainty. Alright, let's head back and seek out buyers now. Zhou Wen was eager to know how much his strategy guide could be sold for. Chapter 154, a strategy guide that can't be sold. What did you say? Li Xian's eyes widened as he glared at a female student and shouted loudly. The girl looked a little afraid and said meekly, My mission is done. There's no need to buy your strategy. That's impossible. Are you joking with me? How did you kill the bronze luck beasts? Li Xian said while glaring at the girl in disbelief. The girl said cautiously, I didn't kill bronze luck beasts. I only killed 10 bronze bunnies and completed the mission. Bronze bunnies? Isn't our mission to kill legendary bronze beasts? What's the point of killing bronze bunnies? Li Xian said with a frown. The homework mission didn't say to kill legendary bronze beasts. All you need to do is kill bronze beasts. The girl hurriedly took out her phone to show Li Xian. Indeed, her homework mission only stated that she needed to kill bronze beasts. There was no rule that required her to kill those at the legendary stage. That's impossible, right? We can't be mistaken? Li Xian hurriedly took out his cell phone and read his homework mission again, confirming that he wasn't wrong. It clearly indicated that he needed to kill legendary stage bronze beasts. Old Zhou, what does yours say? Li Xian asked Zhou Wen again. Same as yours. Zhou Wen handed his phone to Li Xian. Li Xian took a glance and, just like him, quickly made a few phone calls. Soon, he looked at Zhou Wen with an odd expression and said, All of our classmates received missions to kill bronze beasts. We are the only two who received the mission to kill legendary stage bronze beasts. Could it be a mistake? Zhou Wen asked. It's impossible for the wrong message to be sent. They are sent en masse. If it was sent wrongly, all the students must have received the wrong message. How can it be just the two of us? This is clearly a message that was separately sent to us, Li Xian said. Then doesn't that mean that my strategy won't be of any use? Zhou Wen's first thought wasn't why Wang Fei had given them such a difficult mission, but if his strategy guide could still be sold. That's hard to say. According to what I know, the class of special admission students received this mission as well. However, those guys are basically at the legendary stage, and all of them have their noses up in the air. They probably won't spend money on buying your strategy, Li Xian said. Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown when he heard that he might not be able to sell the strategy guide. However, when he thought of Wang Lu, his eyes lit up again. He turned to Li Xian and asked, Li Xian, is there any record in Restriction City? I mean the time record for killing the bronze luck beast. Definitely. There are records in every dimensional zone. Li Xian instantly understood what Zhou Wen was getting at. You mean you wish to sell this strategy to special admission students who wish to break the record? I can give it a try. Zhou Wen felt that there was a chance. He planned on asking Wang Lu to see if she was interested in buying the strategy. They returned to Four Seasons Garden and went to Wang Lu's dorm to look for her. They happened to meet her on the way there. She was accompanied by about 5 special admission students, seemingly having just returned. They were chatting as they walked, as though they were discussing something. Zhou Wen, Li Xian, what a coincidence! Wang Lu greeted Zhou Wen and Li Xian when she saw them. It's not a coincidence. We came here especially to find you. Did you special admission students receive the homework mission to kill the bronze luck beasts? Zhou Wen asked directly. That's right. What's the matter? Wang Lu looked at Zhou Wen curiously, unsure why he would suddenly ask. It's this. Li Xian and I have figured out a strategy to kill the bronze luck beast. It should be of some help for killing them, allowing you to kill them faster and even break the record. Would you be interested? Zhou Wen asked. Before Wang Lu could say a word, a male student beside her said, Zhou Wen, we admit that your companion beasts are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, we don't have any as powerful as yours. Your strategy is useless to us. The strategy we came up with doesn't need any special companion beasts. Besides, they can't be used in Restriction City, Zhou Wen said. Since no one can use a companion beast, we can figure out a method to kill the bronze luck beasts ourselves. Why would we need to spend money on your strategy? Said the boy with a smile. Zhou Wen finally realized that with his low EQ, he had overlooked a problem. Those who could enter Sunset College were geniuses, and the special admission students were geniuses among geniuses. They were all rather proud, so to get them to spend money to buy a strategy from someone else would be akin to making them admit that they were inferior to others. How could proud special admission students be willing to spend money to buy such a thing? Another female student also said, Zhou Wen, we came to Sunset College to hone ourselves. We have to experience it for ourselves before we can improve. Buying someone else's strategy is equivalent to cheating. It's meaningless to us. The other special admission students likely had similar views. Wang Lu said, Zhou Wen, I'm sure your strategy is useful, but I still want to challenge myself. With Wang Lu saying that, Zhou Wen knew that there was no hope in selling his strategy. After they returned to the dorm, Li Xian said to Zhou Wen, "From the looks of it, the strategy would be a tough sell. I wonder what Ms. Wang was thinking. Why didn't she tell us earlier that only the two of us were given the mission to kill bronze luck beasts? We wasted so much time researching a strategy. It's nothing. Just treat it as a form of training and learning." Zhou Wen didn't mind. Li Xian thought for a moment and said, "By the way, you can post the strategy guide to our school's internet forums. It allows for monetization. Who knows, those special admission students might be embarrassed to buy it in front of others, but wouldn't have scruples doing it in private. Alright, help me post it. However, the price must be set high. Such a strategy guide isn't worth anything if it's spread, so it's best to earn as much as possible in one go." Zhou Wen still remembered the painful experience of posting the last strategy and warned Li Xian. "But if the price is too high, it won't be easy for them to be purchased, right?" Li Xian remarked hesitantly. "It's fine even if it can't be sold, as long as it's not sold too cheaply." Zhou Wen was quite open-minded. "Alright." Li Xian nodded and posted the strategy on the school's internet forum. When he was done, he saw Zhou Wen lying on the sofa gaming again. He asked, "Aren't you bored to death gaming all day? All you do is kill those ants. Isn't it boring?" "Not at all," Zhou Wen said without looking up. "Stop gaming. Join me as I kill the 10 bronze luck beasts first. We'll break the record. Since those special admission students don't want to, let's break it ourselves," Li Xian said. Zhou Wen followed Li Xian to Restriction City. As for the post, it attracted the attention of someone. The counselor of the special admissions class, Lu Xingyan, saw the post titled, "A God's Guide to Slaying a Bronze Luck Beast in a Minute." Chapter 155 Lu Xingyan's Plan. It isn't difficult to kill a bronze luck beast in a minute at the epic stage. For those at the legendary stage, to kill bronze luck beasts in such a short period of time without using a companion beast is not impossible, but it's just too difficult. Lu Xingyan was originally curious, but after trying to take a look at the content, he realized that it was monetized. Furthermore, the points needed to read it when converted to Li current was ridiculous. It cost more than 20,000. Students nowadays really have all sorts of tricks up their sleeves. They want to cheat money like that? Lu Xingyan shook his head slightly and logged into the management account on the forum. Lu Xingyan was one of the moderators of the forum. If this was really a scam, he would have to deal with it, and not let the other students be fooled. Although he felt that Sunset College didn't have a student with such low intelligence, he still needed to quickly deal with any necessary threads. After logging into the moderator's account, Lu Xingyan used his authority to check Li Xian's post without spending any money. Although he felt that it was definitely a scam, he still planned on confirming it first. Very quickly, Lu Xingyan saw the contents of the post and his expression changed drastically. He started off calm and indifferent, but in the end, he was flabbergasted. The changes to his face seemed like an artistic act. Is this strategy really feasible? Based on Lu Xingyan's understanding of Restriction City and Bronze Luck Beasts, the strategy did seem feasible. More importantly, there were a few places that even he didn't know if they were real or fake. He was unable to determine the authenticity of the strategy. If it's really possible, then the person who wrote this strategy is amazing. Lu Xingyan decided to make a trip to Restriction City and personally test it out. If this strategy were real, he planned on including it as teaching material and let all the special admission students study it. Lu Xingyan didn't want them to learn how to kill bronze luck beasts, but to learn from the line of thinking and methods used to derive the strategy. The rarest thing about this strategy was that it was a meticulous and creative design. There was no need to rely on powerful strength to resolve the problem. It was solely designed using perfect positioning, suppression, and the use of the opponent's weakness. If the strategy was proven to be real, even a few mortal stage cultivators could kill the bronze luck beast in a group. Such a strategy was simply the work of a genius. Lu Xingyan eagerly headed to Restriction City. He only wanted to quickly verify the authenticity of the strategy. However, when he entered Restriction City, he realized that someone was already killing bronze luck beasts. The few of them near the city gates had already been killed. Lu Xingyan's heart stirred as he headed deep into the city. Indeed, not long after, he saw two students killing the bronze luck beasts. When he saw the movements of the two students, he immediately came to a realization. He didn't need to experiment anymore, and he knew that the strategy was real. Besides, he already knew who had posted it. Li Xian and Zhou Wen, were they the ones who wrote that strategy? Lu Xingyan looked from afar at the duo's slaying of the bronze luck beasts, and only grew increasingly alarmed. Li Xian was executing the steps of the designed strategy. With his strength alone, he could easily kill the bronze luck beast. The entire process definitely took less than a minute. This had already broken the student records of the school. The crux of the matter was that Li Xian had completed it too easily. Furthermore, it also proved that bronze luck beasts had a huge weakness. As long as one targeted this weakness, killing it would be too easy. What left Lu Xingyan even more surprised was Zhou Wen. Although the person attacking the bronze luck beast was Li Xian, Zhou Wen had been following him all the way with a camera. He tossed and turned in the group of bronze beasts and followed Li Xian, perfectly capturing his every move. It was not easy to keep up with Li Xian's actions, much less in Restriction City. There were many mortal stage bronze beasts and bronze birds around. With the bronze beasts awoken by Li Xian, Zhou Wen's subsequent tailing of him made the bronze beasts and bronze birds target him with priority. However, Zhou Wen's pace was light and nimble as though he was taking a stroll. He didn't even look at the bronze beasts, yet he was able to dodge all of their attacks. The entire process was pleasing to the eyes, so fluid that Lu Xingyan felt like it was a sight to behold. This Zhou Wen doesn't only have powerful companion beasts. His standards aren't bad either. He should be more than able to enter the special admission class. The more Lu Xingyan looked at him, the more he felt that difficulty as a videographer was more difficult than Li Xian, who was the protagonist when hunting the bronze luck beasts. When Lu Xingyan had watched the entire process of the two of them hunting the bronze luck beast, he secretly left Restriction City without alarming Zhou Wen and Li Xian. After returning to his office, he logged on to the website again and found the thread Li Xian had posted. Then, he clicked on it. This time, Lu Xingyan didn't use his moderator account and access. Instead, he purchased the monetized thread as a normal user. Since I've already paid for it, it shouldn't be a problem for me to use it. Lu Xingyan smiled and had already made up his mind. The special admissions class was different from the ordinary classes. If the ordinary students of Sunset College were left to develop themselves, then the students of the special class were specially nurtured. There was no saying which of the two teaching methods was exactly good or bad, but the teaching methods of the special class were more targeted with results showing faster. However, this kind of teaching method required the students to have a very good foundation. This was something that ordinary students did not have. At the same time, they also needed a large number of resources from the college, so it was difficult to extend it to everyone. Lu Xingyan planned to use this strategy as teaching material and give detailed explanations to the students of the special class. However, it wasn't for now, but after the special admission students completed their homework missions. With the pride and confidence of the special admission students, they would definitely be very confident in their own results. Some would even feel proud of their own results. However, if they saw this strategy and saw the tremendous effects of it, he believed that it would be a good learning experience for them. However, before that, Lu Xingyan had to confirm that those students didn't know about it already. Otherwise, the educational effects would be greatly reduced. Lu Xingyan wasn't worried about the thread on the discussion forum. With such a high price, no student would be foolish enough to purchase it. The only thing that needed to be resolved was Li Xian and Zhou Wen's recorded results. It looks like I need to have a good chat with Ms. Wang. Lu Xingyan decided to discuss the matter with Wang Fei and get her to temporarily hold back Li Xian and Zhou Wen's results and videos. It wouldn't be too late to announce them after he had finished teaching his students. Chapter 156, who was the one who wrote the strategy guide. Wang Fei had been in a rather good mood recently. Ever since she gave Zhou Wen the mission to kill the bronze luck beasts, her mood had greatly improved. "Ms. Wang, are you there?" Lu Xingyan's voice and knocking came from outside her office. Wang Fei opened the door and invited Lu Xingyan in. She poured him a cup of tea and asked with a smile. "Mr. Lu, what's the matter?" "It's like this, Teacher Wang. Did you assign a homework mission for Zhou Wen and Li Xian to kill bronze luck beasts?" Lu Xingyan asked frankly. "Didn't I inform you about this matter? Did something happen?" Wang Fei looked at Lu Xingyan in confusion. "Nothing happened. I just have something to ask of you," Lu Xingyan said. "Mr. Lu, you are my senior. You helped me a lot when I first joined the school. There's no need to be so polite with me if there's anything you need me to do," Wang Fei said. Lu Xingyan said, "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony with you. I hope you can temporarily hold back Zhou Wen and Li Xian's results and videos. You can report their results and videos after my class completes the homework mission." "Mr. Lu, I don't understand. What are you getting at?" Wang Fei was confused as she did not know what Lu Xingyan meant. It wasn't difficult for her to do so, nor did it violate any of her principles. However, Wang Fei simply didn't understand the meaning behind his actions. Lu Xingyan pointed at the computer in front of Wang Fei. "Ms. Wang, open the student discussion forums on the internet and take a look at the post titled A God's Guide to Slaying a Bronze Luck Beast in a Minute." Wang Fei doubtfully clicked open the forum and found the thread that Lu Xingyan was talking about. When she saw that it was actually a monetized thread with a ridiculously high price, she couldn't help but look at Lu Xingyan. "Buy it and take a look. You won't regret reading the contents in it, Lu Xingyan said with a smile. Wang Fei hesitated for a moment before following Lu Xingyan's instructions. She bought the thread and clicked on it to read its contents. When she read it, Wang Fei's expression was similar to the one Lu Xingyan had when he first read it. Slowly, it turned to shock as she turned to look at Lu Xingyan and asked, "Is what's written real?" "Every word of it. I've already verified it," Lu Xingyan said. "Was this strategy guide written by you, Mr. Lu? It's really impressive." Wang Fei misunderstood and thought that the strategy guide was written by Lu Xingyan. He shook his head and said, "I didn't write the thread. I thought that it was a scam. I wanted to delete it, but after reading the content, I realized that it was a real strategy. Furthermore, it's a shocking one. If it wasn't written by you, then which teacher would write a strategy for bronze luck beasts?" Wang Fei subconsciously believed that most legendary students wouldn't be able to write such a strategy. It was likely written by a certain teacher. The strategy guide isn't written by any teacher. Lu Xingyan shook his head again. If it's not written by a teacher, then who? As Wang Fei spoke, she seemed to have some nasty thoughts surface in her mind. Lu Xingyan said, "This is the reason why I wanted you to hold back Zhou Wen and Li Xian's results. This strategy guide should be written by both of them, or either one of them. I've seen them use this method to kill a bronze luck beast with my own eyes. It's absolutely feasible, and there aren't any problems. Therefore, I wish to use this strategy as teaching material for my students. However, I hope that they won't know of the duo's results ahead of time. Nor do I wish for them to see their videos. It's why I'm here to trouble you." "Mr. Lu, are you sure that this thread was written by Zhou Wen and Li Xian?" Wang Fei stared at Lu Xingyan with widened eyes. She really couldn't accept this outcome. She originally believed that she had Zhou Wen under her thumb, but she suddenly realized that the obstacle she had set up for Zhou Wen was completely useless. To think that she had been gloating over it. No doubt about it. They wrote it. As long as you see their videos, you will understand that apart from the original author, no one else can do as well as they do, especially Zhou Wen, who's the videographer. If you have the chance, you should go to Restriction City to take a look. The videographer's performance will be more interesting than the main character in the video," Lu Xingyan said with a smile. "Mr. Lu, I'll follow your request. Don't worry, I'm very sorry, but I'll be heading out for a while now." Wang Fei decided to listen to Lu Xingyan's advice and go to Restriction City to take a look. She couldn't believe that a gamer like Zhou Wen who gamed all day could write such a strategy. When Wang Fei rushed to Restriction City, Li Xian was slaying the 10th bronze luck beast for his mission. This was because he had spent too much time searching for bronze luck beasts in Restriction City. Otherwise, the mission would have been completed ages ago. Although Wang Fei didn't see the complete process, with only the second half of Li Xian's hunt, it was enough to shock her. It was not only because the strategy was just as Lu Xingyan had said, but also because of Zhou Wen's movement techniques during the filming. That level of difficulty was even higher than Li Xian's hunting of the bronze luck beast. If not for the fact that he knew the bronze beasts in Restriction City like the back of his hand, it would be impossible for him to reach such a level. Zhou Wen's movement technique was as though he had installed a heavenly eye. He took into consideration the reactions of all the nearby bronze beasts, and without even looking at them, he perfectly dodged all their attacks while following Li Xian. Now, she finally understood why Lu Xingyan was so certain that the strategy guide was written by the duo. Only someone who knew the bronze beasts so well could write such a strategy. This fellow. He's just too talented. How did he do it? Wang Fei looked at Zhou Wen with an odd expression, as she felt mixed emotions. It was hard to describe what she felt. Zhou Wen was more outstanding than she imagined. As Zhou Wen's counselor, Wang Fei was very pleased and happy for her good friend, Ouyang Lan. However, when she thought of how such a genius was obsessed with mobile games, the words, "What a waste of a treasure," surfaced in her mind. Zhou Wen and Li Xian didn't notice the distant Wang Fei. After Li Xian completed his mission, it was Zhou Wen's turn to kill 10 bronze luck beasts. This change made Wang Fei more certain that the strategy was written by Zhou Wen. At least, he took most of the credit. When Li Xian did the filming, his movements were clearly a lot more amateurish. From time to time, he had to take care of the attacks of the mortal stage bronze beasts to prevent himself from being injured. He wasn't able to be as focused as Zhou Wen on the filming. Chapter 157 Multiple Life Providences. When Wang Fei returned, she was exceptionally calm. She was somewhat astonished by Zhou Wen's talent and capabilities. She believed that his gifts could no longer be judged simply by the standards of a genius. Throughout her teaching career, she had never seen a student like him. What Zhou Wen needs is no longer repetitive suppressive training. Such a student needs to be given more new things that he can analyze for himself. Wang Fei decided to return and think about it. She had never taught a student like him, so she needed to think more and reflect on herself. She wanted to come up with a new way to educate a student like Zhou, when instead of using her past experiences on him. After handing in the Bronze Luck Beast homework mission, Wang Fei didn't give him any more strange homework missions. Zhou finally had some peace and quiet, and now had the time to properly game. Outside Tiger Cage Pass, he encountered another paper demonized general. "Drop me a companion egg." Zhou commanded his demonized general companion beast to charge forward, as he waited in anticipation. The reason for his anticipation was that if his demonized general could fuse with a paper demonized general once again, wouldn't it become a complete companion beast with 3 skills? The demonized general's astral/blade restrained the paper demonized general, easily slaying it. At the instant the paper demonized general's head was chopped off, a resplendent crystal dropped. An 18-valued speed crystal. That's not too bad. Zhou was somewhat helpless. Although he could encounter paper demonized generals more frequently than the average person, there was no way to guarantee his drop rate. All he could do was rely on luck. The absorption of the speed crystal allowed all 4 of his attributes to reach 18. He was considered to be at the peak of the ordinary legendary stage, but he was still 3 points behind Truth Listeners and Banana Fairy's 21 points. Although it was only 3 points, the higher the stat needed, the harder it was to raise. Normal legendary creatures only produced 18-valued stats crystals at best. Even mutated legendary creatures dropped 19-valued stats crystals. It was difficult to obtain 20-valued stats crystals, not to mention 21-valued stats crystals. I wonder if I can increase my attribute points by cultivating other primordial energy arts, like in the mortal stage. Zhou thought to himself. Zhou thought for a moment, and decided to visit Small Buddha Temple. After he advanced to the legendary stage, he wanted to see if the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra's stone monument was of any use. It had been a long time since he had been to Small Buddha Temple, but the environment here remained unchanged. When Zhou came in front of the Small Perfection of Wisdom pillar, his gaze landed on the stone monument. When he looked at it, the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra in his body automatically began to circulate, evolving into the legendary stage. Soon, the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra had risen to the legendary realm. He didn't face any obstacles during the advancement. It was so simple that it made Zhou suspect that he wasn't cultivating a primordial energy art, but just doing a copy and paste. Zhou looked at the blood-colored avatar stats, and couldn't help but be taken aback. He didn't sense any special changes in his body, but the blood-colored avatar's attributes changed drastically. There were a total of 2 changes. Zhou's original legendary life providence was Sigh of the King, but it was now gone. Replacing it was a life providence named 8 Perfections Wisdom. Together with the change in life providence, Zhou's primordial energy art also changed. It went from only having lost Immortal Sutra to being replaced with Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. Instead, the stats that Zhou hoped to increase didn't increase. The 4 stats remained at 18 points. It can't be? Could it be that the lost Immortal Sutra has changed into the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra? Zhou was alarmed, as he hurriedly attempted to switch back to the lost Immortal Sutra's mode. The outcome made Zhou heave a sigh of relief. His life providence changed back to the Sigh of the King, and his primordial energy art changed back to the lost Immortal Sutra. Zhou switched back and forth a few times and realized that as long as he switched to the Small Perfection of Wisdom Sutra, his life providence would also change. Although his life providence had changed, Zhou had a nagging feeling that it didn't change at all. It was as though he still had his original life providence. Furthermore, the 2 life providences gave him a completely different feeling. The Sigh of the King gave Zhou a feeling that it was one with his body, but although the 8 Perfections Wisdom had an extremely intimate tie with his body, he felt that it was lacking something compared with the Sigh of the King. However, he could clearly sense the characteristics of 8 Perfections Wisdom. It was similar to the typical feeling people had after possessing a life providence. It was unlike the Sigh of the King. Even Zhou himself was half aware of it. I wonder if there will be another life providence after I upgrade the Ancient Imperial Sutra at the Fire God platform. Zhou immediately confirmed his guess and left the Small Buddha Temple's instance dungeon before switching to the Ancient Imperial City. After returning to the Fire God platform, he read the Ancient Imperial Sutra on the monument. It was similar to his previous experience. The Ancient Imperial Sutra automatically advanced to the legendary stage, causing Zhou's life providence and primordial energy art to experience changes. Ancient Emperor. When Zhou looked at the 2 words of his life providence, he understood the benefits that such a life providence could bring him. Zhou made another trip to Mount Laojuan's instance dungeon, and the outcome was the same. The wordless monument also gave him a life providence of Dao Body, and the primordial energy art only had 2 words. Dao Sutra. However, be it the 8 Perfections Wisdom, Ancient Emperor, or Dao Body, despite being able to clearly sense their effects, Zhou found it unnatural. He felt as though the life providences didn't belong to him. Only the sigh of the king made Zhou feel like there was no distance in between it and him. Could it be that those life providences and primordial energy arts aren't actually possessed by me, but a product of the lost Immortal Sutra's effects? Zhou long had his suspicions, but it only felt more real this time. Taking out the oil lamp, Zhou rubbed it once again. The oil lamp, which no longer had any characters, light, or darkness appearing on it, suddenly produced a projection of text. It turned Zhou life providence into Godfiend, and his primordial energy art turned into Godfiend era. Just like the first 3 life providences, the Godfiend's life providence also felt somewhat distant. It made him uneasy, but it was only a feeling. It didn't obstruct him from using it. Zhou wasn't able to use 4 different life providences at the same time. He could use the corresponding life providence when his primordial energy art switched to the corresponding type, and different life providences gave him different augmentations. 8 Perfection's wisdom greatly augmented his body. It was similar to Li Xian's immortal god of combat that allowed for his physical resilience to improve greatly as he gained a powerful recovery ability. The Dao body life providence augmented his primordial energy, greatly increasing Zhou's recovery speed. It just took him a few seconds to regain all his primordial energy. The ancient emperor life providence raised all his stats, but it mainly increased his strength greatly. Furthermore, it made his strength attribute experience some abnormal changes. The Godfiend life providence was the oddest. Zhou originally believed that it would augment his speed attribute greatly, but that wasn't the case. The Godfiend life providence augmented all his attributes, but not by much. Its main purpose was to allow Zhou to possess the ability to fly. Chapter 158 Raising a Weighted Feather. With the Godfiend's life providence, Zhou could choose not to use any primordial energy skills, nor did he need to borrow the wings of his companion beast to directly float in the air. Furthermore, he could fly freely, as though he had invisible stairs in the air. Every life providence had its unique effects, and they all seemed very powerful, but Zhou had a nagging feeling that these powers didn't belong to him. He was at home studying the effects of the primordial energy arts and life providences, when he suddenly heard the doorbell ring. At first, he thought it was Li Xian, but when he opened the door, he realized that it was Feng Qiuyan.
"Why are you here?"
Zhou asked curiously.
"Coach, I would like you to tailor a second cultivation plan for me,"
Feng Qiuyan said firmly.
"Didn't I say before that you have to finish the plan I tailor-made for you before you can proceed to the next stage of cultivation?"
Zhou really didn't wish to lie to Feng Qiuyan, so he could only find an excuse to reject him. However, before he could finish speaking, Feng Qiuyan said,
"Coach, I've already mastered the realm of the slow saber."
"What?
You've mastered it?"
Zhou widened his eyes, as he looked at Feng Qiuyan in disbelief. He had only said it in passing. Although he had included some of his insights, most of them were just random thoughts he pulled out of his ass. The fact that Feng Qiuyan had actually managed to master the realm of the slow saber realm with his nonsense left Zhou in disbelief.
"I've really mastered it. I'll demonstrate it to you now."
Feng Qiuyan slashed at Zhou with his saber. In the past, Feng Qiuyan's slashing of his saber was very quick, so fast that no one could see it clearly. It was like a bolt of lightning. It was extremely fast and agile. His saber remained very fast, but it was so fast that it gave one a heavy feeling. It was as if there was immense weight on his saber, as if a mountain was pressing on it. This saber move allowed others to see it clearly. It looked very slow, but in fact, its speed was even faster than before.
"You move as if you are raising a weighted feather."
Zhou indirectly spoke of the feeling that Feng Qiuyan's saber had given him. Feng Qiuyan nodded and said,
"As expected of Coach. You knew about this realm all along. If it wasn't for your guidance, I don't know how long it would have taken me to figure it out."
Zhou wasn't able to describe his current feelings as he thought to himself, "Feng Qiuyan, you are truly a genius. You actually managed to master something with that little said? What else can I say?"
"Coach, please continue to tailor a cultivation plan for me,"
Feng Qiuyan said solemnly to Zhou. Without waiting for Zhou to say a word, Feng Qiuyan transferred the money to Zhou. It was actually more than 20,000, 3 times more than the first lesson.
"Coach, I know that you aren't doing it for this pittance, but this is just a form of my appreciation,"
Feng Qiuyan said. "I'm doing it precisely for this pittance, alright?" Zhou was really in need of money, but he found the money to be a hot potato.
"I've been a little busy recently. I probably don't have much time to tailor a plan for you."
Zhou wanted to find an excuse to send Feng Qiuyan away. However, Feng Qiuyan immediately said,
"It's alright. Coach, if you have time, give me some pointers. If you don't have time, I can wait."
Zhou looked at Feng Qiuyan with a complicated expression, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long hesitation, Zhou gritted his teeth and said,
"Feng Qiuyan, listen to me. In fact, from the beginning, I only wanted to earn a little bit of your money from teaching you. What I said to you previously was all nonsense. For you to master the realm of the slow saber is because you are talented and perceptive. It has nothing to do with me. I'm sorry. I'll refund you the money you paid previously. I hope that you won't take it to heart.
Zhou Wen really didn't wish to lie to Feng Qiuyan. He told him the truth and would rather return the money to him than continue the lie. However, Feng Qiuyan didn't believe him at all. He stopped Zhou Wen from refunding him the money and said,
Coach, it's fine if you don't have time. I can wait. If you think my talent is too poor and don't wish to teach me, it doesn't matter. I'll stay by your side. You don't have to deliberately teach me. Just let me figure things out on my own.
Zhou Wen wasn't an eloquent person. He was at a loss for an explanation as he stammered.
That's not what I meant. Coach, you don't have to say anything else. I know people like you are very diligent in your cultivation. You will definitely squeeze every minute and second for cultivation, or else you wouldn't have improved so quickly. I was selfish to make you waste your time tailoring a plan for me. But other than you, I can't tolerate those mediocre people who only teach following a fixed curriculum. So please do not reject me. I know that your time is precious, so you don't have to do anything. Just let me be by your side and self-study. Don't worry, I won't affect your day-to-day life. I won't disturb you when it's inconvenient.
Feng Qiuyan's eyes were steeled with resolve. This person must be crazy. Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qiuyan with his mouth agape. He realized that he had no way of explaining himself.
I'm telling you that I really have nothing to teach you. Are you sure you want to stay?
Zhou Wen said feebly.
Coach, don't worry. I will definitely not disturb your cultivation.
Feng Qiuyan said firmly.
As long as you're happy. Let me make things clear. I have nothing to teach you. If you insist on staying, the money you gave me won't be refunded.
Zhou Wen said.
I don't usually use a lot of money. I haven't used much of the allowance that my family gave me. There's still about $1 million left. If you need it, you can take it all.
Feng Qiuyan said.
There's no need.
Zhou Wen shook his head helplessly as he went back inside and sat on the sofa to continue gaming. Feng Qiuyan walked in and closed the door before following Zhou Wen, preparing to watch him play games.
Do you want to watch me game too?
Zhou Wen put down his phone and asked Feng Qiuyan.
I want to understand your entire cultivation process. Gaming is also part of your cultivation, right? What game are you playing? I want to download one too.
Feng Qiuyan said seriously. It was obvious that he wasn't joking.
This is a game I created myself. It hasn't been completed yet, so it is a trade secret.
Zhou Wen felt like he was about to go mad. Feng Qiuyan was obviously the one who had been deceived, but he, the deceiver, felt extremely depressed.
I see.
Feng Qiuyan nodded and stopped watching him game. He walked to Zhou Wen and pulled a chair to sit down as he stared at him intently. Zhou Wen couldn't be bothered with him. He believed that Feng Qiuyan would leave once he was bored, so he decided to ignore him. Since Feng Qiuyan couldn't see what game he was playing, he continued gaming and grinding the game's instance dungeons. Chapter 159 True Grinding. Chapter 159 True Grinding. This time, Zhou Wen was grinding the ant nest. When he arrived in the ant city again, he immediately switched his primordial energy art to the Tao Sutra. His life providence also changed to Tao body, giving him immense augmentation to his primordial energy recovery rate. At the same time, he got the blood-colored avatar to summon the banana fairy in her fan-like state. Seeing the swarm of black-winged flying ants charging at him, he swatted the fan at them. The dozen or so black-winged flying ants in front of him were immediately sent flying. The cold wind caused their bodies to freeze into ice sculptures. When they were hit, they immediately shattered into broken limbs that fell to the ground. Following the dozen or so notifications that a black-winged flying ant had been killed, a dimensional crystal dropped on the ground. Awesome. This is what it means to grind. Zhou Wen summoned the three-eyed golden warrior, mutated demonized general, the mutated lotus flower ant, and the silver-winged flying ant, but he didn't let them attack. All he did was put up a battle formation for defense, preventing the horde of black-winged flying ants from approaching the blood-colored avatar. The three-eyed golden warrior took point, as the swarm of black-winged flying ants failed to injure its golden body. It occupied the space of nearly half the black-winged flying ants. The other companion beasts also used their own strengths to prevent the ant swarm from approaching the blood-colored avatar. However, there were just too many black-winged flying ants. In just a few seconds, a large group had gathered and were on the brink of breaking through the defensive perimeter. Zhou Wen glanced at the blood-colored avatar's primordial energy. Under the effects of the Tao body, his primordial energy had recovered to the maximum of 18 points. Without any hesitation, he swatted his fan again. Boom! Boom! A large group of ants was sent flying as they slammed into each other, shattering to pieces. The notifications of black-winged flying ants being killed flooded the screen. Under the protection of the three-eyed golden warrior and other companion beasts, the blood-colored avatar delivered a gust of cold wind every few seconds. The immense numbers of black-winged ants couldn't withstand such a slaughter. In less than half an hour, the massive ant city had almost no black-winged flying ants left. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to charge into Ant City. All kinds of ants crawled out of the nest in an attempt to attack him, but a large swath of them was killed by the great Yin wind. There were shiny dimensional crystals on the ground, mixed with companion eggs. It was a spectacular sight that Zhou Wen had never seen before. Awesome. How awesome. Zhou Wen led the group of companion beasts to storm through Ant City, leaving a river of blood in his wake. He didn't even have time to pick up the dimensional crystals and companion eggs that dropped. Kill! 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 Zhou Wen immersed himself in a frenzy, slaughtering every ant he saw. He wanted to massacre Ant City before heading to the tallest ant nest and fight the golden flying ant so as to drink the honey inside. Zhou Wen felt that the number of legendary creatures he killed in less than an hour was more than the number of legendary creatures he had killed previously combined. Just from the dimensional crystals and companion eggs that shimmered on the ground, he knew how mind-blowing the number of ants he had killed was. It's no wonder that the powerful family clans will become stronger, but it's so difficult for the weak to become stronger. Once one's strength reaches a certain level, it's too easy to earn resources, Zhou Wen thought. While he was crazily gaming and killing monsters, Feng Qiuyan, who was sitting opposite him, kept staring at him. His eyes never left him. For a person as hardworking as Coach, his gaming must be a form of cultivation, but what's the point of cultivating in such a way? Although Feng Qiuyan couldn't figure out the outcome, he firmly believed that Zhou Wen's actions had his reasons and meaning, so he continued staring at him. As Feng Qiuyan was pondering over the matter, the antelope that had been sleeping on the couch woke up. It jumped down from the couch and bleated at Zhou Wen a few times. It meant that it was hungry and wanted Zhou Wen to prepare food for it. However, Zhou Wen was engrossed in the game and completely ignored it. It was extremely unhappy as it stomped on the ground with its hooves, as though it was tap dancing. Seeing that Zhou Wen wasn't paying any attention to it, the antelope circled around Zhou Wen and jumped around him. It even nudged its head into his embrace, hoping to attract his attention and get him to prepare food. Zhou Wen was very familiar with the antelope and knew that it typically didn't use violence. Furthermore, he was at a critical moment in his grinding, so he had no time to deal with it. No matter how much of a fuss it made, he ignored it. As Feng Qiuyan watched, his eyes suddenly lit up. I understand now. Coach is practicing the cultivation of one's mind. In such an environment, he can still focus on gaming. He's not affected by any external factors or objects. This realm of single-mindedness is the optimal state for cultivation. I see. So that's how it is. I understand what I should do next. Feng Qiuyan leaped up and bowed slightly at Zhou Wen. Coach, I understand. I'll start my cultivation now. When I reach the same realm as you, I'll seek your advice again. Zhou Wen didn't respond and continued gaming as though he hadn't heard him. Feng Qiuyan didn't mind as he turned around and left Zhou Wen's dorm. After glancing at Feng Qiuyan, a puzzled expression appeared on the antelope's face. It had no idea what had happened to the person. He had acted like a madman. Feng Qiuyan walked out excitedly, but as he walked, he slowed down. How do I cultivate the way to having a calm mind? Just as Feng Qiuyan was thinking, he saw a person walking towards him. On careful look, it was Li Xian. Feng Qiuyan, why are you here at Zhou Wen's place? Li Xian asked in puzzlement. Feng Qiuyan's eyes lit up as he quickly came to Li Xian. Without answering him, he asked, Li Xian, you have the best relationship with Coach. Do you know how he usually cultivates to be completely single-minded? What's single-minded? That fellow, old Zhou, is like a fool when he's gaming. He doesn't hear a thing, Li Xian said casually. That's right. What kind of disturbance practice does he do when he's gaming? Feng Qiuyan hurriedly said. Is there a need for practice? When he's gaming, he isn't distracted at all. In the past, I had a pretty chick tempt him while he was gaming, but guess what happened in the end? That punk acted as though he couldn't see that chick at all. When that girl stopped him from playing, he threw her to the ground with a slap and continued gaming, Li Xian said as his saliva splattered. So one needs to get past lust first. Feng Qiuyan's eyes lit up as though he had figured out something. However, when Feng Qiuyan thought about it, he realized that this was Sunset College. There was no way he could find such a woman to practice with. Instantly, he felt a little stumped. Do you know anywhere that has women? The kind that are very noisy? Feng Qiuyan asked, having heard from Li Xian that he had previously found women for Zhou Wen. Very noisy women. There really is one. When Li Xian saw how oddly Feng Qiuyan was behaving,
He had the intention of pulling his leg. Feng Qiuyan was delighted when Li Xian said yes. He immediately got Li Xian to take him there, and followed him to Li Weiyang's club. Chapter 160 Battling the Golden Flying Ant Again. Zhou Wen didn't know how long he had been grinding. As the massive ant city was only left with a tiny number of ants, there was no need for him to use the grinding wind again. Just the mutated demonized general could easily finish them off. Seeing dimensional crystals and companion eggs drop everywhere in Ant City, Zhou Wen's excitement suddenly waned. Despite killing black-winged flying ants, red-armored ants, blue-armored ants, and so on, they were only at the ordinary legendary stage. Their limit was 18, so the dimensional crystals they dropped were at most 18, and the number was extremely few. Crystals with such stats were of no use to Zhou Wen. Only the primordial energy crystals could be used to replenish his primordial energy. Zhou Wen's heart bled as he saw the large number of stats crystals wasted. However, he couldn't take anything in the game out. If he could sell the stats crystal he obtained from grinding, it would be enough for him to invest in Huang Ji's game. Zhou Wen ignored ordinary stats crystals, and focused on picking up the companion eggs and primordial energy skill crystals. He had reaped quite a sizable harvest this time. Just the legendary companion eggs numbered 14, and the primordial energy skill crystals numbered 21. However, most of them were repeated. There were only 2 unique types of primordial energy skills. One of them was the black-winged flying ant's primordial energy skill. Zhou Wen had previously obtained this, but the other was something he hadn't collected before. It was dropped by the red-armored ants that couldn't fly. Its name was Concealed Armor Technique. It was also a defensive primordial energy skill. Companion eggs with poor attributes were fed to the pets. Those with good attributes were hatched since Zhou Wen planned on keeping them for fusion later. With most of the ants in Ant City killed, the golden flying ant remained inside the ant nest high up. Zhou Wen made sure he was in optimal state by filling up his companion beasts and blood-colored avatars' primordial energy before heading for the ant nest at the top. It was different from before. This time, Zhou Wen had brought a large number of helpers over. He wasn't as wretched as he used to be, nor was there any ant horde besieging him. Even if I can't kill the golden flying ant, it won't be difficult to drink some golden ant honey. Zhou Wen didn't believe he could kill the golden flying ant with his current strength. When he arrived at the apex of the ant nest, he directly ordered the mutated demonized general and the 3-eyed golden warrior to charge in. They were the only ones who could tank, especially the 3-eyed golden warrior. It could withstand blows the best, so Zhou Wen planned on using them to attract the golden flying ant's attention so that he could rush in and drink the honey. Indeed, the moment the duo charged in after smashing through the nest's walls, they immediately attracted the golden flying ant's attention. With a flash of golden light, a gigantic flying ant appeared above their heads. Its sharp claws slashed straight at the mutated demonized general's head. The mutated demonized general roared angrily as it delivered astral fist. Its entire body glowed with golden light as it punched at the golden flying ant's claws. But the next second, Zhou Wen saw a golden beam flash. One of the mutated demonized general's arm flew up into the air, having been sliced off by the golden flying ant. Holy **T, it's that powerful. Zhou Wen was alarmed, as he didn't dare hesitate any further. He controlled his remaining pets to charge at the golden flying ant, as the blood-colored avatar jumped into the ant honey, and began gulping mouthfuls of honey. After a few mouthfuls, the game produced a notification: absorbed golden ant honey. Primordial energy plus 1 foot. His primordial energy finally raised from the limit of 18 to 19. Zhou Wen was delighted as he continued drinking the ant honey, hoping to directly break through to 21 points. However, despite filling his stomach to the point of not being able to swallow any further, he didn't receive a notification of his primordial energy raising to 20 points, much less 21 points. Could it be that I haven't drunk enough? Zhou Wen cloyed from the excessive sweetness. Perhaps just opening his move would make him vomit honey. He just couldn't continue drinking. On the other side, Zhou Wen's pets had been mercilessly killed by the golden flying ant aside from the 3-eyed golden warrior. There was a deep wound on the 3-eyed golden warrior's chest. Despite having golden body and invulnerable golden power, it was still heavily injured. The golden flying ant's strength was extremely terrifying. Seeing it rush over again, the 3-eyed golden warrior was unable to duck the speedy attack. All it could do was use golden palm to meet it. With a cracking sound, the 3-eyed golden warrior's palm was cleaved apart. His body involuntarily flew backward and crashed into the cocoon hanging in the middle of the ant nest. Suddenly, the golden flying ant phased away and appeared in front of the gigantic cocoon in a flash. It used its body to block the 3-eyed golden warrior from crashing into the gigantic cocoon. When the 3-eyed golden warrior collided with the golden flying ant, it was sent flying to the side. The latter immediately charged forward in an attempt to slay the 3-eyed golden warrior.
Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he controlled the blood-colored avatar. He raised the banana fan and waved it at the gigantic cocoon, sending a cold gust of wind over. The golden flying ant that was charging at the three-eyed golden warrior immediately flew back. A strange golden barrier shot out from its body to protect the gigantic cocoon. The grinding wind collided with the golden barrier, but only trembled it a little. The barrier remained unbroken. In the next second, the two feelers on the golden flying ant's head emitted a terrifying golden light. Like a golden lightning bolt, they struck the blood-colored avatar, and the screen of the cell phone turned black. The golden flying ant is undoubtedly at the epic stage, but I wonder what's inside the gigantic cocoon. Logically speaking, it should be the descendant of the golden flying ant, but its energy aura seems different from the golden flying ant. Although Zhou Wen was puzzled, he didn't have the ability to kill the golden flying ant. Even if he wanted to explore the secret of the gigantic cocoons, he couldn't. Unfortunately, I only managed to increase my primordial energy by 1 point despite drinking so much of the ant honey. I wonder if there's a limit to how much it can raise my primordial energy, or if there are other reasons. Zhou Wen was truly exhausted today. Although he still had plenty of primordial energy, the repeated use of grinding wind over long periods of time left him mentally exhausted. After putting away his phone, Zhou Wen saw the antelope glaring at him, as though he wanted to eat him up.
Brother Antelope, I'm sorry. I'll go get you some food now.
Zhou Wen hurriedly ran out of the building and prepared to eat something before bringing back some fresh vegetables for the antelope. When he reached the entrance of Four Seasons Garden, he met Wang Lu and the other special admission students. Zhou Wen wasn't familiar with the other special admission students, so he only greeted Wang Lu before heading to the cafeteria. A special admission student named Li Zhuo said with a smile.
Zhou Wen, have you sold the Bronze Luck Beast strategy yet? No.
Zhou Wen answered before heading straight to the cafeteria. He didn't have the time for idle chats. Chapter 161 Who's First?
It would be a wonder if he could sell it. In terms of companion beasts, we are indeed not as strong as him. Unfortunately, Restriction City doesn't allow the use of companion beasts. Who needs his strategy?
Li Zhuo pursed his lips as he watched Zhou Wen leave. The girl beside him added,
He thinks he's very strong just because he defeated John, but it was all because of his companion beasts. To write a strategy guide and sell it to our special class is indeed excessively arrogant. Let's not talk about the geniuses like Jing, Wang Lu, or Feng Qiuyan in our special class. Even the average ones are far superior to the students of the ordinary classes. If he wants to write a strategy guide, it will be us writing for them.
The few special admission students shared the same thought. They still felt a little displeased that Zhou Wen had tried selling them the strategy guide. It had hurt their pride. Wang Lu frowned slightly and said,
Zhou Wen is indeed a genius. The guide he wrote must have something to learn from. However, we aren't buying it because we want to train ourselves, so there's no need to belittle him.
Li Zhuo laughed and said,
Wang Lu, you are overthinking things. We have no intention of disparaging him. We are just saying that no one is weaker than him in terms of their own abilities. There's no need to buy his strategy.
Wang Lu could tell that Li Zhuo was insincere, but she didn't say anything else. The few of them headed for class together. The mission to slay the Bronze Luck Beasts had been completed, so Lu Xingyan was to provide them a summary and explanation. All the special admission students had to attend the class. Lu Xingyan was in a good mood today. He didn't blame Feng Qiuyan or another student for being late. He only waved his hand to get them to quickly take their seats.
Mr. Lu seems to be in a good mood today. He didn't reprimand the late students.
A girl said in surprise. Shaking his head, Li Zhuo said with a smile.
Of course he's in a good mood. Our special class did a good job with the homework mission. I heard that a few of us broke the special class record from last year. Seems like we can relax for a while.
The girl from before smiled. Lu Xingyan raised his hand slightly to signal for the students to quieten down. Then, he swept his gaze across everyone's faces and said slowly,
Everyone has completed the homework mission of killing Bronze Luck Beasts. Compared to the special classes of past years, the overall standard of this class is a level higher. It can be considered the best result in recent years.
The students started clapping. Many students showed their excitement. Having been in school for more than a month, this was the first time they heard Lu Xingyan praise them. Lu Xingyan waved his hand and waited for the students to quieten down before continuing.
This year, a few students performed pretty well. They broke the records from previous years. And Jing with 320, Wang Lu with 327, and Feng Qiuyan with 328. Such results can be said to be extremely outstanding.
The other students looked at the three of them enviously. Although they had already known that the three of them were exceptionally outstanding even in the special class, they couldn't help but feel jealous.
But
Lu Xingyan suddenly changed the topic and continued.
But this year's best result wasn't scored by any of them. How is that possible? Who else could it be? Is there anyone else in our class who has better results than them? It can't be, right? There are hidden big shots that are more impressive than the three of them. That's impossible, isn't it? And Jing, Wang Lu, and Feng Qiuyan are among the top 10 students in the school. Even if the other students are very strong, they aren't good enough to enter the top 10. It seems impossible for anyone to have better results than the three of them. The students engaged in a flurry of discussion. They looked around and wondered who that person was. The person who obtained the best results in killing the bronze luck beast this year isn't from our special class. The students' discussion became even more intense after Lu Zhengyan said those shocking words. Mr. Lu, don't tell me you're talking about our seniors? Li Jue couldn't help but ask loudly. Lu Zhengyan smiled and looked at Li Jue. He asked, Li Jue, who do you think should be first and what's his timing? I think it should be Senior Wei Gu. I believe that if it were Senior Wei Gu, he should be able to do it in sub 3 minutes, said Li Jue. That's right. Wei Gu got 2:57. It happens to be within 3 minutes. You are very keen, Lu Zhengyan said. Li Jue said proudly. Mr. Li, you flatter me. I was just making a casual guess. I didn't expect to be on the mark. Lu Zhengyan smiled. But that's Wei Ji's results when he was practicing. Besides, he's already in his 3rd year, so he's not within the rankings of you freshmen. The freshman in first place is someone else. Who is it? Li Jue couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Lu Zhengyan picked up a dossier and said, The results for this year's killing of bronze luck beasts puts Zhou Wen from Counselor Wang Fei's class as first. Second is Li Xian from her class as well. 3rd place is our classes in Jing. Impossible! Li Jue cried out in disbelief. This time, it wasn't just Li Jue and the other students. Even in Jing, Wang Lu, and Feng Qiuyan's eyes narrowed as they looked at Lu Zhengyan. What's Zhou Wen's timing? And Jing suddenly asked. That's a good question. You can guess what their results are, Lu Zhengyan said with a smile. It's at best an order of magnitude from Jing, right? Suggested Li Jue. It's indeed an order of magnitude. Lu Zhengyan turned on the player and projector and played a video. See for yourself. Everyone cast their gaze to the big screen. And Jing, Feng Qiuyan, and the others also had their eyes peeled to the screen as they watched the video carefully. The video was very short and only took less than a minute. However, after watching the video, the entire classroom fell silent. Li Jue and the others broke out into a cold sweat as they stared intently at the big screen. They failed to regain their cognitive abilities for a long time, and their faces were blank. Coach lives up to being a coach. What amazing positioning. Is this all the benefits of gaming while practicing to be undistracted? Looks like I still need further cultivation. Feng Qiuyan's eyes were burning, but he seemed to have expected it. Wang Lu was somewhat astonished as well. Although she had expected Zhou Wen's results to be excellent, she never expected them to be this good. It only took him 47 seconds. Zhou Wen was indeed faster than them by an order of magnitude, but this order was at the level of minutes. And Jing looked at the screen calmly, but her expression was a little odd. It was unknown what she was thinking. Mr. Lu, are these results real? This is a strategy designed by the counselors before getting Zhou Wen to carry it out, right? Li Jue still found it unbelievable. Unfortunately, no counselor participated in the design of this strategy. The strategy was written by Zhou Wen and Li Xian. I also spent money on the discussion forums to read their monetized thread before I learned that there was such a method to kill bronze luck beasts. Such a line of thinking and design can be said to be unique. To resolve a problem from a weakling's point of view, relying on intelligence and not strength is very difficult. Today, we will be discussing in detail the ingenuity of the design and their unique line of thinking. I believe all of you will learn plenty from it, especially their thoughts on solving the problem. Strength might not be the only solution to resolving problems. This is very important. Chapter 162 Restriction City Activity. Li Xian organized another event for the Xianwen Club. Zhou Wen originally thought that not many people would turn up. If Gu Dian didn't come, there would at most be 4 people, but when he arrived, he realized that there were more people than he imagined. Fang Ruoshi and Tian Xiangdong were there as well. Gu Dian had also come. Apart from the original 5 people from the Xianwen Club, there were also Feng Qiuyan, Wang Lu, Li Weiyang, and Hui Haifeng. Li Xian chuckled and said, The club's event is a joint activity between our Xianwen Club, Weiyang Club, and the Ocean Club. Furthermore, our Xianwen Club has added 2 more formal members. They are Feng Qiuyan and Wang Lu. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. He had been gaming permanently for the past few days, and had not paid any attention to the situation regarding the Xianwen Club. Only then did he realize that Feng Qiuyan and Wang Lu had been roped into the Xianwen Club by Li Xian. Li Xian had set his sights on Restriction City. The group headed for the city with great fanfare.
The Weiyang Club consisted of only girls, while the Ocean Club was mainly boys. Furthermore, they were all infamous problematic students in school. With Li Xian and Zhou Wen's Xianwen Club having some odd ones out, this group quickly attracted the attention of the school. The first person to receive the news was Wei Ge. As the president of Sunset College's student council, he acutely believed that this matter was somewhat unusual. Perhaps it represented future trends of the students of Sunset College. Hui Haifeng and his gang are actually so close to Zhou Wen and Li Xian. Wang Lu and Feng Qiuyan from the special class all have large families backing them, so they haven't joined any clubs. Now, they have joined the Xianwen Club, and that strange Gu Dian has joined them too. Will the Xianwen Club become the second Ocean Club in the future? No, I have to see what those people are up to. Wei Ge quickly gathered student counselors and joined the Xianwen Club's activities in the name of maintaining order and keeping the students safe. Together, they entered Restriction City with Li Xian and company. Due to the addition of the student council, the group once again grew bigger. There were already more than 50 people. After the group entered Restriction City, they directly stormed the area. The ordinary bronze beasts and bronze birds couldn't withstand the slaughtering of so many students. Surprisingly, Feng Qiuyan, who loved to use a saber, didn't take action this time. He was gaming on his phone just like Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen saw that the game Feng Qiuyan was playing was a mini-game called
Last 20 seconds if you are a man.
The game was very simple, but it wasn't easy to maintain 20 seconds in the game without dying. When Zhou Wen saw Feng Qiuyan gaming, the latter had already lasted more than a minute. However, he still failed to escape the fate of death. As there were so many students, and many of them were extremely powerful seniors, the originally dangerous Restriction City seemed to become a tourist attraction. Even the bronze luck beasts were quickly cleared. Wang Lu had even used Zhou Wen's strategy to kill one. Indeed, she had easily improved her results to less than a minute.
Zhou Wen, I think highly of you. If you join the student council now, there's a high chance of becoming the president of the student council. Think about it.
Wei Ge said to Zhou Wen when they were alone.
I'm fine as is. Besides, I only like gaming. I can't be president,
Zhou Wen said.
No one was born to be one. Just take your time to learn. You don't have to be in a hurry to answer me. Think about it first,
Wei Ge said with a smile. Seeing Hui Haifeng walk over, Wei Ge didn't wish to meet him. He bade Zhou Wen farewell and left.
Did Wei Ge tell you that he thinks highly of you and wants you to join the student council to work with him? And when he leaves in the future, you will be the president of the student council?
Hui Haifeng walked to Zhou Wen's side and said with a smile. Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. Although his words were somewhat different, they had the same meaning. Hui Haifeng smiled and said,
There's no need to be surprised. That punk is like that. He has said those words to almost every single member of the Ocean Club. I see.
Zhou Wen was enlightened as he finally understood why Hui Haifeng had guessed Wei Ji's words so accurately.
I've read your Bronze Luck Beast strategy. It's truly impressive. It has nothing to do with your combat strength. It's the kind of planning ability that can calculate such shortcuts in chaotic environments that can avoid the sacrifice of many soldiers when exploring new dimensional zones,
Hui Haifeng said.
You plan on joining the army in the future?
Zhou Wen asked Hui Haifeng. Hui Haifeng nodded.
If there's a chance, I'll join the army. If there's no chance, I'll work on something related. If a man can't do something jaw-dropping his entire life, I feel like life would have been lived in vain. I wish you success.
Although Zhou Wen didn't share the same views, it didn't stop him from appreciating such a person. At the very least, he had a good impression of Hui Haifeng. Everyone kept storming into Restriction City, as all sorts of bronze beasts were killed. Unfortunately, the drop rates of the bronze beasts were too low. It would only produce a single-dimensional crystal occasionally. Furthermore, their attributes were generally not high. As he walked forward, Zhou Wen suddenly felt the mysterious phone in his pocket vibrate. It left him somewhat taken aback. He had already found the tiny palm print of Restriction City, and had downloaded it into his phone. Why was the mysterious phone still vibrating? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Zhou Wen deliberately stayed at the back. He took out the mysterious phone, wanting to know why it was vibrating. As soon as he took out the phone, the camera was automatically activated. Zhou Wen raised his phone and looked around the city. When a scene appeared on his screen, the camera app automatically locked onto it. A green frame appeared that enclosed something on the screen. It was an old and worn wall. At a glance, it seemed as though there was nothing different about it. There was nothing different about it from the brick walls beside it. However, when Zhou Wen walked to the side of the brick wall and touched it with his hand, he realized that the brick wall wasn't made of ordinary brick, but some kind of metal. The mysterious phone's camera function was only locked onto the metal wall, but it didn't automatically take pictures or lock onto any patterns. Zhou was momentarily unsure of what was so special about the metal wall. It was a part of a particular building, but the structure was somewhat odd. It was squarish, like a miniature ancient city. The four walls of the city were only about 10 meters tall. Zhou circled the building but didn't find any doors or windows. Using his ability to fly thanks to the God-Fiend Life Providence, he flew to the top of the building and discovered that the roof was sealed as well. The entire building didn't seem to have an entrance. Can it be that the item that causes the mysterious phone to vibrate is inside the building and not the metal wall itself? Zhou wondered. Chapter 163 Death City.
What did you discover?
Wang Lu jumped up and sized up the building beneath her.
This building is a little odd. There aren't any entrances or windows around it. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to use ordinary bricks. It seems to be made from a special type of bronze,
Zhou said.
It's indeed a little odd.
Wang Lu crouched down to touch it and nodded.
It's metal. It's indeed a little strange.
Their actions attracted Li Xian and the company. Wang Lu explained the situation, and everyone agreed that the building was strange.
All of you move aside. Let me try and see if I can smash it open.
A stout boy from the Ocean Club struck down at the metal wall with a huge hammer. The boy was at the legendary stage, and he was a strength type. He had also used his metal hammer that had primordial gold mixed in, combined with his primordial energy skill, to strike the wall. Even if the wall was made of metal bricks, he should have been able to smash open a crack. However, not only did he fail to blast through the metal wall, he even fell to the ground from the recoil. The hammer in his hand flew out of his hand, and his hands were dripping with blood. The area between his thumb and index finger had torn.
It's so hard!
Everyone was shocked. The boy was famous for his strength in school, but due to his poor speed, he was unable to enter the top 10. In terms of strength alone, he would probably be ranked in the top 3. For the full strength strike from such a person to fail to scratch the surface of the metal wall made it clear that it was truly extraordinary. This only intrigued everyone further. They tried a variety of methods, but unfortunately, they failed to succeed in seeing what was inside. Even Zhou used Truth Listener's powers. He wanted to hear what was inside, but the interior of the building seemed to be a chunk of solid mass. There wasn't any movement at all. Zhou couldn't hear a thing from the dead silence.
That's Death City.
A voice suddenly sounded. Zhou looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the person speaking was a long-haired boy. His looks were ordinary, but he looked refined. He had a scholarly air to him. Zhou hadn't noticed him in the beginning, perhaps because of his reticent temperament that didn't attract much attention among the students.
Jianyan, this strange building is called Death City? Do you know its origins?
Wei Gu asked him. Jianyan was a member of the student council, but he didn't look like one of the key members. He was probably just an ordinary member, so no one had noticed him before.
In the Zhou dynasty, while humans were still confined to the borders of undeveloped barbaric behavior, many people believed in ghosts and gods, and it was very common for them to carry out rituals to worship the heavens. The funeral rituals were also very particular, especially the members of the royal family back then. In the later years of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, King Zhou became afraid of death. He built Death City and placed his bones and blood in it, hoping that by indicating his passing, he could hide from the heavens and escape death. Unfortunately, heaven's will couldn't be violated. He ultimately died.
Jianyan's eyes flashed a look of mockery. After a pause, Jianyan continued.
According to the few historical records, Death City is made of bronze with no doors or windows.
Hearing Jianyan's words, everyone was increasingly convinced that this strange bronze building was the legendary Death City.
I thought it was something good, but it turns out it's just a fake grave. It only spells bad luck,
a boy said.
That might not be the case,
said Jianyan indifferently.
In order to fool the ghosts and gods, King Zhou didn't only put his bones and blood in Dead City, he also buried his personal items and treasures with him. There were even some brutal kings who would even bury their beloved concubines alive. In order to fool the ghosts and gods, he had put in much effort. Does that mean that there might be treasures inside?
Many students' eyes lit up when they heard that.
If the history books are right, there will definitely be burial items inside. However, now that this place has turned into a dimensional zone, there might be some abnormal changes in it. It wouldn't be surprising if it had dimensional creatures inside,
said Jianyan.
Jianyan, do you know how to open Death City?
Wei Gu asked Jianyan. It was his first time realizing that Jianyan had such a side to him, as though it was somewhat different from the person he knew before.
Dig into the area beneath the south wall of Death City. If this is really East Zhou's Death City, there should be an entrance there,
Jianyan said. Wei Gu arranged for people to dig according to Jianyan's instructions. After a hole 7 to 8 feet deep was dug, they saw a hole appear on the metal wall. After digging further down, a circular hole appeared. It was a tunnel that went all the way into Death City, but it was winding, making it impossible to see what was going on inside.
Which one of us is willing to go in first and take a look?
Wei Gu said.
I don't know about others, but I'm definitely entering to take a look. However, I don't want to be the first to enter,
Li Xian said. After a short discussion, Hui Haifeng was the first to enter. The 4 clubs sent a few people in. Zhou Wen originally didn't wish to enter, but Li Xian pulled him inside. Soon, they heard Hui Haifeng's voice from ahead.
Everyone, come on in. There's no danger inside.
By the time Zhou Wen and Li Xian climbed in, Wei Gu, Hui Haifeng, Feng Qiuyan, Li Weiyang, and the company were already standing in Death City. Zhou Wen originally imagined that he would see skeletons and coffins, but after entering, he realized that there was nothing of that sort. There was only a tree in the city. The tree was about 2 meters tall. The branches and leaves were all black, but there were many thin white lines on them. It looked like a painting drawn in black and white.
Jiang Yan, what's going on? Didn't you say that this Death City has King Zhou's bones and burial items? Why is there only this tree?
Wei Gu questioned Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan said indifferently.
I've already said that those are records in the history books. After the dimensional storms, it's normal to have abnormal changes inside. Then do you know what tree this is?
Someone asked.
I don't know,
Jiang Yan replied straightforwardly. Everyone was somewhat disappointed. Even though they didn't really have any hopes of digging up any treasures, learning that there was only one tree in there wiped away their curiosity instantly. They were somewhat disappointed.
What crappy tree is this? It caused us to waste so much time.
A member of the Ocean Club kicked the tree trunk unhappily. With this kick, the pitch-black tree swayed and turned a bright white color. In the blink of an eye, the black tree had turned completely white. Chapter 160 for the color-changing tree. The originally black tree turned snow white in an instant. Everyone was shocked and retreated warily. However, other than turning snow white, the tree did not undergo any other changes, nor was there any danger. After a while, the white tree gradually turned black again, as if nothing had happened.
This tree is a little strange. It's clearly a black tree, so why did it suddenly turn white?
Li Xian was extremely curious as he held a wooden stick and stabbed it a few times. However, the black tree remained black without any changes from before. Zhou Wen aimed his mysterious phone at the black tree, and the camera function immediately locked onto it. Clearly, it was the tree that had caused the mysterious phone to vibrate. He pressed the shutter button, and the phone immediately entered the picture-taking interface. Quite a number of people were using their cell phones to illuminate the area as well as taking pictures of the black tree. Zhou Wen's actions didn't seem too out of the ordinary. As there was no danger, someone boldly shook the black tree. In the next second, the black tree had turned into a ruby-like color. It was like a gem in the shape of a tree, shimmering with a dazzling glow of riches. The person shaking the tree was a girl. This scene gave her a shock, and she hurriedly retreated. Just like before, nothing dangerous happened. The red gem tree gradually lost its luster, and soon returned to its dark appearance.
This is really strange.
Li Xian seemed to have thought of something, as he carefully shook the black tree with his hand. Indeed, the black tree had changed color again. However, it was different from the previous few colors. This time, the black tree had turned golden.
It seems like the color will be different depending on the person,
Li Xian said.
Let me give it a try.
Everyone was curious as they attempted to shake the black tree. Indeed, just as Li Xian said, when different people touched the black tree, it would transform into another color. Even if it changed to red, the red itself was a different shade.
Old Zhou, try it too,
Li Xian said to Zhou Wen.
There's no need. I don't like to take risks. It's best you don't touch it.
Zhou Wen shook his head. Before figuring out what the black tree was, he was unwilling to touch it. The phone was still in the middle of downloading, and the download speed seemed much slower than before. After the crowd had their fun, they realized that the black tree didn't have any other function other than changing colors. Soon, they were bored with it. As there was nothing else here, everyone left Death City and continued exploring Restriction City. The mysterious phone was still in the middle of downloading. It didn't finish even when the club activity ended and everyone left together. With the screen constantly downloading, Zhou Wen had no way of gaming. After returning to his dorm, he had a good nap, a rather rare opportunity. Ever since he had advanced to the legendary stage, the feeling of having sleep paralysis hadn't happened again. Zhou Wen had a good nap and ended up waking the next morning. After washing up and eating, he realized that the download had been completed when he unlocked the mysterious phone. There was a tree-shaped icon on the home screen. However, the cartoon-styled icon looked different from the black tree. There were 3 words, "Dead Man Tree," written below. Zhou Wen was somewhat curious as to why a tree had an instance dungeon. He immediately tapped on the tree's icon. After launching the app, the scene turned black. In the dark space, there was a tree, a black one. However, in the dark cavern, one could clearly see the tree's appearance. Apart from its cartoon-styled appearance, it was the black tree they had encountered in Death City. The blood-colored avatar stood in front of it, but apart from the black tree, there was nothing around it. Zhou Wen was momentarily at a loss as to what the instant's dungeon was for. He summoned the silver-winged flying ant and let it fly towards the black tree. He then attacked the black tree with magical needle, which stabbed into it but failed to penetrate it. He wasn't able to damage the black tree at all either. The tree didn't react and remained standing quietly in the darkness. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before deciding to let the blood-colored avatar personally touch the tree to see if there would be any abnormal changes. However, Zhou Wen found it strange that after the blood-colored avatar touched it, the color of the black tree did not change. It was still black, completely the same as before. Strange, why didn't the color change? Zhou Wen remembered that in Death City, the black tree had undergone a change in color when people touched it. Nothing like what had happened to him was experienced in-game. Is it me, or is it a problem with the game? Zhou Wen was momentarily unsure of what the tree was for, nor did he understand the use of the instant's dungeon. All he could do was ignore it for the time being. After quitting the game, he logged into other dungeons to hunt monsters. Now, Zhou Wen only grinded 2 types of monsters. One was mutated legendary monsters, since only they could drop stats crystals above 18 points, which were of use to him. Another was epic creatures that could drop stats crystals that exceeded 20 points. They were similarly useful to Zhou Wen. However, epic creatures were too powerful. He was no match for the few epic creatures Zhou Wen encountered in-game, so all he could do was search for the mutated legendary creatures. In a room at the Yan family's residence in Luoyang, and Tianzue had recently returned home.
Tianzue, has the situation around Luoyang been very bad recently?
Ouyang Lan asked worriedly.
It's not that bad. Apart from the problematic matters at the Chiha River, there aren't too many problems in other places,
said Tianzue with a smile.
Mom, don't worry. As long as I'm in Luoyang, I won't let those dimensional creatures invade Luoyang.
Ouyang Lan nodded slightly and sighed before saying,
The Holy Land qualification competition is just around the corner. If Zhou Wen goes alone, I won't be at ease. Let Ashun accompany him, right? Mom, are you really letting Zhou Wen go? Are you going to reconsider?
And Tianzue frowned. Ouyang Lan shook her head and said,
I know what you're thinking. However, Xiaojing has a congenital illness. It would be terrifying if something were to happen to her during her acceptance of the special physique. I don't want little Jing to take any risks. Do you understand? Understood.
And Tianzue added,
But I believe that little Jing can do it. There's no need to elaborate on this matter. I've already made up my mind. Furthermore, the nomination has been changed to Zhou Wen. There's no way to change it.
Ouyang Lan stopped Tianzue from continuing. And Tianzue remained silent. Although he didn't agree with Ouyang Lan's decision, he would not go against her wishes. He had always been a filial son. Ouyang Lan sighed lightly.
Besides, Zhou Wen might not be willing to go. He has no blood relationship with the two of you, but his temper is extraordinarily similar. He's always so stubborn. It's different. He's stubborn while we are confident,
said Tianzue proudly. Ouyang Lan only looked at Tianzue and smiled without saying another word. Chapter 165 Dead Man Tree. And Jing huddled into a ball and leaned against the corner of the wall, enduring the pain that was like a knife being twisted inside her. Why don't people who can cultivate the sun strafe art cherish it? I have to endure such pain just to cultivate it. Why is heaven so unfair to me? And Jing thought of Zhou Wen amidst the pain as she clenched her teeth, seemingly reducing the pain she felt. She had a congenital disease, so she couldn't cultivate sun strafe art, a primordial energy art which was highly young in nature. However, if she failed to master the sun strafe art, she would not be able to obtain the special physique she needed. In the Holy Land, there were several special physiques. The special physiques that everyone could obtain were different, but they had to have the corresponding strength attributes to obtain the corresponding special physiques. The special physique that Jing wanted was the sun god body. If she could master the sun strafe art, she would have an 80% chance of obtaining the sun god body if she stood out. However, the sun strafe art didn't match her body's attributes. When she cultivated the sun strafe art, it would trigger her congenital illness. Every time she cultivated, she would feel like dying due to the excruciating pain. And Jing didn't give up because of this. Even though Ouyang Lan had forbidden her from cultivating the sun strafe art, she still secretly endured it. Even Ouyang Lan believed that Jing had advanced to the legendary stage by using another primordial energy art. She never expected Jing to endure extreme pain to advance to the legendary stage with the sun strafe art. However, this matter was something Jing had never told anyone. Even Tianzue wasn't aware of it. After completing the Sun Strafe Arts cultivation, the pain in Jing's body gradually disappeared, making her complexion turn for the better. After taking a shower and changing into a clean set of clothes, Jing walked out of her dorm and arrived in front of her neighbor's door. After a moment of hesitation, her eyes turned resolute as she pressed the doorbell of Zhou Wen's dorm.
What's the matter?
Zhou Wen opened the door and asked curiously when he saw Jing standing outside.
Do you still remember our 3-month contract?
She asked calmly.
I don't remember.
Zhou Wen shook his head. It was only a one-sided statement by Jing. He had never agreed to a 3-month contract.
It doesn't matter whether you remember it or not. Although it's not 3 months yet, since you've already advanced to the legendary stage and have so many powerful pets, it will be a fair battle between us now. It's time for us to end things.
And Jing said,
I'm not interested in that special physique nomination. If you want it that much, I can accompany you to meet Sislan. Let me convince her to return the nomination to you.
Zhou Wen said. And Jing looked at Zhou Wen and suddenly felt extremely aggrieved. She had risked her life to obtain the nomination, but it was nothing of importance to Zhou Wen. Suddenly, Jing's fighting spirit vanished without a trace. So what if I defeat Zhou Wen? So what if I prove that I'm more outstanding than him? I still can't go to the Holy Land to get the Sun God body. Jing felt like everything was meaningless. Without looking at Zhou Wen again, Jing turned and left, looking somewhat lost. Strange person. Zhou Wen found it odd when he saw Jing leave just like that. However, since Jing had automatically given up antagonizing him, it was naturally best for Zhou Wen.
Zhou Wen, bad news.
Just as Zhou Wen was about to close the door and return to his room to continue gaming, he saw Li Xian running over, panting.
What's wrong?
Zhou Wen asked with a frown.
Something happened. Something big has happened.
Li Xian gasped for breath as he said.
Someone died in our college. A few students died. Did they die in the dimensional zones?
Zhou Wen asked.
No, they died in school. Furthermore, the people who died were people who joined us on our trip to Restriction City yesterday. Furthermore, all of them had entered Death City as well. That includes Wang Lu,
Li Xian said with an odd expression.
Wang Lu is dead. How did they die?
Zhou Wen was alarmed when he heard that.
I don't know.
Li Xian shook his head.
How do you not know?
Zhou Wen frowned slightly.
I heard from the school's management that they have yet to find out the cause of their deaths, nor do they know how they died. A few of them were walking when they suddenly collapsed to the ground and died. They were not breathing, and their heart had stopped beating. The cause of death hasn't been found either. Wang Lu was roughly the same. She was reading in the library when she suddenly fell to the ground. There wasn't any warning. The people from the school and the military are investigating, but there hasn't been an answer yet.
With that said, fear appeared on Li Xian's face.
What's more frightening is that they died at the same time. Furthermore what?
Zhou Wen knew that Li Xian had definitely discovered something important.
Further, if I remember correctly, those people who died had touched that black tree. Coincidentally, when they touched the black tree turned red.
Li Xian swallowed his saliva and continued.
I don't know if this has anything to do with their deaths, but it's too much of a coincidence. Did you tell the counselors about this?
Zhou Wen had an ominous feeling.
I told them. The college has already sent people to Restriction City and found that bronze building. However, after entering, there was no sight of that black tree. There was nothing inside, not even a leaf. It's as if there was never a tree there.
When Li Xian said that, his body trembled slightly. Clearly, he was feeling a little horrified.
Let's go! Take me to their corpses,
Zhou Wen said through gritted teeth.
The military has already taken over this matter, and the corpses are in the military's hands. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to enter,
Li Xian said.
Take me there now.
As Zhou Wen spoke, he switched on the mysterious phone and opened the dead man tree icon. After he loaded the game, Zhou Wen immediately felt his heart turn cold when he saw the dead tree. He saw that the originally pitch-black dead tree was now completely red, like it was carved out of a ruby. It emitted a strange red glow. The deaths of Wang Lu and company are indeed related to this dead man tree. Now that the tree has turned red, Wang Lu and company have died. Then, if the tree becomes another color, will those students who share the same color after touching the tree also die? Zhou Wen's ominous feeling intensified. Now, all he wanted to do was quickly see their corpses and see how their deaths were related to the dead man tree. He wanted to know if there was still a chance of them being revived. And Jing overheard their conversation and subconsciously followed them. Under Li Xian's lead, the trio quickly arrived at the school's military base. Their corpses are inside, but it's not just us. Even if a counselor comes, they will definitely not be able to enter without the military's permission, Li Xian said as he pointed at the door manned by guards. Chapter 166 to Section Chapter 166 Dissection.
And Jing, can you take us in?
Zhou cast his gaze at Jing. At that moment, he couldn't be bothered about their differences anymore. Now, Zhou was afraid that the military would dissect their corpses, spelling doom to everything.
Sure, but I have one condition.
And Jing said after some thought.
I promise to fight you. Take me in immediately.
Zhou said straight away.
I didn't say I wanted to fight you.
And Jing said, surprising Zhou.
Then what do you want?
Zhou asked with a frown.
I haven't thought about it yet. Just treat it as if you owe me one. I'll tell you after I've thought it through.
After Jing said that, she didn't wait for Zhou to rush her as she walked straight to the door.
Hello, please show some identification.
The two soldiers who were guarding the door clearly recognized Jing. However, after saluting her, they still kept her outside and did not let her in immediately. And Jing seemed to have known this would happen, so she didn't react in any special manner. She took out an identification card from her pocket before the soldiers allowed her to take Zhou and Li Xian into the encampment. After asking where the morgue was, they went straight to it. She was no stranger to the military encampment here. Zhou was somewhat glad that Jing was here. Otherwise, with the encampment so huge, it wouldn't be easy for him and Li Xian to come in and find the morgue. Zhou looked at his phone as he walked, only to see 5 flower buds appear on the glowing red dead man tree. The flower buds also looked like they were carved out of ruby. It was even more dazzling, but they exuded an evil aura. Through the ruby-like flower petals, he could vaguely see something inside, as if it were a beating heart.
How many dead classmates are there?
Zhou asked.
5.
Li Xian thought for a moment before replying. Zhou was almost certain that Wang Lu and company's deaths had something to do with the 5 flowers on the dead man tree. However, he didn't know what the 5 flowers meant, nor did he know what to do. He could only wait until he saw the corpses before deciding. In the morgue, Deputy Inspector Qin Wufu and a few epic experts stationed at Sunset College were listening to the forensics report.
There are no obvious wounds or symptoms on the outside. We didn't find anything through X-ray either. We can only perform an autopsy now before we decide the outcome,
said Coroner Yanjin.
No, we can't dissect them.
An epic expert immediately rejected Yanjin's words with a firm tone.
If we don't do an autopsy, it will be difficult to find the true reason for the deaths,
Yanjin said slowly.
The daughter of the Wang family died here for no reason. If we were to dissect her body, how are we going to explain it to the Wang family when they arrive?
The epic expert from before said.
Since Wang Lu's corpse cannot be dissected, we can first dissect the corpses of the other 4,
said Yanjin.
That would work.
The epic expert's tone softened significantly.
You can't dissect them.
However, Qin Wufu vetoed Yanjin's suggestion.
Why can't we dissect them?
Yanjin asked as he looked at Qin Wufu.
Although their bodily functions have stopped, they still have a tiny bit of life on them. They might not be truly dead yet. You can't dissect them and kill them,
Qin Wufu said. Yanjin laughed after hearing that.
Deputy Inspector, if we don't dissect them now, we won't be able to find the reason why they are in such a state. Then, what's the difference between them and the dead? Now, all we need to do is dissect the other 4 students, and we might be able to find out the reason. Who knows, we might be able to save Wang Lu. This is the best choice we have right now, isn't it?
A few epic officers also felt that this was a pretty viable plan. If Wang Lu could be saved, their problems would be greatly reduced.
If Wang Lu can be saved, the others should be saved as well,
Qin Wufu said as he stared at Yanjin.
Please forgive me for my inadequacies,
Yanjin said.
All of you may leave. I'll chat with Dr. Yin alone.
Qin Wufu waved his hand and dismissed everyone. They left the morgue, leaving only Yanjin and Qin Wufu behind. At this moment, Qin Wufu stared at Yanjin and said coldly,
Yanjin, I know that you can save them. You want to dissect them only because you want to know what kind of power has turned them into this. Deputy Inspector, aren't you thinking too highly of me? I'm just a doctor, not a god. I don't even know what kind of injuries they have suffered, so how can I save them?
Yanjin nudged his glasses and said with an unperturbed expression.
Speak. What condition do you want to save them?
Qin Wufu frowned.
There's no condition. Dissect 4 corpses and save 1.
Yanjin said indifferently, licking his lips as he stared at the 5 corpses.
They are living people, not your experimental subjects.
A furious expression appeared on Qin Wufu's face.
They're real people if I save them. If not, they are just dead people. Using the dead as experimental subjects wasn't even a big deal back in times of peace.
Yanjin's tone sounded like he was saying something that was only right. Qin Wufu was so angry that his face turned livid. If he didn't know Yanjin well enough, he would probably have drawn his gun and killed this despicable fellow. But now, he couldn't do that. The only person who could save these 5 students was Yanjin. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Qin Wufu said coldly,
Rescue these 5 students. I will apply for you to use the bodies of the dead soldiers for your experiments. No, I want these for experimental subjects.
Yinjin categorically rejected Qin Wufu. There was no room for negotiation.
Haven't you always been wanting to experiment with the corpses of dead soldiers? If you miss this chance, you definitely won't get another one. You're giving that up just to dissect these 4 students. Is it worth it?
Qin Wufu looked at Yinjin and said,
It's worth it. These 5 people are in a very strange state. If I dissect them, it might be of great help to my research. I want to see what kind of power is at work,
said Yinjin.
I will definitely not give you this opportunity,
said Qin Wufu angrily.
You have no choice. If I don't save them, Wang Lu will also die. Should I let Wang Lu die with the 4 of them, or let the 4 die while Wang Lu lives? Deputy Inspector Qin, make your choice.
Yinjin looked at Qin Wufu with certainty, as though he was certain that Qin Wufu could do nothing about him. Qin Wufu stared intently at Yinjin, wishing that he could slay this bastard with his saber. However, he knew that it was useless even if he killed him. Yinjin definitely wouldn't yield unless he achieved his goals. Killing him made no difference. Furthermore, killing Yinjin meant Wang Lu was doomed. Just as Qin Wufu was about to compromise, he suddenly heard the door to the morgue being pushed open. He could not help but be enraged as he shouted coldly,
Get out! Who let you in?
Chapter 167 Dead Man Flower. Chapter 167 Dead Man Flower.
Uncle Qin.
And Jing looked at the furious Qin Wufu, a little puzzled who could make him so angry. Although Qin Wufu's name had the implications of being a warrior, he was not one that was prone to anger. The last time Jing saw him angry was a childhood memory. The reason Qin Wufu was angry was not that he couldn't save those 4 students. If there was really no way to save them, Qin Wufu wouldn't be angered or have his judgment affected even when an entire battalion was wiped out in war, much less the deaths of 4 students. But now, there was a way to save them, but he could only watch helplessly as 4 students died. Furthermore, they died in the hands of a courier on their side. This was something that Qin Wufu couldn't accept.
Little Jing, why are you here?
Qin Wufu's expression softened when he saw Jing.
Uncle Qin, we would like to see the bodies of those 5 students.
And Jing explained the purpose of her visit. Qin Wufu said,
What's so nice about corpses? Little Jing, bring your classmates to my office first. Uncle Qin will catch up with you after I'm done here. Inspector Qin, just like them, we had entered the Bronze Building in Restriction City. We have also touched a tree that can change color,
Zhou said. Qin Wufu said,
The military has already sent people to investigate the situation several times. There is indeed a Bronze Building in Restriction City, but there's no sign of the tree all of you mentioned. So many of us students saw that tree. So many of us can't be wrong, right?
Li Xian asked.
I already know about this. I will send people to continue the investigation. There are still matters to be handled here. Go outside and wait.
Qin Wufu wanted to quickly convince Yinjin to save the 5 students.
Inspector Qin, when the 5 of them touched that tree, the tree turned red, and now, they have died in a bizarre manner. There are more than a dozen students who touched the tree, causing it to turn into another color. Now that Wang Lu and the rest are dead, will the other students die one day? If we don't figure out the problem regarding Wang Lu and the others, there might be even more students dying,
Zhou said. When Yinjin heard this, he smiled and said,
This student is right. If we don't figure out the cause of their deaths now, more people will die. My dissection of them now is to prevent more students from dying. It's best you quickly decide. You can't dissect them,
Zhou said before Qin Wufu could answer. After seeing Wang Lu and company's corpses, he was even more certain that they hadn't really died. After approaching their corpses, the 5 flower buds in game became even more dazzling, with signs of blooming. Qin Wufu, Yinjin, and even Jing and Li Xian looked at Zhou in puzzlement, unsure why he was so agitated. Zhou knew that he had to take the risk. It was impossible for Qin Wufu to hear a student like him shoot his mouth. Furthermore, Zhou himself didn't know what was happening, so how could he convince Qin Wufu? Therefore, he could only take a gamble. If one of them could be revived, then Qin Wufu would naturally disagree with the dissection of the corpses.
I don't think they're dead yet. They shouldn't be dissected,
Zhou said as he pointed at the corpses of Wang Lu and company. Qin Wufu was slightly taken aback as he couldn't help but carefully size of Zhou. He had been engaged in battle all his life, so he was accustomed to seeing dead people. Furthermore, with the cultivation of his primordial energy art, he could sense that Wang Lu and company were not truly dead. A student like Zhou was at most at the legendary stage, but he could tell that Wang Lu and the others were still alive. This left him astonished.
What's your name? Why do you say that they aren't dead yet?
Qin Wufu asked Zhou. Zhou didn't answer the first question and directly said,
I've seen that tree with them before. Furthermore, I am more sensitive than most people. I can sense that they have the aura of that tree, and the aura of the tree represses their aura. That results in this phenomenon of a fake death. If the aura of that tree is removed, they might be able to come back to life. Can you really sense their auras? Qin Wufu sized up Zhou Wen from head to toe, as he was secretly impressed with him. From his point of view, the aura Zhou Wen mentioned was likely life force. It was impossible to see or touch life force. Only people who cultivated some special primordial energy art or had such special abilities could sense it. Although Qin Wufu didn't know how true it was for Zhou Wen to be able to sense the existence of life force, the current situation matched Wang Lu and company's. Yes. Zhou Wen nodded. I'm already aware of the situation you mentioned. I'll think of a way to save your classmates. You can return now. Although Qin Wufu thought highly of Zhou Wen, he didn't think too much of it. All he thought was that Zhou Wen had a keen sense. Zhou Wen knew that it was impossible to convince Qin Wufu with his empty words as a student. Furthermore, he lacked the plans needed to save Wang Lu and company. As he turned to leave, Zhou Wen took out his cell phone to take a look. At the same time, he ordered the blood-colored avatar to slash at one of the flowers. Zhou Wen was originally somewhat hesitant to sever the flower buds. After all, this was a risk. If he severed them and ended up harming them, it would be equivalent to him killing Wang Lu and company. But now, the military clearly didn't have any good solutions. There was a high chance that they were going to dissect the students. If they were to do so, death was certain. Therefore, Zhou Wen might as well give it a try. That way, there would at least be a chance of survival. Through the blood-colored avatar's perception, Zhou Wen tried his best to sense the 5 flower buds on the tree. He could vaguely sense that the aura within the 5 flowers seemed somewhat different. They corresponded to the 5 corpses on the bed. Zhou Wen roughly determined which flower bud belonged to Wang Lu before he got the blood-colored avatar to slash at another flower bud. Most people would subconsciously prioritize protecting people who were closer to them. Those who could prioritize protecting strangers or treat them as equals were saints. Zhou Wen wasn't a saint, so he chose an unfamiliar classmate as his first test subject. The astral-blade slashed across the flower bud like a sharp blade. The flower bud and leaves shook a few times, but failed to be lopped off. Zhou Wen's heart tightened. The astral-blade was already considered a relatively powerful offensive primordial energy skill of his. But if the astral-blade couldn't injure the flower bud, it was likely that his other primordial energy skills would be ineffective. Although the saber beam failed to cut off the flower bud, the corpse on the bed suddenly moved and sat up straight like a zombie having come back to life. Chapter 168 Slaying Flowers. The few of them were shocked as they looked at the corpse. It was the corpse of a male student. However, in the next second, the corpse fell back onto the bed without any movement. Yanjun immediately went forward to do a checkup. Qin Wufu also walked to the bed and stared at the corpse, hoping that things would turn for the better. He was in no mood to bother with Zhou Wen and company. The trio stopped in their tracks and watched the situation on the bed. Zhou Wen stood near the wall behind them and got the blood-colored avatar to summon Banana Fairy. The Banana Fairy held the banana leaf and waved it at the flower bud on the tree. The grinding wind swept over, causing the leaves to shake violently. However, that was all. It failed to blow off the flower buds. On the other hand, the corpse began to tremble again. It was an extremely harrowing sight. When Zhou Wen saw that he couldn't even blow off the flower bud with the grinding wind, his expression warped. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to cut off the flower bud today. Unwilling to watch Wang Lu and company die, Zhou Wen had no choice but to summon his pets and attack the flower bud one after another. It could be considered a last-ditch effort. How is this happening? The boy's corpse shook continuously. Yanjun had used several methods, but failed to detect anything, nor could he stop the shaking. Noticing that Yanjun seemed to be at a loss, Qin Wufu couldn't help but frown. Yanjun's medical skills were not only excellent, and the primordial energy art he cultivated had something to do with his life providence and life soul, so he had an ability that was just short of reviving the dead. Now that he couldn't do anything about it, things were clearly turning for the worse. Zhou Wen watched his pets attack the flower bud one by one, but it was completely ineffective. Just as he was feeling disappointed, he saw Truth Listener's figure flash. It arrived in front of the flower bud, grabbed it with its paw, and plucked it off. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be delighted. The moment the flower bud was plucked, the boy, who had been trembling non-stop on the bed, suddenly sat up. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. What are you trying to do? When the boy saw Yanjun about to stab him with a needle, he immediately shouted and jumped down from the bed. Yanjun, quickly stop! Qin Wufu was overjoyed. At the same time, he stopped Yanjun and immediately subdued the boy. He quickly checked his body and discovered that other than being a little weak, the boy was no different from a normal, healthy person. Zhou Wen was also observing the boy. Seeing that he was indeed fine, he got Truth Listener to pluck another flower bud from the tree. The flower buds were easily removed by Truth Listener. This time, Zhou felt a lot more relaxed. He immediately saw the game system notification, obtained an unripe dead man flower. As the flower bud was plucked off, another schoolmate was revived. This delighted Qin Wufu greatly. Li Xian was also overjoyed. He had also touched the dead tree, and had always been very afraid that he would die just like them. Now that he saw them alive again, he immediately felt a weight lift off his chest. Zhou waited for a while, and seeing that the student was fine, he got Truth Listener to pluck the other flower buds. The flower buds were plucked off one after another. Similarly, the schoolmates revived. Wang Lu was the last to wake up as she looked around blankly, unsure of what had happened. Everyone was overjoyed. Only Yanjun frowned, as he sized up the 5 students as if he was filled with doubt. Qin Wufu called out to the other medical personnel, and asked them to give the 5 students a detailed examination. The results were normal, but their bodies were a little weak, and were in need of nourishment. Seeing that they were fine, Zhou heaved a sigh of relief before leaving with Li Xian.
Yanjun, it looks like you're going to be disappointed this time,
Qin Wufu said to him in a good mood before leaving with Jing. However, Yanjun ignored Qin Wufu. He only looked at the test results of the 5 students, and sank into deep thought. How did this happen? Their bodies had completely stopped functioning, so why would they be able to revive without any external help? Yanjun carefully recalled the entire process. The anomaly of the 5 corpses seemed to happen only after the 3 students arrived. Could it be related to the 3 students? Zhou face flashed across Yanjun's mind. Although there were 3 people, he had the deepest impression of Zhou. Perhaps it was because Zhou had said that Wang Lu and company were still alive, or because of Yanjun's intuition, he was increasingly convinced that the matter was related to Zhou as he thought about it. That's interesting. Was this a subconscious act, or did he do something? The corners of Yanjun's mouth pulled up, as though he had thought of something interesting. Yanjun was more inclined to the latter, as he thought to himself, they'd all come into contact with that tree. Could it be some situation that allows them to exert a mutual influence amongst themselves? It looks like there's a need for further research. After Zhou returned to his dorm, he took out the mysterious phone, and looked at the 5 ruby-like flower buds in Truth Listener's hand. Dead man flower, flower of a condensed soul, unripe. After some research, Zhou realized that the 5 flowers could neither vanish nor be absorbed. They didn't seem to be of any use. From the looks of it, it must have been plucked off before it matured. That's why it turned into this. What would happen if the dead man flower matured? Zhou wasn't at all sure. Just as he was considering how to deal with the 5 flower buds, he saw Truth Listener gesturing, as though it had something to tell him. At the same time, Truth Listener's conscience was sent over. The thought was vague and Zhou was unable to take in the information clearly, but he could roughly make out that Truth Listener wanted to eat the 5 flower buds. Since there was no point in keeping them, Zhou agreed. Truth Listener was overjoyed as it opened its mouth and swallowed a flower. Zhou suddenly thought of something as he hurriedly stopped Truth Listener from continuing eating the flower buds. Then, he made a phone call to confirm that the 5 students were fine. Only then did he relax and let Truth Listener swallow the remaining flower buds. Although Truth Listener's tiny body had devoured 5 flower buds, it still looked as though it was yearning for more. Zhou didn't relax as he kept paying attention to the dead man tree's situation. Only after midnight did the red dead man tree gradually change its color. However, it didn't turn back to black, but golden. Zhou remembered that the dead man tree had turned golden when Li Xian touched it. He hurriedly made a call to Li Xian. The ringtone on the other end kept ringing, but no one picked up. On the dead tree, another few sprouts grew out. Chapter 169 Showdown. Zhou kept calling Li Xian's phone, but no one picked up his calls. As for the sprouts, they gradually grew in size, forming a bud. Zhou didn't hesitate. He summoned Truth Listener and plucked a few sprouts. Then, he called Li Xian, and this time, it connected.
"Old Zhou, why are you calling me in the middle of the night?"
Li Xian's half-asleep voice came through the phone.
"I called you more than 10 times. Why didn't you answer?"
Zhou asked.
"No way, right?"
As Li Xian spoke, he looked at his phone. Indeed, there were more than 10 missed calls. He was immediately given a fright.
"Strange, my phone is right beside my pillow. How can it be that I didn't hear it?"
Cultivators had keen senses. No matter how soundly they slept, it was impossible for them not to be woken up by their cell phone's loud ringing.
"Perhaps you've been working too hard recently.
Get some sleep."
"I need some as well."
Zhou was certain that Li Xian had been in the same fake death state as Wang Lu. Ignoring what Li Xian would be thinking, Zhou hung up the phone and looked at the mysterious phone. He saw that Truth Listener had devoured all the little flower buds,
licking its lips as though it hadn't had enough. For the next few days, Zhou Wen didn't game. He stared at the dead man tree every day. As long as it changed its color and sprouted, Zhou Wen got Truth Listener to pluck the flower buds and eat them. As such, there were no more bizarre deaths in the school. At most, it was rumored that someone had fainted, only to awaken quickly. On the 8th day, the dead tree recovered its original black color. Only when there weren't any other changes did Zhou Wen let out a long sigh. However, on second thought, Zhou Wen found it a pity. Up to now, he still didn't know what changes the flowers would undergo if they truly matured. Now that this tree existed in a mobile game, no one can see it again, much less touch it again. I'm afraid there's no chance to see the scene of the flower truly blooming. Zhou Wen felt a little regretful, as he thought to himself, if only this tree can be taken out again. If anyone offends me in the future, I'll plant it at their doorstep. Without knowing how powerful the dead man tree is, they will die just from touching it. A death a touch, 2 touches 2 deaths, how quaint. Zhou Wen only mused over the idea. Since the dead man tree had entered the game, it couldn't be taken out again.
Coach, are you free now?
Feng Qiuyan, who had not seen him in days, suddenly came to Zhou Wen's dorm. Zhou Wen felt a headache when he saw him, but he couldn't chase him away. All he could do was reply,
I'm going to be gaming the whole day. I'm not free.
Feng Qiuyan didn't mind as he continued,
Coach, I have already gained some success in the way of calmness. I hope you can test the results of my recent cultivation.
Zhou Wen wore a look of puzzlement. He didn't remember when he had taught Feng Qiuyan how to calm his mind. Yet, this fellow had actually mastered it.
How do I test it?
It wasn't right for Zhou Wen to say that he had taught him nothing.
I only know how to use a saber. Coach, please spar with me and see if there's any room for improvement in my saber techniques. Consider it my 3rd lesson,
said Feng Qiuyan as he transferred the 20,000 to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen originally wanted to say that he didn't have time to spar with him, but seeing that he could collect 20,000, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Simply sparring gained him 20,000. There was no reason to refuse. He went to a sparring hall in the school with Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan took a practice rubber saber and said to Zhou Wen,
Coach, what weapon would you like? I don't need any weapons.
Zhou Wen had never practiced any weapon skills in the real world. Although he knew how to use swords and sabers, it was only limited to him slashing with brute force. There wasn't anything technical about it, so he might as well not use them.
Coach, on your guard.
Feng Qiuyan didn't stand on ceremony as he slashed with his saber. Feng Qiuyan's saber appeared as heavy as a mountain. It was so fast that one could clearly see it, but not dodge it. Even more terrifying was the biting cold saber aura that came with it. It instantly streaked across several meters and struck Zhou Wen. Feng Qiuyan's saber was fast, but Zhou Wen wasn't slow either. He suddenly darted to the side and dodged Feng Qiuyan's saber aura. At the same time, he used Dragon Gate Fairy skill to escape Feng Qiuyan's sharp and powerful saber aura. Feng Qiuyan's attacks increased in speed with each strike he delivered. Zhou Wen pushed the Dragon Gate Fairy skill to its limits, but he found it increasingly taxing. It was as though he was a tiny boat in a stormy sea that could sink at any moment. Zhou Wen tried everything, but only barely stayed out of striking distance from Feng Qiuyan. If it was purely a competition of skills, Zhou Wen wouldn't even have the chance to counterattack.
Hold on!
Zhou Wen suddenly shouted to stop Feng Qiuyan from continuing his attack.
Coach, what's the matter?
Feng Qiuyan stopped and asked.
You've slashed 23 times since the beginning. Even if each strike only consumes 1 primordial energy point, your primordial energy should have been depleted. How can you still use your saber aura?
Zhou Wen asked Feng Qiuyan. Furthermore, Feng Qiuyan's saber aura was so strong that it was impossible for him to only consume a bit of it. Feng Qiuyan said,
This is because I've raised my primordial energy skill, Rainbow Startling Saber Aura, to rank 10. After advancing to rank 10, the primordial energy consumption is greatly reduced. In addition, my Life Providence and Primordial Energy Art augments my saber technique. It will further reduce the expenditure and accelerate the recovery of my primordial energy. Under normal circumstances, I can continuously slash out 27 times before being completely drained of my primordial energy. Do all primordial energy skills have such effects after reaching rank 10?
Zhou Wen asked in surprise.
Regardless of which primordial energy skill it is, there will be a qualitative leap when it reaches rank 10. However, the effects might be different. Coach, don't you know?
Feng Qiuyan looked at Zhou Wen in puzzlement. He believed that Zhou Wen definitely knew about this.
I've never practiced Rainbow Startling Saber Aura, so I didn't know of the effects when it reached rank 10. I was just asking.
Zhou Wen thought of his Ashen Palm. Although it was only a mortal stage primordial energy skill, it was abnormally powerful. It dealt quite a good deal of damage to legendary creatures. Vigor Divine Fist, which was a mortal stage skill, was already unsuited for him. Astral Slash Blade and Astral Suction Palm don't have any ranks, so I'm afraid they can't be upgraded. Ashen Palm has already reached rank 10, but it's a mortal stage primordial energy skill after all. Its might can't keep up with my current needs, so I'm not sure if there's any possibility of raising it. Zhou Wen decided to use his Ashen Palm to battle Feng Qiuyan. However, he soon discovered that Feng Qiuyan's technique was much more skilled than his. Soon, Zhou Wen was at a disadvantage. All he could do was use Dragon Gate Fairy skill to dodge, making it difficult for him to find a chance to counterattack. Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques were getting faster and more stable. Even without the aid of the saber auras, he still possessed extremely lethal force. Chapter 170 Epiphany in Battle. Typically, someone at the legendary stage had speed that maxed out at 18. Now, the speed of Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques was probably at 28, much less 18. It was getting faster and faster. If one's speed exceeded the user's control limit, causing their reaction to not keep up, it would easily reveal flaws. However, Feng Qiuyan's saber technique was as steady as a mountain. No matter how fast his saber was, he could control it freely without any signs of losing control after increasing his speed. Zhou Wen had to admit that Feng Qiuyan was indeed very mighty. He was practically a genius born for sabers. If Zhou Wen hadn't fought desperately in game to exchange for plenty of combat experience, a legendary student with similar attributes as Zhou Wen would easily have been slain by Feng Qiuyan. From the looks of it, combat techniques are equally important. Primordial energy skills also need to be upgraded to rank 10. Zhou Wen had already discovered his inadequacies. He had learned quite a number of primordial energy skills, but he didn't really have many useful ones. Astral Suction Palm and Astral Slash Blade were very useful, but they drained primordial energy exceedingly fast, depleting him almost instantly. Ashen Palm at the mortal stage was already somewhat unable to keep up with his pace. The legendary Golden Palm was only at rank. After some thought, other than Dragon Gate Fairy skill, Zhou Wen didn't seem to have any useful techniques. At the very least, when facing an expert like Feng Qiuyan, ordinary primordial energy skills were useless. Zhou Wen decided not to counterattack. Instead, he switched his primordial energy art, giving himself a Dao body. He used it to rapidly recover his primordial energy, constantly using Dragon Gate Fairy skill to deal with Feng Qiuyan. Even so, Zhou Wen still found it harder and harder. Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques seemed to be able to increase his saber speed without limit, and each strike was faster than the last, as though there was no limit. There was no limit to his saber speed, but Zhou Wen's movement only had one speed. He was gradually unable to dodge Feng Qiuyan's saber. A glint flashed in Feng Qiuyan's eyes, as though he had already noticed Zhou Wen at his limit. He remained unwavering as a mountain, as he slashed out with both hands. This strike seemed to split a mountain apart, as it seemed indomitable. It moved as fast as thunder as it tore through the air, ignoring all its resistance. With a whine that sliced through the air, it slashed right in front of Zhou Wen. With Zhou Wen's current speed, it was impossible for him to dodge the attack. However, Zhou Wen didn't show any signs of panic. His eyes were calm as the entire world seemed to slow down before him. He tapped his toes on the ground gently, as his body rode the wind and retreated. He didn't look as fast as before, but Feng Qiuyan's saber aura remained 3 inches away from Zhou Wen's clothes. No matter how he tried, he couldn't get close. The alacrity version of raising a weighted feather? Feng Qiuyan's eyes were filled with excitement as he brandished the saber repeatedly with both hands. The saber aura was like a raging tidal wave as it swept towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen felt a sense of calm. In the middle of the battle, he had also gained insight into the concept of raising a weighted feather for the Dragon Gate Fairy skill, pushing it towards rank 10. Dragon Gate Fairy skill at rank 10 not only augmented Zhou Wen with greater speed, but it also increased his ability to stay in midair. It also greatly reduced his primordial energy expenditure. There were other miraculous aspects that couldn't be explained in a few words. Just speed alone was inadequate to match Feng Qiuyan. After all, the Dragon Gate Fairy skill had its limits, but Feng Qiuyan's saber speed seemed to lack any. At the same realm of raising a weighted feather, Feng Qiuyan's saber quickly caught up to Zhou Wen, who was in midair. Just as he was about to strike Zhou Wen, Feng Qiuyan was suddenly taken aback. This was because Zhou Wen's figure suddenly became light. It was as though he was weightless. As he rapidly plummeted, it was as though he had opened a parachute, making his body feel like it was rising instead. This change in speed made Feng Qiuyan show an error in judgment. The saber slashed the area beneath Zhou Wen's feet, failing to touch him. Zhou Wen danced in the air like a fairy, but in the next second, his speed suddenly increased. He grabbed the moment Feng Qiuyan made the mistake, and like a bolt of lightning, struck Feng Qiuyan's head. Feng Qiuyan's saber had lost its force, but his momentum continued propelling his body forward. He was already unable to dodge Zhou Wen's strike. Feng Qiuyan was decisive, as he threw his saber, and turned to his side to dodge Zhou Wen's strike. At the same time, he turned around and brushed past him. With a flip of his hand, he grabbed the saber in midair, and slashed it at Zhou Wen. Then, using the spin he generated that boosted his waist, he slashed at Zhou Wen. In midair, Zhou Wen's figure once again became lightweight, causing Feng Qiuyan to make a mistake in his judgment once more. He struck the empty air again. This time, Feng Qiuyan didn't pursue him, as he stared at Zhou Wen with a glint in his eyes.
As expected of Coach. That was the counter version of raising a weighted feather, wasn't it?
Zhou Wen nodded.
Raising a weighted feather and raising a feather weight. By combining them, it's similar to a technique that mixes truths and bluffs. It's just a small trick. It sounds easy, but it's very difficult in practice. Coach, you've taught me something new again today. I know what to do next. Till next time.
Feng Qiuyan turned around and left without any hesitation. This Feng Qiuyan sure is terrifying. If I hadn't reached rank 10 for the Dragon Gate Fairy skill, I probably would have been defeated. Ignoring the special physiques and primordial energy arts, Feng Qiuyan is much more terrifying than John. Zhou Wen was in a good mood. He had raised the Dragon Gate Fairy skill to rank 10, greatly strengthening his combat strength. Furthermore, he had found his weakness in today's battle, giving him direction for improvement. It's important to increase my level, but my techniques and skills mustn't fall behind. After all, no matter how powerful one is, it requires powerful skills to fully deliver one's greatest strength. Zhou Wen pondered over what skills he should practice. There were too many skills in the world. There were sabers, swords, staffs, spears, whips, axes, hooks, forks, and all sorts of other weapons that had skills that matched them. It was likewise with feet, fists, fingers, palms, and legs. All of them had different skills. A person's time and energy were ultimately limited. Although Zhou Wen was talented and could master everything quickly, being adept at one type of skill was much easier to reach the sublime realm than training in everything. Furthermore, Zhou Wen still needed to take time to raise the few primordial energy skills that were more suitable for him at rank 10. He also needed to spend time gaming to have more high-level crystals drop. He really didn't have that much time to master them all. After some thought, Zhou Wen came up with a perfect plan that killed two birds with one stone. It would be a waste of time to train in weapons, while raising the rank of his primordial energy skills. Therefore, Zhou Wen decided to hone his palm skills before matching it with his ashen palm. With his Dao body rapidly recovering his primordial energy, Zhou Wen felt that he could do both. Since ordinary primordial energy skills can be raised to rank 10, why can't I raise my mortal stage primordial energy skill to the legendary stage? Zhou Wen made up his mind to practice Ashen Palm. Chapter 171 Old Dragon Cave. Wang Fei had been seriously considering how to educate Zhou Wen over the past few days. In the end, her final consideration was that Zhou Wen didn't need repeated practice. Instead, he needed a lamp to shine a path for him, allowing him to see far. Hence, Wang Fei thought of someone, Counselor Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan was an old counselor at Sunset College. He was about to retire, and at present, he was only doing some research work and no longer had class duties. However, he still had a few students by his side. They were all outstanding talents in the school. Although they were not as famous as Wei Ge, they were not inferior to Wei Ge in their field of expertise, and were perhaps even stronger. Wang Mingyuan was Wang Fei's uncle, thus, she knew him very well. She knew that although his level wasn't too high average amongst those at the epic stage, the results of his research were enough to rank him at the top of the league. In certain domains, Wang Mingyuan's theoretical knowledge was so strong that it could be said to be the best in the league. If Wang Fei were to make the request, he would likely give Zhou Wen a chance. But now, she was afraid that Zhou Wen would be too proud and unwilling to learn from him. Wang Mingyuan's theoretical knowledge was indeed very impressive, but he wasn't very strong. In terms of strength, Wang Mingyuan could only be considered as below average amongst the counselors at Sunset College. A genius like Zhou Wen probably wouldn't like such a teacher. Typical geniuses enjoyed having people who could talk the talk and walk the walk. Wang Fei couldn't think of any good solution, so she could only try to persuade him. Zhou Wen was considering which counselor's class he should attend to study palm skills when Wang Fei summoned him to her office.
Zhou Wen, I would like to introduce you to a counselor to learn more. I'll let you study with him for a month. Is there a problem with that?
Wang Fei thought of how she had to convince Zhou Wen later. She wanted to let him know that learning from Wang Mingyuan was a lot more promising than other powerful counselors.
Does that counselor know palm skills?
Zhou Wen asked.
Of course.
Wang Fei nodded. She didn't know why Zhou Wen would ask such a question. However, Wang Mingyuan had indeed studied palm skills, albeit it wasn't his main research focus. Even if he had never researched palm skills, which epic expert hadn't practiced in one?
Alright, I'll attend the class,
Zhou Wen said with a nod. Zhou Wen's straightforward answer left Wang Fei in disbelief. She had thought of many solutions to save this gaming addict, but had failed. For him to agree so readily made her feel like she was dreaming.
Ms. Wang, what's the counselor's name? How can I find him? When can I begin class?
Zhou Wen wasn't willing to waste any time. He needed to quickly make use of every minute to grasp the knowledge related to palm skills. He wanted to choose a palm skill that was suitable for himself before practicing it with Ashen Palm.
The counselor I was referring to is Wang Mingyuan. He no longer has any classes and is only doing some research. I recommend you to be his assistant and learn from him at the same time. You can just visit him.
Wang Fei sent a message to Zhou when using her phone. On it was Wang Mingyuan's laboratory address. After some hesitation, Wang Fei asked,
"Do you need me to take you there?" "Thank you, Ms. Wang. I'll be fine."
After thanking Wang Fei, Zhou Wen went out in search of the address. He originally believed that Wang Mingyuan's laboratory was in one of the experimental buildings on campus, but he soon discovered that the lab was in a dimensional zone. Old Dragon Cave. Zhou Wen wasn't unfamiliar with this place. It was one of the caves in Dragon Gate Grotto. Wang Lu had previously been there, claiming that there were dragon roars and treasure glow inside. Zhou Wen had never encountered a dragon's roar or treasure glow before, but he had been to Xixiang Kiln to see the Dragon Gate 20 pieces. Despite its name, Old Dragon Cave's interior was mostly occupied with Buddha statues. Zhou Wen had already been here once, so he was familiar with the area. However, he didn't venture deep the last time. After passing through one cave after another, he saw a stone cave that had a manually installed door. Zhou Wen knocked on the door, and a young male student opened it. He had long hair and looked rather delicate.
Jiang Yan?
Zhou Wen was slightly surprised. He actually knew the student. He was the student counselor who had recognized Death City.
Zhou Wen, right? Counselor Mingyuan mentioned that you were coming. However, he's at Dragon's Well to carry out some inspection work. He won't be able to meet you for the time being, but you don't have to worry. He has left some work for you.
Jiang Yan took Zhou Wen into the lab. Although it was called a laboratory, it was actually just a cave that had a large door installed. There were some apparatus and machinery inside, and on the other side, there were also daily necessities. It looked extremely crude and hard to imagine.
Hui Haifeng.
Zhou Wen saw two other students in the laboratory. One of them was Hui Haifeng. When Hui Haifeng saw Zhou Wen, he said with a smile,
"I never expected you to become Counselor Mingyuan's disciple. Great, we can be considered true fellow disciples. Actually, I just wanted to learn some palm skills,"
Zhou Wen said as he scratched his nose.
"It's alright, Teacher Mingyuan is understanding and reasonable. You can learn anything you want. He won't force you to learn things you aren't fond of, nor will he make you do things you aren't happy about."
Hui Haifeng smiled and said,
"But before that, you have to finish the job left behind by Counselor Mingyuan. See that thing there? It's the work Counselor Mingyuan left you before he left."
Zhou Wen looked in the direction of Hui Haifeng's finger, and saw that in the corner of the cave, there was a hollow. It was pitch black and deep like a well. At the edge of the hollow, there was a chain that extended out. It was as thick as an arm, and was pitch black in color. It was made of some unknown metal.
"Your job is to pull that chain up, and then you can rest,"
Hui Haifeng said with a smile. Although Hui Haifeng looked good when he smiled, his smile made Zhou Wen feel like he was up to no good. Jiang Yan, who was elsewhere, didn't say a word. He only handed a piece of paper to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen saw that the note mentioned his arrival today, and that work had been arranged for him. It was signed off by Wang Mingyuan. "Since it's work left behind by Mr. Wang, I'll just do it." Zhou Wen had no choice but to walk to the hollow and grab the chain. The moment he placed his hands on it, they immediately retracted as if they had been electrocuted, causing Hui Haifeng to laugh out loud. Chapter 172 Dragon Fishing. Zhou Wen found the chain bone-chilling. It was colder than holding an ice block, as though the frost would drill into his bones. Hui Haifeng laughed and said,
"There's no need to be afraid. The coldness in the chains can't hurt your legendary body. Why is this chain so cold?"
Zhou Wen once again held the chain, feeling as though he had reached his hand into liquid nitrogen. Of course, this was only Zhou Wen's feeling. He had never attempted to put his hand into the liquid nitrogen. Hui Haifeng said,
"This hollow's name is Dragon's Well, but there's no water underneath. Instead, there's a very thick white fog. The white fog is extremely cold, and there are some places where the temperature is even lower than liquid nitrogen. This chain extends all the way into it, and is affected by the white fog, causing it to turn extremely cold. If an ordinary person were to hold the chain, they would probably freeze their fingers in no time. However, with the body at the legendary stage, the effects won't be too severe. What's this chain for?
Zhou Wen asked as he pulled up the chain.
Do you know how to fish?
Hui Haifeng asked without answering Zhou Wen's question.
I tried when I was young. It was just for fun, nothing serious.
Zhou Wen answered.
Then you have to study hard. This chain is used to fish something. It's not fish, but a dragon.
Hui Haifeng said sternly.
Dragon fishing?
Zhou Wen looked at Hui Haifeng in surprise, hoping that he could make things clear. Hui Haifeng explained.
This chain was created by Counselor Ming Yuan in order to fish up the dragon in Dragon's Well. There's a dragon down there? What kind of dragon is it?
Zhou Wen was even more intrigued. In this era, any kind of mythical creature could appear. However, dragons were a legend after all. It was probably something that only those at the mythical stage could see. The average person had no chance of encountering one.
I don't know. It's something Counselor Ming Yuan deduced. We have never seen it before, but this Dragon's Well does emit a dragon's roar rather frequently. Occasionally, we can see a strange light shining out from Dragon's Well,
Hui Haifeng said. At that moment, a languid voice suddenly interjected.
No one has ever heard the voice of a dragon before, so how do you know that it's a dragon's roar? I think that even if there's anything down there, it's just a type of dimensional creature. It has nothing to do with dragons spoken in myths.
Apart from Zhou Wen, there were 3 students in the laboratory. The person who spoke was the third person other than Hui Haifeng and Jiang Yan. He put his hands behind his head languidly and slumped back on a chair. His legs were casually placed on the table, in a desultory fashion.
His name is Zhong Zia, another student of Counselor Wang.
Hui Haifeng briefly introduced him. Zhong Zia leaned against the chair and casually greeted Zhou Wen.
Junior, you came at the right time. I've had to pull up that crappy chain in the past. Now that you're here, I'm finally free. I have to thank you for that. It's only right.
Zhou Wen didn't think much of it as he continued pulling the chain upwards. It was unknown how long the chain was, but Zhou Wen didn't find its end despite pulling up more than 10 meters. Furthermore, the areas he gripped turned colder as the chain was pulled up. It was something that Zhou Wen was unable to withstand despite his potent body. All he could do was circulate his Lotus Flower Buddha body primordial energy skill to protect his hands to withstand the terrifying cold.
Junior, you can't use any primordial energy skills when you pull the chains. This is a rule set by teacher,
Zhong Zia said languidly. Among the 3 of them, he was the only one who called Wang Mingyuan teacher instead of the usual
Counselor. Is there such a rule?
Zhou Wen looked at Hui Haifeng and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sat by the side reading quietly, as if he hadn't heard Zhou Wen's words. He felt oblivious to whatever was happening, only focused on reading. Hui Haifeng, on the other hand, was using some equipment to train his body. As he trained, he said,
Counselor Mingyuan has indeed set this rule. We can't do anything about it. Just bear with it for a while. Thankfully, the cold really won't hurt you. It just makes you feel a little uncomfortable. What a strange counselor.
Zhou Wen had no choice but to stop using his Lotus Flower Buddha body. All he could do was rely on his flesh and blood to resist the coldness from the chain. The more Zhou Wen pulled, the colder his hand became. His fingers were so numb that they couldn't even bend. However, Zhou Wen didn't seem to have any intention of stopping as he continued pulling the chain. Hui Haifeng, Jiang Yan, and Zhong Zia looked at Zhou Wen either intentionally or unintentionally as though they were watching something interesting. He kept pulling until all 10 fingers turned numb from the cold. With a slip of his hand, the metal chain that he had pulled up by nearly 100 meters slid down again. Hui Haifeng and company only watched. None of them said a word, nor did they have any intention of helping him. Zhou Wen looked at the falling chain and didn't feel discouraged. He sat by the side and rested for a while. After the coldness in his hands dissipated and his fingers returned to normal, he got up to pull the chain again. This time, Zhou Wen did better than the last time. When he reached a little more than 100 meters, he couldn't stand the cold again, causing the chains to fall again. Zhou Wen waited for his hands to recover before picking up the chain again. This time, he pulled out more than 110 meters, but he ultimately failed to withstand the coldness on the chains, causing it to slide down once more. After repeatedly pulling for 7 to 8 hours, Zhou Wen still failed to pull out the entire chain. Just as he was about to continue pulling the chain, he saw someone crawl out of Dragon's Well. The man was wearing an Arctic suit and had a helmet on his head. When he climbed up, he took off his helmet, revealing a mature man's gentle face. He looked rather young and had long hair. A few strands of white hair made him look more mature and masculine. He looked like a superstar in movies. Zhou Wen originally thought it was a senior, but ended up hearing Hui Haifeng say,
Counselor, you're back?
This is Wang Mingyuan? Zhou Wen looked at the man in front of him in surprise, momentarily unable to accept it. He heard from Wang Fei that Wang Mingyuan was about to retire, and thought that he was probably an old counselor with a head full of white hair. He never expected Wang Mingyuan to look like that.
Are your hands all right?
Wang Mingyuan nodded at Hui Haifeng and company before naturally pulling Zhou Wen's hands over. A warm energy flowed into Zhou Wen's hands and instantly dispersed the coldness.
Thank you, counselor. I'm fine.
Zhou Wen hurriedly thanked him. Wang Mingyuan released Zhou Wen's hand and asked with a smile.
How many times did you pull the chain?
Chapter 173-7 Distribution Palm.
I didn't count, probably dozens of times.
Zhou Wen answered.
Why didn't you think of other solutions after making so many failed attempts?
Wang Mingyuan asked Zhou Wen with interest.
I just wanted to try pulling it up,
Zhou Wen said. When Wang Mingyuan heard this, he smiled and said,
You're quite interesting. The three of you, tell him how you pulled the chain for the first time.
Wang Mingyuan's words were obviously directed at Hui Haifeng and the rest. Hui Haifeng was the first to speak.
When I pulled the chains, I felt that the chain was too cold, so I sped up, pulling it all the way up before my hands froze.
Seeing Wang Mingyuan's gaze on him, Jiang Yan held a book in his hand and said,
I also felt that the chain's bottom was too cold, so I slowed down my speed. Sometime after the chain leaves the frost, the temperature naturally gets higher. Slowly, I pulled the chain up.
Zhong Zia pursed his lips, but didn't say anything. Wang Mingyuan said,
Zia doesn't abide by the rules the most. When he couldn't pull it up, he used a primordial energy skill to pull the chain up. Speaking of which, 3 of the 5 students who studied under me succeeded the first time when pulling the chain. 2 of them failed to pull it up, but you are the first to fail despite making so many attempts.
Wang Mingyuan smiled at Zhou Wen.
Who was the other person who failed?
Zhou Wen asked curiously.
One of your seniors who has already graduated.
Wang Mingyuan said indifferently, and didn't mention it again. He continued,
The rules are for rookies to pull the chain up before they are allowed to rest. All right.
Zhou Wen walked back to Dragon's Well and grabbed the chain before pulling it up again. However, Zhou Wen didn't seem to learn from the lesson or use the experiences of his seniors. He continued pulling at the same pace as before, and eventually he failed. Wang Mingyuan only smiled and didn't bother him anymore. He took off his Arctic suit and changed into casual clothes. He then put on an apron and took out some vegetables to begin cooking. Not long after, the dishes were ready. There wasn't much variety, and they were relatively light and plain. They were basically vegetarian dishes, with the only non-vegan dish being hard-boiled eggs. The few students gathered around the table to eat. Zhou Wen put down the chain and came over, ignoring the rules. Wang Mingyuan didn't say a word, as he similarly handed a set of cutlery to Zhou Wen. Everyone was given a bowl of porridge and an egg. After the meal, Zhou Wen continued to pull the chain. Wang Mingyuan, Hui Haifeng, and company did their own things. Apart from having the necessary exchanges, none of them spoke much. Zhou Wen had originally come here to study palm skills, but he ended up becoming the chain puller. He ate and slept as usual, and only managed to pull up the nearly 200-meter-long chain at noon the next day. When the end was pulled out, Zhou Wen was taken aback. The end of the chain looked like a giant fish hook, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it wasn't a fish hook, but in the shape of a ship anchor. Furthermore, Zhou Wen had seen such a ship-shaped anchor twice. The first time was at the Shiyuan crystal shop, and the second time was on Gu Dian's pocket watch. However, the anchor didn't have a woman's side profile, and the hook was polished sharp. It looked like it was used as a hook. Zhou Wen reached out to the side of the ship's anchor and touched it. He couldn't help but frown when he realized that it had signs of being polished.
Dragons are very greedy creatures, especially when it comes to food.
As Wang Mingyuan spoke, he brought a bag of companion eggs over and used rope to secure them on the hook.
Lower it. I hope there'll be something next time,
Wang Mingyuan said as he looked at the bottomless dragon's well. Zhou Wen lowered the chain back down. After finishing all his work, he came in front of Wang Mingyuan and asked,
Counselor, is there anything else you need me to do? In the future, you will be in charge of pulling the chain. Everything else will depend on your own interests. I heard from Little Fei that you want to learn palm skills?
Wang Mingyuan said gently.
Yes.
Zhou Wen nodded.
Most cultivators nowadays train in weapons. Even if it's physical training, there are many people who train their fists and legs. There are very few who train their palms and fingers. It's mainly because fist and leg-related skills are easy to learn but difficult to master. On the other hand, palm and finger-related skills are difficult to learn but easily mastered. There's no real difference between the two. It's the same when you practice either to the extreme. However, most people like to start with the simple. That's why fist and leg skills are popular these days. As for palm and finger skills, they are difficult to gain basic mastery, making them unpopular,
Wang Mingyuan said with a sigh.
If I wanted to train in palm skills, how should I gain a basic mastery?
Although Zhou knew Ashen Palm, it was only a method of using strength and not a technique. Now, what Zhou wanted to learn was technique.
That depends on the type of palm skill you wish to cultivate in. Fists are external, while palms are internal. Ordinary fist skills go from the outside to the inside, while palm skills are the opposite. In the past, there was an old saying, rather endure 10 punches than a palm strike. It means that the palm strikes directly injure the organs, causing more serious damage to the body. However, it's very difficult to gain basic mastery of such palm skills that focus on the internal. It requires long periods of practice. If you only wish to practice palm techniques, I have a few good ones. Gaining basic mastery is relatively simple. There are my comments on it. You can follow your own ideas to practice in it.
Wang Mingyuan said as he handed a diary to Zhou. Zhou opened it and saw that it was filled with the content of the palm techniques. Furthermore, it was all handwritten. There were many parts that had detailed notes. They were crystal clear at a glance. Wang Mingyuan's handwriting was beautiful and graceful, a truly rare one. Even though Zhou wasn't a calligraphic expert, he found it extremely beautiful, leaving him comfortable just from looking at it.
Thank you, counselor. I'll take a look at these palm techniques first. I'll seek your advice on the rest later.
Zhou had come here for the palm techniques. To him, the diary was like a treasure he had obtained. Wang Mingyuan didn't say anything else as he continued his research. Zhou stayed in the laboratory and had to pull the chain every day. Despite there being many companion eggs hanging on it when lowered, they were gone when he pulled them up. It was the same every time. This left Zhou somewhat curious. He wanted to use his cell phone to enter Dragon's Well to probe, but he had recently been studying Wang Mingyuan's palm techniques, so he didn't deliberately enter the game. There were a total of 7 palm techniques recorded in the diary. Although the moves were different, they were mostly similar. However, Wang Mingyuan managed to note down some of their ingenuity. Each palm technique was recorded, and there were a total of 7 moves. These 7 moves were called 7 Distribution Palm by Wang Mingyuan. Each move was ingenious, and had a completely different style. Chapter 174 Dragon's Well. Chapter 174 Dragon's Well. Zhou felt that Wang Mingyuan, as a counselor, was rather interesting. When he had questions, Wang Mingyuan would answer every question he asked. Although he didn't speak much, he explained in detail. Wang Mingyuan wouldn't take the initiative to teach Zhou and Jiang Yin and the others anything either. He would only explain when they asked. Usually, he would do all sorts of research. Zhou could understand some research projects, but he couldn't figure out the meaning behind them. For example, if Wang Mingyuan allowed Jiang Yin to record the entire life process of an ant's day, Zhou couldn't work out the meaning behind it. It was an ordinary ant, not a dimensional creature. It wasn't even considered a mutated creature from Earth. What surprised Zhou was that Jiang Yin actually stared at the artificial ant nest created by transparent materials for 24 hours without moving. Anyways, Zhou found these people odd. Only Hui Haifeng looked a little more normal. Although the 7 distribution palm had a few moves, it wasn't easy to learn them. One had to first master the 7 palm techniques and understand their essence, so as to better understand and master the 7 moves. Zhou was Zhou after all. He trained with full focus, and in less than 2 days, he had learned the 7 distribution palm. All he lacked was proficiency, and use in actual combat. Wang Mingyuan didn't manage them, so Zhong Zia would sleep on the table every day after he was done with his work. No one would bother about him. After Zhou pulled up the chain, he took out his mysterious phone and sat in a corner to open the Dragon Gate Grotto's dungeon and chose Old Dragon Cave. The blood-colored avatar quickly found Dragon's Well, which Wang Mingyuan and company had named. In the game, Dragon's Well was an underground hole with no signs of artificial excavation or the chain. Zhou knew that the bottom of Dragon's Well was deep and extremely cold. He summoned the Silver Wings and switched to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, which strengthened his physique before descending Dragon's Well. Dragon's Well's mouth was only about a meter wide in diameter, and the lower he went, the wider it became. However, when he was about 50 meters down, he saw white fog everywhere, making it difficult to see clearly. What was even more terrifying was that the temperature in the white fog was strangely low. After Zhou used the lotus flower Buddha body, he still felt extremely cold when he came into contact with the white fog. The coldness drilled right into his bones, and, shortly after using all his strength to descend amidst the white fog, the screen turned black as the blood-colored avatar froze to death. Although Zhou body was fine, he shared the same feelings as the blood-colored avatar. The feeling of freezing to death was extremely uncomfortable. Even the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra and the lotus flower Buddha body can't withstand the white fog's coldness. How low is the temperature? Zhou was alarmed, but he wasn't willing to give up.
After some thought, he revived the blood-colored avatar again. Zhou switched the primordial energy art to the ancient Imperial Sutra before letting the blood-colored avatar descend into Dragon's Well. Every time Zhou circulated the ancient Imperial Sutra, he felt as though a ball of fire was burning in his body. He wanted to try and see if the heat of the ancient Imperial Sutra could withstand the cold. The moment he entered Dragon's Well, Zhou felt something was different. Back when he used the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, although his resistance had increased, he could still sense the cold. Now that he was using the ancient Imperial Sutra, he only felt warm throughout his body, without any cold at all. When the blood-colored avatar entered the white fog, Zhou only felt a slight chill. Soon, the heat in his body dissipated the cold. Zhou was delighted. The ancient Imperial Sutra had a miraculous effect resisting the cold. While enduring the terrifying cold, Zhou continued descending. The temperature dropped with distance, and after 200 meters, even the ancient Imperial Sutra's power appeared somewhat lacking. It left Zhou feeling a chill, albeit a tiny bit. It wasn't enough to truly harm the blood-colored avatar's body. How deep is this Dragon's Well? Zhou vision was blocked. Thankfully, the Truth Listener earring had given him a powerful sense of hearing, allowing him to use his sense of hearing to replace his sense of sight. He could see dozens of meters through the white fog, and if there were sufficiently large fluctuations in the distance, Zhou could hear it from afar. He still didn't reach the bottom after descending another 100-odd meters. However, Dragon's Well had already expanded to a gigantic underground space. Zhou's hearing was no longer good enough to reach the surrounding stone walls. By the time he reached a distance of nearly 500 meters, he felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. If he continued, he might just freeze to death like the first time. I can't go any further down. Zhou hesitated for a moment before getting the blood-colored avatar to summon a golden warrior companion beast. This was an ordinary golden warrior whose attributes were pretty good. Zhou had originally planned on using it for fusion when he incubated it. The golden warrior didn't know how to fly. After being summoned, it immediately plummeted and disappeared into the white fog. Thanks to the golden warriors falling through the white fog and creating sound and material flux, Zhou was able to use Truth Listener's hearing to see it and have an image form in his mind. The golden warrior kept falling. The golden warrior with the golden body life providence was unable to resist the cold produced by the white fog. Rust grew on its jade-like skin as it rapidly spread throughout its body. After falling a distance away, the golden warrior's body was frozen into an ice sculpture, emitting creaking sounds. Before long, it exploded, splintering into broken ice blocks that plummeted further. As the fragments fell, they became smaller and smaller. Almost at the point of losing sight of them, Zhou heard a terrifying scene. As the tiny ice fragments streaked across the white fog, Zhou heard them land on something before a scene formed in his mind. It was a creature that resembled a winding mountain range. On a huge stone pillar that resembled a mountain peak, there was an oval-shaped object, looking like an offering. When the ripples produced by the ice fragments touched the oval object, it made Zhou clearly understand what it was. The surface of the object wasn't smooth, but rather, seemed to be wrapped by threads. Is that a cocoon? The oval object in Ant City appeared in Zhou's mind. It looked very similar to the cocoon in both shape and size. Before Zhou could think further, the terrifying creature that had been hid by the ice fragments suddenly opened its huge mouth and roared upwards. It was an extremely strange sound that Zhou found indescribable. It wasn't like a beast's roar, nor was it a bird's screech. It was like a long hum from a musical instrument. Bam! When the sound wave reached him, the blood-colored avatar's body immediately exploded, and the game screen went black. Is that thing down there really a dragon? Is the thing it's protecting the same as the cocoon protected by the golden flying ant? Zhou was filled with puzzlement. Chapter 175 Dr. Soul. Chapter 175 Dr. Soul. Zhou found it impossible to snatch the treasure from the terrifying dragon, like creature's proverbial jaws. With just a casual roar, the fellow instantly killed the blood-colored avatar despite the 200 to 300 meters. This was probably a top existence among epic creatures, or even a mythical creature. In contrast, Zhou felt that the golden flying ant was much easier to deal with. From the looks of it, I should think of a way to finish off the golden flying ant and see what's inside the cocoon. Zhou was extremely curious. However, Zhou was still lacking to date. Even if he continuously used the Granding Wind, he was still no match for the golden flying ant. It's a little difficult to kill the golden flying ant. Is there any way to obtain the cocoon without killing it? The more Zhou thought about it, the more he found it feasible. Before that, I need to have sufficient speed. The Dragon Gate Fairy skill nimbleness is sufficient, but its thrust and absolute speed aren't its strength. Zhou frowned as he thought. He wondered what primordial energy skill could make him faster. Zhou, why are you frowning? Did you encounter some difficult problem?
Wang Mingyuan happened to walk over and asked when he saw Zhou Wen frowning and thought.
Teacher.
Zhou Wen subconsciously called out. He found it easier to address him as teacher, like Zhong Zia, so he began following Zhong Zia.
What problem did you encounter? Why don't you tell me?
Wang Mingyuan said with interest. He didn't seem to have the airs of a teacher, evident from how he often cooked for Zhou and Jiang Yin, and the rest whenever he had nothing to do. If one didn't know his identity as a counselor, one would completely treat him as an older brother next door.
Teacher, I've learned the Dragon Gate Fairy skill, but I feel that it isn't fast enough. Are there any faster primordial energy skills that imbue alacrity at the legendary stage?
Zhou Wen asked Wang Mingyuan the question that happened to be on his mind. Wang Mingyuan thought for a moment and said,
The Dragon Gate Fairy skill is considered one of the best alacrity-type primordial energy skills at the legendary stage. There are even faster primordial energy skills, and our Sunset College does have such a primordial energy skill, but it's not easy to obtain it. What's that primordial energy skill? Which zone has it?
Zhou Wen was delighted when he heard that.
Outside Sunset City, there's a strange dimensional creature known as the Sun-Chasing Bird. It has a type of primordial energy skill called Sun Chasing, allowing people to possess a speed faster than Dragon Gate Fairy skill. In addition, the speed up isn't just twice as fast,
said Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Wen was taken aback when he heard that. The reason Sunset College had that name was largely due to Sunset City. No human had ever been able to enter the dimensional zone known as Sunset City. It was even more terrifying than Tiger Cage Pass. To hunt dimensional creatures there, ones that could fly and with unparalleled speed-type primordial energy skills, was extremely difficult for humans. Although sun-chasing birds were only at the legendary stage, Zhou Wen believed that the difficulty of killing one wasn't lower than killing a golden flying ant. After all, it wasn't an easy task to catch up to it in the sky. There's always a chance no matter what. I'll visit the exterior of Sunset City to take a look. If I can download Sunset City as a game dungeon, it's not like I have no chance of killing the sun-chasing birds. Zhou Wen applied for a leave of absence with Wang Mingyuan and planned on searching the area outside Sunset City for the tiny palm symbol. Since Wang Mingyuan didn't restrict their freedom, and it wasn't the time to pull up the chain, he approved of Zhou Wen's departure. Zhou Wen left Old Dragon Cave, and, while walking up the steps of Dragon Gate Grotto, he began wondering how he could obtain the cocoon if he couldn't kill the sun-chasing birds. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt his heart palpitate as though something ominous was about to happen. It made his cold sweat flow down his back. He was alarmed, as he immediately observed the area ahead of him. He saw a man walking towards him on the same flight of stairs. He wasn't ugly, but he looked a little cold.
Yanjun?
Zhou Wen recognized the person as the unease and palpitations in his heart intensified. When he first met Yanjun, he felt that this person was a little sinister.
We finally meet again. I've been waiting so long for you,
Yanjun said as he walked over, staring at Zhou Wen. Clearly, he was here for him. Zhou Wen turned around in a bid to leave, but he was dumbfounded when he turned around. He saw a figure wearing a white coat standing not far behind him, nearly sticking to his back, yet he hadn't realized it. The shadow looked like a human, but its feet didn't touch the ground. Instead, it was floating above the stone steps.
That's my life's soul. His name is Dr. Soul.
Yanjun's voice came from behind. Zhou Wen's expression changed as he summoned his wings, hoping to combine it with his God-fiend life providence to fly up. However, Dr. Soul's left eye seemed to flash like a camera. The flash in his eye contained a strange red color. The moment, he was illuminated by the red light. Zhou Wen's body, which was about to soar into the sky, instantly froze. He was unable to move an inch. Zhou Wen felt his muscles stiffen, and he couldn't move his body. He couldn't even summon his companion beasts. Yanjun came in front of Zhou Wen and sized him up before saying with interest,
I've investigated all the students who entered Death City. Only 3 of them didn't touch the black tree you mentioned, including you. But why did you say that you touched that tree? Why did you lie?
Zhou Wen was trapped by some kind of power, and couldn't even speak. Yanjun snapped his fingers as the red light in Dr. Soul's eye flashed. Zhou Wen immediately felt his mouth regain its function, but the rest of his body remained motionless.
You are only a courier, not a policeman. What right do you have to treat me like this?
Zhou Wen asked.
It's fine if you don't wish to say it. I can speak for you. After you came to the morgue, Wang Lu and the other students came back from the dead. As for the other students who touched the black tree, they also experienced a temporary fainting spell, but quickly returned to normal. This is clearly very abnormal. Tell me, what did you do?
Yanjun asked as he stared at Zhou Wen.
I don't understand what you're getting at. Release me immediately or I'll shout for help,
Zhou Wen said with a frown.
It's useless. Everyone's brain waves or souls will be affected or controlled within a certain range by Dr. Soul's powers. Unless permission is granted by me, no one can see us or hear our voices. Even if I were to kill you here, no one would have any reaction.
Yanjin said indifferently. Zhou Wen shouted out in disbelief a few times. Indeed, the cultivators that came and went in Dragon Gate Grotto nearby didn't seem to hear a thing or see them.
Answer my question, or let me dissect your body and find the answer myself.
Yanjin's eyes were burning with zeal. He was like a lunatic, as he held a small and exquisite scalpel in his hand that emitted a chilling cold light. Chapter 176 Madman.
You are a coroner. Don't you know that this is against the law?
Zhou Wen kept using all sorts of powers at his disposal in an attempt to break the force that restrained him physically. However, it was completely useless. With Dr. Soul staring at him from behind, with its left eye flashing with a sanguine light, he felt as though his soul had been sealed. Zhou Wen was unable to use his primordial energy skills, nor was he able to circulate the primordial energy arts or summon a companion beast. Even the lost Immortal Sutra that automatically circulated seemed to freeze. However, this didn't throw Zhou Wen into despair. This was because, in such an extreme environment, there was a strange and familiar power growing within him.
The law is created by man. If I'm strong enough, then I can set the law. It's not a problem,
Yanjin said calmly, but the fervor in his eyes grew stronger.
But you aren't strong enough to ignore the law. If you kill me, do you think you can escape punishment from the law?
Zhou Wen asked.
That's why I get Dr. Soul to do it. Otherwise, a legendary student like you wouldn't need me to use my life soul.
Yanjin approached Zhou Wen and used his fingers to open his eyelids. As he leaned in to carefully study Zhou Wen's eyes, he said,
Even if I dissected you here, no one would know that I was here, much less know that I dissected you here. Therefore, it's best you answer my question obediently. What did you do? How did you affect the souls of those students? I told you, I have no idea what you're talking about. I could only sense the aura of the black tree on their bodies. I don't know anything else, nor did I do anything,
Zhou Wen said.
It's fine. It's fine if you don't wish to tell me. All I need is a tiny surgery to know everything about you,
Yanjin said as he swished his scalpel above Zhou Wen's head with the scalpel. He said indifferently,
I'll cut open your skull and extract your brain to read the memories inside. This isn't difficult for Dr. Soul. Why are you doing this? What do you gain by doing it?
Zhou Wen asked through clenched teeth. He knew Yanjin wasn't joking.
What do I gain?
Yanjin said slowly.
All this time, science and medicine have never been able to resolve the question of the origins of life. The so-called explanations are full of loopholes. Life is not a machine, and human consciousness is not purely an intelligent program. How did their consciousness come about? What kind of relationship does it have with the body? Can consciousness exist independently away from the body? All these questions are very interesting. Does that mean you can kill your own kind without a qualm just to figure out these questions?
Zhou Wen looked at Yanjin as though he was looking at a lunatic.
Life is short, so it's only a matter of time before one dies. But my research is eternal. If my research succeeds, I can extract the consciousness of humans, or perhaps should I say the soul. Then, all humans will be able to gain eternal life. When that happens, I will be the savior of humans, and all humans will be grateful to me for I will be the one who made them gain eternal life. In this period of time, sacrifices are inevitable for research purposes. It's an undeniable outcome for human advancement.
Yanjin seemed to be talking about something very ordinary.
You really are mad.
Zhou Wen was dumbfounded.
Mad? That's right. This is an era of madness. Who in the past would believe that there are dimensional creatures in this world? Who would have imagined that there would be companion beasts and magical powers? Who knows if true gods might exist in those dimensional zones? And what I'm doing now is to become a god of humanity, allowing human life to truly belong to themselves, without being controlled by any other power. Aging, ailment, death, and disability will all become history, and no longer be a problem that troubles humanity.
The more Yanjin spoke, the more excited he became.
If my research succeeds, all humans can let their souls leave their weak bodies and enter high-level bodies at will. For example, you can use a tank as your body. You can also use powerful dimensional creatures as your body. As long as you are willing, you can have everything, and not have a weak, regrettable body as we have now.
Zhou Wen didn't know if he should call Yanjin a genius or a lunatic. All he knew was that he was truly crazy, and he wasn't willing to become the necessary sacrifice he mentioned.
Perhaps what you said makes sense, but unfortunately, there's nothing special about my body. I also have no idea about the matter you were talking about. Are you sure you want to dissect me?
Zhou Wen calmed down. In his body, that familiar yet unfamiliar power was brewing, like an ancient beast hidden under the calm sea. Zhou Wen knew that the power was his life providence. It was the Sai of the King that was produced by the combination of the Lost Immortal Sutra and his talent. Ever since he advanced to the legendary stage, Zhou had been able to sense the existence of the Sai of the King. It was like a part of his body, as though he had an additional body organ, an existence that resembled limbs. But before this, Zhou had no idea how to use the new organ in his body. He could sense its existence and knew that it possessed immense power, but he was unable to use it. Only moments ago did Zhou finally sense the Sai of the King, and how he could use it when his body was restrained by Dr. Soul. Humans were peculiar animals. Most of the time, they would only use the organs they needed. Many organs that they didn't need would degenerate due to prolonged periods of idleness, to the point of forgetting how to use them. A typical human's life providence was a passive ability. There was no need for one to take the initiative to use it, but Zhou Sai of the King was clearly different. When he truly sensed that the Sai of the King could be used by him, the force had already begun to spread within his body, like an ancient beast occupying his body.
Scientific research has many uncertain factors to begin with, so it's inevitable to take a wrong path. After all, this is a study for becoming a god. No matter how many failures there are, they can be forgiven.
Yan Zhen's expression turned colder. The scalpel in his left hand had already reached Zhou forehead. His voice said without any emotion,
"Don't worry. I won't let you suffer too much pain. I'll start with your skull and expose your pineal gland. Then it will be your left brain, followed by your right. When your brain is completely dissected, Dr. Soul will be able to use his powers to read the information within."
As Yan Zhen spoke, the scalpel's blade shimmered with some crystalline light. Under his slender fingers, he was about to cut through Zhou skull. Boom! At the instant, Yan Zhen's fingers moved, the force which resembled an ancient beast within Zhou body erupted. Chapter 177 Terrifying Life Providence. The scalpel's blade was already clinging to the skin on Zhou head, and was just about to cut in, but at that moment, Yan Zhen's pupils constricted. The scalpel's light flickered, but it could no longer move an inch forward. It was as if it was being held by an invisible force. No matter how much strength Yan Zhen exerted, he couldn't move an inch.
"You do have secrets on you."
Yan Zhen was delighted instead of being alarmed. His eyes burned with frenzy as terrifying power erupted from his body, transforming into streams of light that gathered onto the scalpel, causing the light on it to become even more terrifying, one that was as resplendent as the sun. Behind Zhou, Dr. Soul also released terrifying power simultaneously. He also held a surgical blade condensed from a beam of light, and slashed it at the back of Zhou head. Even though Zhou body didn't move, Yan Zhen and Dr. Soul appeared to be grabbed by a huge, invisible hand. They suddenly lost their balance and floated in front of Zhou. Yan Zhen's face was filled with shock as he struggled with all his might. The blood-red glow in the eyes of Dr. Soul's eyes kept flickering, but it was completely useless. It was as if they were being controlled by an invisible hand, unable to move or make a sound. As the hand tightened, their bodies were being squeezed thinner and thinner. Flesh deformed as bones warped, and his eyes protruded out.
"No! Impossible. How can a student at the legendary stage have such great power?"
Yan Zhen was overcome with fear. Despite using all his strength, he was unable to resist that terrifying power. Bam! With a violent roar, Yan Zhen and the Dr. Soul were crushed by that invisible force and ended up dying. Zhou watched as Yan Zhen was squashed, but he didn't have it any better. The awakening of the Sai of the Kings brought unimaginable power. After Zhou's body recovered thanks to the force, his bones emitted a creaking sound as though they would snap at any moment. His flesh and organs were under immense pressure. All the blood vessels in his body protruded, and many of the more fragile fine capillaries had ruptured. His organs felt like they had been crushed to smithereens. It wasn't only Yan Zhen who couldn't move. Even Zhou was unable to move thanks to the terrifying force. It was as though he was carrying a mountain on his back. Unlike Yan Zhen, Zhou could see a shadow appear over his body. It was this figure that had squeezed Yan Zhen and Dr. Soul to their deaths. Bam! Zhou couldn't withstand the terrifying power from his body, as he collapsed to the ground with one knee propping him up. Blood spewed out of his mouth, as the power that descended on him became more terrifying. It exceeded the limits of what his body could withstand. His organs looked like they were about to split apart. Just as Zhou believed that he would be the first person in history to be crushed by his life providence, the force receded like the tide and shrank back into his body. He suddenly relaxed as the pressure abruptly vanished, and he felt his vision go dark as he fell to the ground and fainted. WD. When Zhou woke up, he realized that he was actually lying in Wang Mingyuan's lab. He was sleeping on the only bed in the laboratory, Wang Mingyuan's resting spot. The students usually slept on the floor. He couldn't see Wang Mingyuan, Hui Haifeng, or Zhong Zia. Only Jiang Yin was reading quietly in front of the oil lamp.
"Why am I here?"
Zhou Wen moved and felt his body ache terribly. He didn't have any strength and his body was as soft as a newborn.
It's best you don't move around. Your bones are fractured and your organs are damaged. Although Counselor has already used his life soul to heal your body, you still need to recuperate for a period of time. Otherwise, those injuries will easily relapse,
Jiang Yan said casually.
How did I end up here?
Zhou Wen asked again in puzzlement. Logically speaking, Yinjin had died on the spot and, being seriously injured, he had fallen unconscious by the side. Even if the police didn't believe that he had really killed Yinjin, they would still have taken him back to investigate. Therefore, it only made sense if he was in the police station's hospital right now.
When Hui Haifeng went out to buy some stuff, he heard a scream. When he went over, he found you fainted on the ground with serious injuries. He immediately got Counselor over to treat your injuries and bring you back.
Jiang Yan put down the book in his hand and looked at Zhou Wen.
You suffered such serious injuries in Dragon Gate Grotto? Who injured you? I don't know who injured me. Was there anyone else nearby?
Zhou Wen was filled with puzzlement. It was fine if Dr. Soul had been crushed. After all, it was only a pure energy body, so it didn't leave any traces. Yinjin was a living person, and Zhou Wen had watched him explode. Blood had splattered everywhere, so it was impossible for him not to leave a trace. However, Jiang Yan's recount made it seem like no one had seen Yinjin's corpse.
There were many people, but they were just bystanders. We didn't discover anyone who had injured you,
Jiang Yan replied with certainty. With that said, Jiang Yan got up and walked to the side. He picked up a bowl and walked in front of Zhou Wen.
This is the medicine prepared by Counselor before he left. He told me to feed you when you woke up. Not one drop can be left behind. This is one of my missions today.
With that said, Jiang Yan picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful of medicine and moved it to Zhou Wen's mouth.
I'll do it myself.
Zhou Wen struggled to sit up, but his body was aching so terribly that he felt limp and without any strength.
Didn't I tell you just now that Counselor has just treated your injuries and your body needs to recover? Don't move around or hinder me from completing my mission,
Jiang Yan said as he took the spoon to Zhou Wen's mouth. Zhou Wen knew that his body couldn't muster any strength, so he could only open his mouth and drink the mouthful of medicine. He found it extremely bitter, and he had no idea what it tasted like.
What medicine is this?
Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown.
Medicine personally created by Counselor. It should be useful,
Jiang Yan said indifferently. Jiang Yan fed Zhou Wen spoonful by spoonful until the entire bowl of medicine was finished 10 minutes later. The medicine was so bitter that it made Zhou Wen's mouth and intestines turn bitter. He almost couldn't sense any other flavor.
Rest well, don't move around. Counselor said that you can only get off the bed in 2 days. If you don't want to be treated again, then lie down immediately,
Jiang Yan said. Although Zhou Wen was weak, he could still move his limbs, albeit lacking the strength for any strenuous activities. When he pulled away the blanket to take a look, he realized that he was only wearing his underwear. He was shocked and was just about to ask Jiang Yan if he had seen his phone when he turned his head and saw that his clothes were neatly placed by the bed. There were 2 phones and some miscellaneous items on them. The bracelet was there too. Zhou Wen immediately heaved a sigh of relief as he reached out for the mysterious phone. There was no problem with turning it on. Zhou Wen unlocked the phone and was instantly taken aback. The other apps on the cell phone's home screen were normal, but there was an additional number.
1.
On the Dead Man Tree icon. Chapter 178 Demonized General with 3 skills. Zhou Wen was puzzled as he clicked on the Dead Man Tree icon. Soon, the image of the Dead Man Tree appeared on screen. However, at that moment, the Dead Man Tree had already turned white. Between the white leaves, there was a white flower bud. How did this happen? Zhou Wen was alarmed. He looked at it for quite some time, but failed to notice anything. The flower bud was still young, so there was nothing special about it. However, the bud's appearance made Zhou Wen recall Yinjin's corpse. Yinjin was indeed dead, but no one had discovered his corpse. Now that there was another flower bud on the dead tree, it was very difficult to not make any connections. No way. Could it be that the Dead Man Tree in game can suck dead people from reality? Zhou Wen couldn't help but frown when he thought of this. If the Dead Man Tree in game still had an influence on reality, wouldn't it be very dangerous for him to carry it with him all day? No one knew how great the effects of the Dead Man Tree were. It would only spell greater trouble if the people around him ended up being affected by the dead tree. Zhou Wen recalled his life providence and felt his head ache even more. He had never heard of anyone not being able to withstand their life providence's power. In theory, this was an impossible situation. This was because the life providence had been born out of Zhou Wen's body. Therefore, its power couldn't exceed Zhou Wen's own limits. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to produce it. Yet, Zhou Wen's life providence had exceeded his own limits.
It nearly crushed my body with just one use of my life providence. I'm probably the only person in history. Zhou Wen mocked himself. However, Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that his life providence was abnormal. It was very likely related to the Lost Immortal Sutra. When he advanced to the legendary stage, he had seen an illusion that vaguely looked like a woman. And the woman's voice was similar to the devil-like whispers he heard when suffering sleep paralysis. When he used Sigh of the King, Zhou Wen felt the shadow around him seemed to resemble a woman. However, he wasn't sure because he had only seen a blurry shadow. Furthermore, he had only seen a portion of it. Without a mirror, he couldn't see his entire body, so he naturally couldn't see a complete shadow. Jiang Yin fed him the medicine 3 times a day, making Zhou Wen grimace in pain, to the point of feeling like he had transformed into a bitter gourd. It was as if his flesh and blood were emitting a bitter taste. Only in the evening did Wang Mingyuan and Zhong Zia crawl out of Dragon's Well. He had no idea what they were studying down below. Hui Haifeng left the laboratory for some matters, and didn't return that day. Wang Mingyuan checked Zhou Wen's body again before saying, "Your injuries are no longer serious. You can get out of bed in 2 days, but you still can't do any vigorous exercise. It will take at least half a month before you can begin practicing your palm techniques again." To Zhou Wen's surprise, Wang Mingyuan didn't ask him how he was injured. It made the excuse he had prepared useless. As he couldn't get out of bed, Zhou Wen could only play games on the bed. Thankfully, his injuries didn't affect the blood-colored avatar, so it wasn't a problem to grind in game. "I say, Zhou Wen, I really couldn't tell. You look so quiet usually, but you were so ruthless when you fought." Zhong Ziyuan placed Wang Mingyuan's bowl of porridge on a chair beside Zhou Wen's bed. He grinned as he continued, "Tell me, who beat you up? As your senior, I'll avenge you. I really don't know who that person is. I was ambushed while walking. I fainted without seeing anyone." Zhou Wen felt weak all over, and it was difficult for him to even sit up. So all he could do was roll around and lay on the bed to eat the porridge. "All right, there's no need to go through so much effort." Zhong Zia picked up the kanji again and fed Zhou Wen with a spoon. "You're really useless. You didn't even manage to see who your enemy was. It's embarrassing for us. Don't tell others that you are teacher's disciple." Knowing Zhong Zia's personality, Zhou Wen knew he was only joking, so he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he changed the topic. "I heard that teacher has another disciple. What's the senior's name? How is he now?" "That senior, well, his name is Lu Yun. You should have heard of his name, right? Like you, he entered Sunset College from Guide High School," Zhong Zia said with a strange expression. "Senior Lu Yun?" Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. Zhou Wen had heard of this name. Before Zhou Wen, there had been a few geniuses produced by Guide High School. One of them was a student named Lu Yun. It was said that he had received similar treatment to Zhou Wen in the past. He was the pride of Guide High School, and he was also the top scholar in the city's college entrance examination. However, Lu Yun was a few classes higher than Zhou Wen. Back when Zhou Wen was in high school, Lu Yun had long graduated, so they never met. He never expected Lu Yun to be Wang Mingyuan's disciple. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen arrived too late, and again, Lu Yun had graduated a year ago. Zhong Zia didn't seem willing to chat with Zhou Wen about Lu Yun. After feeding him, he yawned and returned to his bed. Zhou Wen was rather bored lying there, so he could only continue gaming. When he arrived at Tiger Cage Pass, he encountered a paper-demonized general once again. He was no longer as excited when he saw paper-demonized generals. He had met many before, but none of them dropped a companion egg. Zhou had originally imagined that he would end up with nothing, but after he killed the paper-demonized general, he saw a companion egg mixed with red and black colors drop. He found it unbelievable that a paper-demonized general companion egg dropped. After a momentary pause, he got the blood-colored avatar to pick it up. The attributes of the paper-demonized general were similar to the 2 demonized generals from before, and they had identical life providences. However, the only difference in skills was astral suction palm. After taking a look at the compatibility between the paper-demonized general and the mutated demonized general, he realized that the compatibility wasn't as high as the previous 2 demonized generals. It was only about 54%, which was equivalent to a 50-50 chance. The probability wasn't high, so Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before choosing the fusion. He had plenty of opportunities to have a mutated demonized general drop in the future. Even if he failed this time, he would still have a chance. With Zhou Wen's choice, the companion egg transformed into a flash of light and infused itself into the mutated demonized general's body. Then, the sparkling glow on the mutated demonized general's body filled the entire image of the cell phone. Fusion successful. Obtained mutated demonized general. As the light dissipated, the mutated demonized general's figure appeared on screen. It had a red horse and red armor, with a red crown on its head.
It held a strange blood-colored spear, but its body emitted a strange black aura. Mutated Demonized General. Legendary. Legendary Life Providence. Malignant General. Strength, 19. Speed, 19. Constitution, 19. Primordial Energy, 19. Talent Skill, Astral/Blade, Astral Fist, Astral Suction Palm, Demon Flame Spear, Demon Rider Summon. Having succeeded in fusing a mutated Demonized General, the attributes were comparable to Rebellious Knights. Furthermore, it had 5 skills that exceeded the limit. Amongst legendaries, it was considered the strongest existence other than the mythical pets. The reason Joe hadn't hatched the Rebellious Knight Companion Egg all this time was that he had some concerns. Chapter 179 Inauspicious Life Providence. With an excellent grade companion egg like Rebellious Knight, one would typically choose to hatch it unless they were already at the epic stage, and not have any need for a legendary companion egg. John had been running around with the Rebellious Knight Companion Egg without hatching it. This left Joe somewhat puzzled. Hence, after obtaining Rebellious Knight, Joe carefully studied all of its attributes, including his life providence. Then, Joe realized the problem. Although Rebellious Knight's life providence being Knight of Destiny didn't seem to be a problem, the blurb introducing it was very intriguing. Knight of Destiny. Knight favored by Destiny, the eternal protagonist. Despite being a companion beast, he had a life providence of a protagonist. This clearly wasn't a good thing. At the very least, John definitely thought so. Otherwise, there was no reason for him not to hatch Rebellious Knight. After connecting the Rebellious Knight's history with the Knights of the Round Table, Joe was even more certain about his guess. The reason John hatched Sacred Spear Knight, and not Rebellious Knight, was definitely because of the same misgivings Joe had. That Round Table Knight was once the strongest knight under King Arthur, and together with King Arthur, he had established a glorious era together. But it was also because of him that the Round Table Knights fell apart. King Arthur's death also drew the curtains on a legend. No matter how great the legends and novels describe this knight, it couldn't erase his betrayal and selfishness. Like the famous Lu Bu in the East District, they had ended an era because of a woman. Although humans could contract with Rebellious Knight, and not be afraid of his betrayal, it was ultimately not a good thing to have such an ominous companion beast by his side. The main problem lay in him, and his life providence. If I can remove the useless and jinx Knight of Destiny life providence, there shouldn't be too much of a problem, Joe thought. Although John couldn't resolve the problem, it wasn't a problem that Joe was helpless against. The mysterious phone had the ability to fuse companion beasts. As long as Rebellious Knight fused with other companion beasts, he could resolve the life providence's problem. Without a doubt, the best choice was to fuse him with the mutated Demonized General. Both were companion beasts with mounts, so the chances of successfully fusing would be higher. However, Joe had previously seen the mutated Demonized General's compatibility with Rebellious Knight. It was only 23%. Even Joe didn't dare to risk with such a low probability. There was almost no chance of success. Now that the mutated Demonized General had undergone another fusion, Joe once again looked at his compatibility with Rebellious Knight. His compatibility score was even lower, 11%. From the looks of it, once a pet fuses, the compatibility score will drastically decrease. After repeated fusions, the compatibility score will drop even further. Joe naturally didn't choose to have Rebellious Knight fuse with mutated Demonized General. Therefore, up to now, Joe still hadn't hatched it. While recuperating, he gained and killed monsters. To Joe, it didn't matter. When he was grinding the three-eyed golden warriors, he obtained a 19-value Constitution crystal, allowing his Constitution to advance to 19 points. Joe had previously heard from the Wu siblings that after gathering the 3 primordial energy skills, like the Astral Suction Palm, Astral Fist, and Astral/Blade, one would be able to destroy the arrow shot out from the gate. However, the mutated Demonized General already possessed 3 abilities, and was still unable to dodge the might of the arrow. Therefore, Joe was skeptical about what he had heard previously. Joe still went to Tiger Cage Pass every time, hoping to have the Astral Fist primordial energy skill crystal drop. Even if he countered that arrow, Astral Fist was still an extremely powerful primordial energy skill. Ding! He had casually cleaved a soldier to death when a companion egg dropped. It left Joe alarmed. However, that was only an ordinary mortal stage soldier. It was useless even if its companion egg dropped. However, Joe was surprised when he saw the system's notification. The mortal companion egg's attributes were very ordinary, but it had a 97% compatibility with Rebellious Knight. That can't be right? How can this companion egg have such a high affinity with Rebellious Knight? Joe carefully observed the soldier's stats. Saber Shield Soldier, Mortal Stage. Strength, 8. Speed, 6. Constitution, 7. Primordial Energy, 3. Talent Skill, none. Companion Form, none. It was basically a useless mortal companion beast with average stats. It didn't even have a talent skill or a companion form. It could be said that it was trash at the mortal stage. However, such a trash companion beast had such a high affinity with Rebellious Knight. This left Zhou very surprised. With a thought, Zhou got the blood-colored avatar to hatch the Saber Shield Soldier. His attributes were identical to what he had seen before Incubation Trash. Then, Zhou made an extremely bold decision. He used the Rebellious Knight's companion egg as a supplement to fuse with the Saber Shield Soldier. The main reason was that Zhou wasn't willing to make a pact with Rebellious Knight, who had a problematic life providence, so it was useless keeping it. But since there was such a high success rate, he could try fusing it. Zhou didn't have much hope in the first place, but after the pet's fusion was completed, the attributes gave him a fright. Saber Shield Knight, Legendary Stage. Life Providence, Offense and Defense. Strength, 19. Speed, 19. Constitution, 19. Primordial Energy, 19. Talent Skill, Cross Sword, Everlasting Shield, Holy Steed Summoning, Holy Steed Battle Aura. Companion Form, none. The current Saber Shield Knight was completely different from the previous Saber Shield Soldier. He was wearing iron armor and riding on a black horse with a saber in one hand and a shield in the other. He looked extremely majestic and mighty. The crux of the matter was that he had inherited the 4 talent skills of Rebellious Knight. The abilities were not much weaker than mutated Demonized General with 3 main skills. Zhou was exhilarated. This fusion not only resolved the problem of the life providence, it also allowed him to possess yet another powerful legendary warrior. Now that I have mutated Demonized General and Saber Shield Knight, I might be able to form a cavalry team in the future if I get a few more. Zhou glanced at the compatibility score of Saber Shield Knight and mutated Demonized General. It actually reached 49%. After some hesitation, Zhou gave up on the fusion, unwilling to take the risk. During the few days of recuperation, Zhou lived rather comfortably. But on the 7th day, the white flower on the dead man tree completely bloomed, and its petals began withering. After the flower wilted, a white fruit grew out which Zhou could faintly see a blob of light within. It looked familiar, but also unfamiliar. Chapter 180 Fruit. Zhou was puzzled as he stared at the fruit for quite some time, but he failed to crack the puzzle. With the passage of time, the fruit grew bigger and bigger. The originally crystalline shell also gradually became thicker and harder. It looked like an eggshell. The fruit formed on the dead man tree can't be a companion egg, right? After 2 days, the more Zhou looked at the fruit, the more it looked like a white companion egg. He had no idea how to describe his feelings. If the dead man tree can really produce a companion egg, then what's the companion beast inside it? Yanjun? Or is it his life soul, Dr. Soul? Zhou could only make such a guess. Zhou didn't know when the fruit would mature. All he could do was slowly watch its growth. He spent the rest of the time grinding as usual. It was unknown how many times he had died at the hands of the golden flying ant, but Zhou failed to touch the white cocoon it was protecting. This left him somewhat depressed. From the looks of it, I have to think of a way to obtain the sun-chasing movement technique. With absolute speed, I should have a chance of circling around the golden flying ant and touch that cocoon. Zhou was already able to get off the bed, so he decided to make another trip to Sunset City to check on the situation outside. Although Yanjun wasn't part of the military, he was still a coroner. He had disappeared without a trace, and had a deep relationship with the military. It was impossible that no one would investigate this matter. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Any more injuries will be very troublesome. Let Zia accompany you. Wang Mingyuan instructed Zhong Zia to accompany Zhou to Sunset City. Zhong Zia was originally unhappy, but because Zhou was injured, he had no choice but to pull the chain. Now, he had to accompany Zhou to Sunset City. This naturally displeased him greatly. It was unknown what Wang Mingyuan had said to Zhong Zia before he agreed to accompany Zhou. However, Zhou didn't even consider hunting the sun-chasing bird the moment he saw it. What Zhou could see with his naked eye was a black dot that streaked across the sky. At that height and flying speed, it was impossible for him to catch up, even with the power of his god-fiend life providence. Furthermore, the sun-chasing bird never landed. It was a dimensional creature that would forever fly in the sky. This was the first time Zhou had seen Sunset City. It was like an ancient city floating between a mirage and clouds. It seemed to be extremely close, but it also seemed impossible to touch. Zhong Zia looked at Sunset City between the clouds and said, "Because it can only be seen when the glow of sunset appears, it's why the city is named after the sunset. The sunset in Sunset College also points to Sunset City. The additional meanings behind sunset were added by future generations. Has anyone entered Sunset City yet?" Zhou asked curiously. "How do we get in?" Zhong Zia curled his lips and said,
Did you see those sun-chasing birds? They have been chasing after Sunset City all their lives, never landing on the ground. However, none of them have been able to fly in. Who do you think will be able to enter Sunset City? By the way, why do you want to kill a sun-chasing bird? The difficulty of killing one is probably even harder than killing the typical epic creature because you might not be able to catch up to it. Zhong Zia added. I need a movement technique that's faster than Dragon Gate Fairy's skill. That's why I want to kill a sun-chasing bird, Zhou said. If that's the case, there's no need for you to kill the sun-chasing bird. Do you know the Lotus Flower Cave in Dragon Gate Grotto? There's an epic dimensional creature known as the fairy there. If you kill a fairy, you might be able to have the Dragon Gate Flying Immortal skill. It's the upgraded version of the Dragon Gate Fairy skill. It's faster, more potent, and more agile. It's much faster than the pure speed that sun-chasing skill provides, Zhong Zia said. Zhou said with a bitter smile. I do want to do so, but I'm no match for fairies. I'm only capable of killing a fairy monkey. Zhou was speaking the truth. Back when he went to the Lotus Flower Cave, he had encountered a fairy and ended up being instantly killed. Although he was much stronger now, it wasn't easy to kill a fairy. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Zhong Zia immediately laughed. Isn't there a simple solution? As long as you are sincere enough, get Hui Haifeng and Jiang Yan. With the three of us helping you, there's no need to worry about not being able to kill a fairy. It won't be nice troubling everyone, right? Zhou asked hesitantly. There's no trouble at all. I believe that those two fellows are bored staying in the lab all day. They'll definitely be willing to accompany you to Lotus Flower Cave. Zhong Zia thought for a moment before saying, but that fairy is an epic creature after all. We'll have to plan before taking action. We'll discuss it later when we get back. Zhong Zia continued speaking, blatantly ignoring if Zhou was really asking for his help. They then rode an electric scooter back to the lab. After meeting Hui Haifeng and Jiang Yan, Zhong Zia told them about helping Zhou hunt a fairy. Hui Haifeng and Jiang Yan agreed readily without any conditions. That's settled then. I'll first head to the Lotus Flower Cave to test the strength of fairies. Once Zhou recovers from his injuries, we'll kill her together, Zhong Zia said as he left the lab, giving Zhou no chance to stop him. Will it be dangerous for him to go? Zhou asked worriedly. He was a person who didn't like to owe others favors. If Zhong Zia were to die in Lotus Flower Cave, Zhou really didn't know how he should repay the favor. To his surprise, Hui Haifeng pursed his lips and said, Don't worry, even a more powerful epic creature wouldn't be able to kill that fellow, much less a fairy. He will at most suffer a little pain. Zhou was somewhat puzzled, unsure why Hui Haifeng was so certain. Jiang Yan said, Zhong Zia is a tough cookie. He has 9 lives like a cat. He won't die. Seeing how confident they were, Zhou didn't say anything else, but he was still a little worried. When it was nighttime, Zhong Zia returned. His clothes were tattered and torn, and he looked like he had been through a fierce battle. However, there was no blood on his body at all. Beneath his tattered clothes was flawless skin. Zhong Zia slept the moment he returned, without saying a word. This prevented Zhou from asking him what had happened. When Zhou woke up every morning, Zhong Zia was nowhere to be seen. At night, he would see Zhong Zia return in tattered clothes. This continued for several days, until Zhong Zia returned with his clothes intact on the 4th day. Alright. After Zhou recovers from his injuries, we'll go hunt a fairy, Zhong Zia said languidly after returning instead of collapsing in bed. Zhou originally thought they were just joking, but he never expected them to be that bold. In a few days, when Zhou's injuries were more or less healed, they actually dragged him to Lotus Flower Cave. Chapter 181 Fairy. Are you confident in killing a fairy? Zhou followed behind the group as they walked towards Lotus Flower Cave. No, Hui Haifeng answered. Although Jiang Yan and Zhong Zia didn't answer, their faces implied that they weren't confident either. Aren't you taking too much of a risk when you don't have the confidence in killing a fairy? Zhou looked at the trio speechlessly. Hui Haifeng smiled and said, If it's something that can definitely be done, what's the fun in doing so? It's only interesting if you aren't confident. What theory is that? Zhou was rendered even more speechless. He didn't agree that risking one's life for fun was something interesting. Zhong Zia pursed his lips and said, Hui Haifeng might not be entirely right, but there's nothing wrong with it. If it's something others can do, why should we do it? What about you? Zhou looked at Jiang Yan. Counselor got me to watch you all. Since all of you are going, I can only follow, Jiang Yan said indifferently. Zhou looked at the trio and was momentarily at a loss for words. He increasingly felt that none of Wang Mingyuan's students were normal. He had originally found Hui Haifeng was rather normal, but from what he saw today, he was wrong. Apart from Zhou, no one else was in any way normal. Why would a gentle person like Teacher
teach such a bunch of strange and eccentric fellows. Zhou originally wanted to say that he wasn't going, but the trio had already gone far.
Whatever.
Zhou sighed and shook his head before following. Zhou wasn't completely lacking in confidence. He wasn't a fairy's match in the past, but he was much stronger now. Although he wasn't enough to fight an epic fairy, he still had some confidence in staying alive. When he grinded in Lotus Flower Cave, he would occasionally encounter a fairy. It wasn't difficult for him to escape. Soon, the four arrived at Lotus Flower Cave. Not long after they entered the cave, they met a fairy monkey. Before Jiang Yan and Zhong Zia could make a move, Hui Haifeng nudged Zhou forward.
You've been recuperating for so long. Let's warm up your muscles first, so that you won't have a cramp when you encounter a fairy.
I'll be the last one cramping between the two of us, Zhou cursed inwardly, but he had no choice but to approach the fairy monkey. He had lost count of the number of fairy monkeys he had killed in game, but he knew every action of theirs. When he saw the fairy monkey flap its wings and fly down, its claws shimmering with a terrifying light, he unhurriedly took a huge step forward and leaped up, causing the fairy monkey to barely miss him. Bam! Zhou struck the back of the fairy monkey's head with his palm. The fairy monkey didn't even have the chance to scream as it fell from the sky. It convulsed twice without any sound.
Beautiful!
Hui Haifeng couldn't help but praise. Jiang Yan was also slightly surprised, but Zhong Zia pursed his lips and said,
Passable. All that training and palm techniques didn't go to waste after all. You didn't embarrass teacher.
They encountered several fairy monkeys in a row, but no one was willing to take action. Zhou had no choice but to head up and hunt them, treating it as an opportunity to practice his 7 distribution palm. Zhong Zia led the way, passing through more than 10 caves when they suddenly saw a fairy-like creature rushing towards them with its clothes fluttering. Zhou recognized it at a glance. It was a fairy, an epic dimensional creature inside Lotus Flower Cave. But upon careful inspection, Zhou's expression changed drastically. He had seen quite a number of fairies, but they were all dressed in colorful clothes with ribbons wrapped around their bodies. However, this fairy was different. She was dressed in black, and the ribbons fluttering in her body were pure white in color. She was very different from the fairies that Zhou had previously seen.
Oh no, it's a mutated fairy.
Zhong Zia was also surprised, but he had no intention of retreating. He took out a gun and aimed it at the fairy, shooting 3 consecutive shots. The bullets instantly appeared in front of the fairy, but she didn't move at all. The pure white ribbons danced around her body as though they had a life of their own, repelling the 3 bullets. The bullets made of primordial gold failed to deal any damage.
Run!
Seeing that the 3 bullets were useless, Zhong Zia immediately turned around and ran. His actions were swift and without any hesitation. Zhou had just started when he saw Jiang Yan and Hui Haifeng running, each faster than the other. They had run virtually at the same moment with Zhong Zia, and Zhou was the slowest. However, even Zhong Zia, who was running right ahead, was unable to rush out of the cave. Just as he was about to enter the neighboring cave, he saw the surroundings suddenly turn pitch black. He could no longer see anything. Zhong Zia leaped up in a bid to rush out of the cave in the darkness. However, with that jump, he slammed into what appeared like a steel plate. With a loud bang, Zhong Zia's face was flattened from the impact. He fell back as his nose bled. Zhou didn't know if Hui Haifeng and Jiang Yan could see, but he could see everything clearly with Truth Listener's powers. As for the fairy in the air, a black sun suddenly appeared behind her. It emitted black light, which enveloped the entire cave, forming a dark space. Is that the life soul of a fairy? Zhou had also seen a few fairies, but he had never seen them use their life souls. It was unknown if the typical fairy's life soul was the same as a mutated fairy's. Zhou was just about to warn Jiang Yan and Hui Haifeng to be careful when the ribbon on the mutated fairy flew over like a JWRM tearing through the air. It was targeting Zhou. Just as he was about to fight, he saw Jiang Yan's figure flash and help him block. A slender sword had appeared in his hand in the process. The sword's width was at most 1 finger wide, even thinner than paper, so thin that it was almost transparent. The sword in Jiang Yan's hand drew out a purple beam and accurately hit the ribbon. It failed to slice through it, but instead wrapped around the sword. With a tug of the fairy's milky white hand, the pure white ribbon tightened and the sword in Jiang Yan's hand snapped loudly into several pieces. Jiang Yan retreated in time, avoiding being sliced by the ribbon. Zhong Zia leaped up from the ground, a gun in each hand. He fired ceaselessly at the mutated fairy, but unfortunately, all the bullets were blocked by the spinning ribbons. The fairy wasn't injured at all. Why are we so unlucky? Zhou knew that if he didn't kill this mutated fairy, they would probably die. Without any hesitation, he took the opportunity to summon the Great Yin Fan while the fairy was blocking the bullets. He leaped into the air and charged at the mutated fairy. Meanwhile, Hui Haifeng and Jian Yin seemed to act as though their minds were connected by telepathy. They charged at the mutated fairy, clearly having the same thoughts. Chapter 182 Battling Fairy. With a strong swish of the banana fan at the mutated fairy, the granding wind swept out immediately. The mutated fairy's body fluttered like the wind, and the granding wind seemed to aid her. However, a thin layer of frost appeared over her body. It was just that the cold wasn't enough to freeze her. It merely affected her agility. Zhou knew that this was because the banana fairy's level was too low. If the banana fairy was also at the epic stage, this single flap would probably have frozen the mutated fairy in midair. It would be useless even if she had the ability to ride the wind. However, as the mutated fairy was flying with the wind's momentum, while suffering from diminished agility, it made her trajectory easier to predict. Jian Yin held a semi-translucent whip that was neither gold nor jade. It looked like a weapon made out of a biological creature's tendons. Lashing it out at the mutated fairy, the translucent whip wrapped around its ankle as though it had predicted her trajectory. Jian Yin pulled the whip with all his might, but the strength of the mutated fairy was so strong that it lifted him up. Jian Yin didn't let go of the whip and continued to clasp onto it tightly. It was like a weight that greatly slowed down the mutated fairy's speed. The ribbons on the mutated fairy's body fluttered like a WYRM as they swept towards Jian Yin. If he was caught by the ribbons, his body would probably be broken into several pieces. Hui Haifeng had already rushed in front of the mutated fairy. An arm wrapped in a metal bracer erupted like a volcano, emitting powerful streams of light as it blasted at the mutated fairy. Due to the freezing in Jian Yin, the mutated fairy's movement was greatly affected. She could no longer dodge the punch, but she wasn't flustered. She waved her hand gently, blocking Hui Haifeng's punch. Bam! Hui Haifeng felt as if he had been struck by a hammer as his body flew backward. He slammed into the stone wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the ribbon was about to sweep him up, Jian Yin held the whip with both hands and shook his body, avoiding the entanglement of the ribbons several times. However, that was all he managed. It didn't stop the ribbons from eventually being on the cusp of wrapping around his body. There was a sword flash hit the ribbon, a result of Zhong Zia holding a sword at some point in time. It was unusually sharp and, although the sword beam shattered immediately upon contact with the ribbon and Zhong Zia was sent flying, the change in the ribbon's trajectory gave Jian Yin a chance to dodge it. Jian Yin continued to hold onto the whip, dodging the ribbon twice before the threat of having the ribbon wrap around him happened again. At this point, Zhou noticed something. Jian Yan's whip seemed to have some special use, which was why Jian Yin refused to let go. Without any hesitation, he leaped up into the sky and once again flapped the banana fan at the mutated fairy. It blew the mutated fairy's body to the side and changed her ribbon's trajectory. However, this time, the mutated fairy seemed to be prepared. While she used the wind to escape, she tapped gently with her milky white finger, sending a beam in the direction of Zhou Wen's heart. Zhou Wen immediately felt his heart turn cold. The beam was too fast, one that he couldn't dodge with his speed. All he could do was summon the three-eyed golden warrior to put it in between him and the beam. Crack! The white beam penetrated the three-eyed golden warrior's golden body without stopping. Neither did its power dissipate as it continued forward, stabbing into Zhou Wen's flesh. Blood immediately spewed out from the wound on his shoulder. Thankfully, the three-eyed golden warrior was able to ward off most of its might. Furthermore, Zhou Wen had also used that opening to adjust his position without being hit in any vital spots. Hui Haifeng's mouth was covered in blood as he delivered another punch at the mutated fairy. Then, Zhou Wen saw that he had once again been sent flying upon contact with her palm. The diabolical longsword in Zhong Zia's hand flickered, but his eyes appeared even more diabolical than the sword's glint. It presented a strange blood-red color as it slashed out blood-colored sword beams in a frenzy, sweeping right at the mutated fairy like a tornado. The mutated fairy's ribbons spun as they shattered all the sword beams. Despite fighting against four, she still held an absolute advantage. However, Zhou Wen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the mutated fairy's speed had slowed down. It wasn't as fast as before, especially her hands. They weren't as light and elegant as before, as though there was something heavy on them that prevented her from moving them as she wanted. It's a result of Hui Haifeng's punches? Zhou Wen saw a strange mark appear on the mutated fairy's palm. He immediately thought of the two punches Hui Haifeng had delivered. Without time to think deeper, Zhou Wen stirred up the granding wind once again. This time, it wasn't directed at the mutated fairy, but rather, it was aimed at her ribbon. He was forcibly changing the trajectory of the ribbon that was targeting Jian Yin. Even so, Jian Yin's face was still sliced by a ribbon. His cheekbones tore open, and a trickle of blood immediately flowed out. Following that, another beam of light shot towards Jian Yin's head. He had no room to dodge unless he was willing to release the whip in his hand.
Hold her back. Jiang Yan grabbed the whip and screamed. How? I can't even if I were to throw my life at her. Zhong Zia held his sword with both hands as he unleashed several sword beams at the light beams that the mutated fairy produced. When the diabolical blood-colored sword beams came into contact with the beams, they immediately burst like blood-colored fireworks. Zhong Zia was also sent flying by the force of the blow. His hands holding the sword were covered in blood, but the beam still shot towards Jiang Yan. Just as the beam was about to shoot through Jiang Yan's head, an invisible force suddenly pulled his body to the side, allowing him to barely dodge the attack. Zhou Wen had yanked Jiang Yan with his astral suction palm, saving his life in a timely fashion. Despite the four of them engaging the mutated fairy in combat, he was covered in injuries. This was the first time Zhou Wen had risked his life so crazily. In the past, he had only been gaming. Although he shared the same feelings in game, it was a game after all. Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't die, therefore, the feeling now was completely different. Under the true threat of death, Zhou Wen felt his entire being in a state of nervousness and oppression. In such a state, a normal person's body would become uneasy and cause their actions to change. Perhaps one wouldn't even be able to perform at 70 to 80% of their original strength. However, the more pressure Zhou Wen felt, the faster his body and mind were. The ribbon sliced past his muscles, producing a sound of lacerating flesh and bones that left him trembling. The horror pressured him, but it made his body even more excited. As he licked the blood from his mouth, he saw the fairy's hands hang down. Having just exerted her strength, she could only rely on the ribbons to protect her. Zhou Wen flew in the air like a bat, narrowly passing through the gaps between the ribbons. He swept over the fairy and simultaneously struck the top of her head. This palm was formless and silent, but when it struck the top of the fairy's head, it caused her to scream in pain. Subconsciously, it shot 10 beams at Zhou Wen with her fingers. Zhou Wen switched his primordial energy art to God Fiend Era, and using the Life Providence's ability to levitate, he pushed the Dragon Gate Fairy's skill to its limits. Twisting his body, he dodged the terrifying beams. Chapter 183 Stat Requirements. It wasn't solely because of Zhou Wen's speed and agility that he managed to dodge the beams. It had to do with the mutated fairy's fingers drastically slowing down. The mark that Hui Haifeng's strike left on her hand continued to do its magic, slowing down her hands with time. Furthermore, Zhou Wen didn't know if he was mistaken, but he felt that the mutated fairy's strength had weakened significantly. The intensity of the beam had clearly decreased. By the time the mutated fairy attacked Zhou Wen, she was in a panic. Hui Haifeng took the opportunity to leap up and strike her back, bombarding her with his 2 fists. This produced about 4 marks on her back. The mutated fairy turned around in an attempt to kill him, but her body suddenly stopped in midair. Jiang Yan had already landed on the ground at some point in time. He held onto the long whip with both hands and forcefully pulled back the mutated fairy's body, preventing her from continuing her flight. Zhou Wen saw Jiang Yan's body sparkling with purple light like a demonic spirit. The whip was also glowing with purple light, as though it was a blood-sucking demon that was constantly trembling and swallowing. Die! Zhong Zia repeatedly slashed with his sword, both hands gripped tightly on it. Streaks of blood-red sword beams slashed at the mutated fairy that Jiang Yan had put to a halt. They actually split apart her robe, leaving behind streaks of blood. Although the sword marks weren't deep, it was the first time Zhou Wen and company had truly injured the mutated fairy. The mutated fairy was clearly a sped force. Her movements became slower and slower, as though she had a mountain suppressing her. Furthermore, her strength was weakening, and Jiang Yan was becoming stronger. Bam! Like a demon god, Jiang Yan pulled the whip in his hand, forcefully throwing the mutated fairy's figure out and slamming her into the stone wall. This left a huge hole in the wall, as the mutated fairy's mouth was covered in blood. Zhong Zia slashed down with his sword as well. The blood-red sword beam slashed at the head of the mutated fairy, and the sword plunged into the skull. A fierce glint flashed in the mutated fairy's eyes, as she abruptly stood up and hugged Zhong Zia. A terrifying power erupted from her body. No good! She's going to self-destruct! Hui Haifeng shouted loudly. Zhong Zia struggled with all his might, but he was unable to break free. Despite Jiang Yan yanking his long whip, he could only pull the mutated fairy and Zhong Zia over. He couldn't separate them. Zhou Wen wasn't far from Zhong Zia, as he was right behind him. A thought suddenly came to his mind, as he charged at Zhong Zia and struck him on the back. Zhou Wen used all his strength to slam his ashen palm at Zhong Zia's back. Bam! Zhong Zia's body was fine, but the mutated fairy in front of him seemed to suffer a heavy blow to her chest. Blood spurted out of her mouth, as her embracing of Zhong Zia weakened significantly. Zhong Zia struggled with all his might, got out of her embrace, and kicked her hard. Bam! As she flew in the air, the mutated fairy's body exploded.
A terrifying black aura sent Zhou Zhongzia, Hui Haifeng, and Jiang Yan flying. Instantly, the entire cave trembled and the ground quaked. Dust rose up as gravel flew.
Are all of you alright?
Hui Haifeng crawled out of the rubble, his body covered in blood and dust. He wore an ashen look as though he had just crawled out of a tomb.
I'm fine.
Jiang Yan also stood up from his spot elsewhere. Apart from his body being a little dirty, he was fine.
I'm not.
Zhongzia was slumped at the feet of a stone statue. His back was covered in bloody flesh, and his injuries were indeed serious. Zhou Wen's injuries weren't light either, he was about as injured as Hui Haifeng.
Not being dead is good,
Jiang Yan said with a smile after checking Zhongzia's injuries. Clearly, Zhongzia's life was not in danger, but his injuries were more serious.
Is that how a person speaks?
Zhongzia said weakly.
Don't talk so much. Hurry up and look around and see if anything dropped from the mutated fairy. If nothing dropped, our injuries will have been for nothing.
Jiang Yan's condition was the best. He rummaged through the rubble and soon, they heard him say happily.
There's something. It's a primordial energy skill crystal. I wonder if it's the flying immortal skill. As long as there's something. It doesn't matter what it is,
Zhongzia said. Jiang Yan threw a crystal at Zhou Wen.
I don't know if it's the flying immortal skill. Go back and give it a try. However, be careful. Taking in an epic primordial energy skill at the legendary stage is extremely dangerous. If you aren't confident, it's best you consult counselor. Give me your accounts. I'll transfer your shares to you later,
Zhou Wen said without standing on ceremony, as he grabbed the primordial energy skill crystal.
There's no need for money. You will be part of my team when I wish to kill some dimensional creature in the future,
Hui Haifeng said.
Can we talk about money later? Can you take me back to teacher to treat my injuries first?
Zhongzia groaned. Jiang Yan carried Zhongzia on his back while Zhou Wen and Hui Haifeng helped each other out of Lotus Flower Cave. Soon, they returned to the laboratory in Old Dragon Cave. When Wang Mingyuan saw the four of them, Zhou Wen and company were like old, weak soldiers who had just been defeated. They were all covered in dirt and blood. However, Wang Mingyuan didn't ask about their escapades. He only summoned his soul, and used the power of his life soul to treat their wounds. This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen Wang Mingyuan's life soul. He had been unconscious back when Wang Mingyuan treated his wounds. Wang Mingyuan's life soul was a bottle with a thin neck. Although it wasn't gorgeous, it had some beauty. A stream of light flowed out of the bottle like water, and when it touched a wound, Zhou Wen immediately felt a refreshing feeling as the pain of the wound was alleviated. As the aqueous light flowed into the wounds healed at a discernible pace. Even his bones recovered rapidly. After treating the quartet's injuries, Wang Mingyuan smiled and said to them,
It's rare that the four of you are injured together. Let's have a feast to celebrate tonight.
Zhou Wen recovered very quickly. Even without Wang Mingyuan's treatment, as long as he switched to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, his recuperation ability would be much better than the average person's. Hence, while Zhongzia and Hui Haifeng were still lying in the bed, Zhou Wen and Jiang Yan joined Wang Mingyuan for a celebratory feast. While resting in the evening, Zhou Wen took out the mutated fairy's crystal. It was about the size of a chicken egg. It was crystalline, and inside it was a mutated fairy shadow. Using the phone's camera function to check the crystal's attributes, Zhou Wen couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Mutated fairy crystal, epic stage. Merging requires a speed of more than 21 points, and a Buddha elemental primordial energy art. This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen a primordial energy skill that had a stat requirement other than primordial energy points. Furthermore, there were requirements on the primordial energy art. This was something he had never learned in school. Chapter 184 Dr. Darkness. Zhou Wen's current speed was only 18, quite a distance from 21 points, so the final 3 points were extremely difficult for him to raise. Apart from grinding monsters to have high-value crystals drop, Zhou Wen didn't have any other good methods. I can only give it a try and see if I can use the mysterious phone to obtain the skill crystals in-game. Perhaps I can refine them and absorb them there. Zhou Wen hid under his blanket and used the mysterious phone's camera function to try snapping a picture of the mutated fairy crystal. A system notification popped up on the phone, yet to reach the stat requirements for the skill crystal, thus, it cannot be refined and absorbed. Do you want to continue? Zhou Wen hurriedly chose no. Since he couldn't refine and absorb it, nor was there any way to store items in an inventory in-game, the crystal might end up being erased if the blood-colored avatar died after he brought it in-game. He might as well leave it in the real world. I can't refine and absorb it in-game if I can't meet the stat requirements? Zhou Wen felt a little depressed. It was nearly impossible for a 21 valued speed crystal to drop from a legendary creature. Unless Zhou Wen killed an epic creature, it was very difficult to get his hands on one. The experience of killing the fairy today made Zhou Wen fully realize how terrifying an epic creature was. If any of the four of them had made a mistake today, they might have perished there and then. And the combat power of fairy was considered lowly among the epic creatures. With Zhou Wen's strength alone, it would probably be difficult for him to succeed even with the help of a companion beast. As for the Buddha Elemental Primordial Energy Art requirement, it wasn't difficult for Zhou Wen. All he needed to do was switch his primordial energy art to the small perfection of Wisdom Sutra, and he was likely to satisfy the condition. He took a look at his blood-colored avatar's unchanged stats again. Only Ashen Palm had changed from the mortal stage to the legendary stage. Furthermore, it was still at rank 10. Zhou Wen didn't find it strange that his Ashen Palm had advanced from the mortal stage to the legendary stage. He had already sensed it during the battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deliver the palm strike that saved Zhong Zia. However, he never expected Ashen Palm to remain at rank 10 after advancing to the legendary stage. After some thought, Zhou Wen realized how difficult it was to obtain a speed crystal of 21 points from a legendary creature. He might as well kill an epic creature. However, with Zhou Wen's strength alone, it was impossible for him to kill an epic creature in game. Today's battle with Jiang Yin and company made Zhou Wen understand one thing. He was alone in game, and that limited him. However, in the real world, there were many powerful humans like Jiang Yin, Zhong Zia, and Hui Haifeng. As long as they had good teamwork, they could do things that he couldn't do in game. Zhou Wen planned on killing an epic creature in reality, but before that, he needed to find some powerful helpers. People like Li Xian, Wang Lu, and Feng Qiuyan were extremely powerful legendaries. If he could obtain their help, they had a chance of killing low-level epic creature. High-level epic creatures were definitely impossible. Of course, Zhou Wen wouldn't risk his life, nor would he risk Li Xian and company's lives. Therefore, he began crazily challenging the instance dungeons. The grinding this time was different from before. This time, Zhou Wen had especially sought out dungeons found in the college. Furthermore, he targeted dungeons with epic creatures. The most common destination was Dragon Gate Grotto. In some of the caves, there were epic creatures that existed. Zhou Wen tried hunting them one by one. This resulted in him naturally dying time and time again. When he encountered some powerful epic creatures, the blood-colored avatar would be instantly killed. If he encountered a weaker epic creature, he was able to last a little longer, but that was all. There was no way he could kill those epic creatures. The most powerful thing about an epic creature was that they possessed a life soul that had all sorts of powers. Those powers didn't have the limitations on primordial energy, so they could be constantly activated. A stronger life soul could instantly kill the blood-colored avatar and a group of his pets. Weaker life souls all had their own unique characteristics and possessed all sorts of magical powers. Zhou Wen repeatedly tested in order to find an epic creature that could possibly be killed by him. Then, he came up with a perfect plan, hoping to find a few capable helpers to kill an epic creature without taking any risk. Time passed as the blood-colored avatar constantly died. As he repeatedly probed things way beyond his level, he ended dying instantly most of the time. Having dripped too much blood, Zhou Wen felt that he was beginning to suffer from anemia again. Yanjin's disappearance didn't seem to cause too much of a stir. Although the police came to the school to investigate, it was only part of their routine procedures. No one suspected that Yanjin had died on campus. This made Zhou Wen heave a long sigh of relief. However, on second thought, he understood why no one suspected that Yanjin had died on campus. This was because no one knew that he had come to school. Yanjin had come to Zhou Wen and wanted to dissect him. This was something clandestine to begin with, so he had definitely made preparations beforehand. He wouldn't let anyone know that he had come to the school, nor would anyone know that he was here to find Zhou Wen. Upon thinking of Yanjin, Zhou Wen glanced at the fruit on the dead man tree. The fruit was already the size of a papaya, and its exterior was white and shiny. It looked like an egg no matter how he looked at it. On the 7th day of the fruit's growth, it automatically fell off the tree. Zhou Wen got the blood-colored avatar to pick it up. Indeed, it was a companion egg. Dr. Darkness, Epic. Life Providence, Golden Left Hand. Life Soul, Dr. Soul. Strength, 21. Speed, 37. Constitution, 26. Primordial Energy, 38. Talent Skill, Scalpel, Fight Poison with Poison, Light of Penetration. Companion Form, None. Upon seeing the information on the companion egg, Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel odd. The Dr. Darkness was clearly a replica of Yanjin. Could it be that the power of the dead man tree is to make a dead person a companion beast? Then, does Dr. Darkness have Yanjin's memory? Zhou Wen was momentarily hesitant, unsure of how to handle the companion egg. Hatching an epic companion egg required too much primordial energy. According to Zhou Wen's previous experience, he was likely able to incubate an epic companion egg using a bug in the game. However, there was a high chance that the Dr. Darkness would suffer a drop in level or be incomplete. However, if he didn't hatch it, Zhou Wen was afraid that it would disappear on his next refresh of the game. Also, if the Dr. Darkness had Yanjin's memories, would he rebel? This was something no one could guarantee. After some thought, Zhou Wen chose to incubate Dr. Darkness. He gritted his teeth and infused his primordial energy into the companion egg. At the moment the companion egg was activated, Zhou Wen felt his primordial energy surge, like a flood that flowed out of a dam. In a blink of an eye, all his primordial energy was drained. The blood-colored avatar exploded to its death in-game. Due to the lack of primordial energy, the companion egg drained the blood-colored avatar's vitality. Chapter 185 Rejection. The blood-colored avatar exploded to death as the game screen turned black. Zhou Wen dripped another drop of blood and was reborn. When he entered the game again, he saw a Dr. Darkness appear in his companion beast window. He realized that Dr. Darkness had already fallen to the legendary stage when he took a look at his stats. Dr. Darkness, Legendary Youngling. Life Providence, Golden Left Hand. Speed, 18. Strength, 12. Constitution, 13. Primordial Energy, 18. Talent Skill, Scalpel, Fight Poison with. Companion Form, none. He was considered quite a good companion beast at the legendary stage, but that was all. After he evolved into a mature form, he might be able to return to the epic stage. However, it required a large amount of time to feed him. Zhou Wen glanced at Dr. Darkness's image in-game, and thought he looked very similar to Yanjin, but he realized that Dr. Darkness wasn't Yanjin. Dr. Darkness was wearing a white doctor's robe, but he wasn't a person, but a human-shaped puppet. He wasn't of real flesh and blood. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief. He really couldn't accept it if Dr. Darkness really had looked like Yanjin. After testing the Dr. Darkness's skills in-game, he realized that he was actually a support-type pet. He was rather formidable when it came to tasks related to surgery, but his true combat power was not even comparable to the three-eyed golden warrior of the same level. However, if he was used for surgery, Dr. Darkness was definitely a top-notch companion beast. If a doctor had him as a companion beast, it was very likely that he could become a famous doctor. The scalpel technique allowed precise incisions with an error as small as 3 decimal places. Fight Poison with poison was to use poison to stimulate one's body, allowing one's vitality to erupt, to tide through the most dangerous point in surgery. It could even suppress some viruses. Light of penetration could be used to see through a patient's body, far better than X-ray or MRI. However, Zhou Wen didn't know medicine. It was a waste giving him such an impressive medical companion beast. He didn't know how to use it at all. Don't tell me I need to study medicine now? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed, but on second thought, it wasn't completely useless. If he had to deal with some external injuries on the battlefield urgently, Dr. Darkness was still useful. When he returned to the epic stage in the future, his Dr. Soul would be of great help to him in battles. If I can make the Dr. Darkness return to the epic stage, it would be much easier for me to kill an epic creature. However, I wonder how long it will take before I can do this. Zhou Wen kept a happy-go-lucky attitude as he went to Ant City to obtain a few companion eggs to feed Dr. Darkness. Days passed and Ouyang Lan got Ah Sheng to pick him up once again. She said that she had something important to discuss with Zhou Wen.
Little one, have you thought it through? Do you want to participate in the competition for the special physiques?
Ouyang Lan paused before saying,
The competition is about to begin. If you want to participate, you can head to the League's Holy Land over the next 2 days. Sis Lan, I don't wish to go. Can you give the spot to someone else?
Zhou Wen didn't wish to vie for a special physique. With the Lost Immortal Sutra, even if he didn't have a special physique, he could still master the primordial energy art of various styles.
There's only one chance to change every nomination. I had already used up this opportunity when I changed the nomination to you. There's no way to change it now. If you don't go, this nomination would be considered null and void. Little Jing wouldn't be able to go either.
Ouyang Lan explained as though she had seen through Zhou Wen's thoughts.
Sis Lan, I'm really not interested in that nomination. You should think of some other solution if it's possible.
Zhou Wen felt that going to the Holy Land to vie for those special physiques was a waste of time for him. Ouyang Lan sighed and said,
Since you don't wish to go, I won't force you either. Let's forget about this matter. It's fine if the nomination is voided. Since it's useless to us, we'll just leave it voided.
Although Zhou Wen felt somewhat embarrassed, the nomination wasn't what he wanted in the first place. It wasn't his fault for having it voided because of his rejection. Ouyang Lan didn't mention the matter again. She ordered a few dishes, and the two chatted about family matters and school. After the meal, she got Ah Sheng to take Zhou Wen back. Ah Sheng wasn't a conversationalist. He didn't say anything the entire journey, until he got Zhou Wen to the entrance of the school. Just as Zhou Wen was about to alight, Ah Sheng suddenly said,
"Why didn't you accept that nomination? Having that nomination isn't a bad thing for you. Many members of the League's large families yearn for this spot. I just want to live peacefully. I have no interest in special physiques,"
Zhou Wen said. Ah Sheng shook his head and said,
"Young Master One, perhaps you still don't know that the League isn't as peaceful as it seems. In fact, many of the other dimensional zones in the League have had cases of breakouts. Powerful dimensional creatures have rushed out of the dimensional zones and entered the human cities, creating terrifying massacres. Many people have died."
After a pause, Ah Sheng continued,
"Perhaps in a few years, all the dimensional zones will vanish. When that happens, large numbers of dimensional creatures would rush into the human cities. If one doesn't have the necessary strength, they might not even be family. Is the situation very bad?"
Zhou Wen knew that Ah Sheng wasn't lying. In his dorm, there was a dimensional creature that had broken out and refused to leave. It ate like a lord every day.
"It's worse than most people can imagine. Not long ago, a military base at Chess Mountain was wiped out, including an epic stage commander. Now, Chess Mountain is only temporarily suppressed, and the creatures inside can rush out at any time. When that happens, the dimensional creatures that come out might be even more powerful. Once the military is unable to stop those breakout creatures, the human world will immediately plunge into a disaster."
Ah Sheng looked into Zhou Wen's eyes through the rearview mirror and said,
"It's not for anyone. It's only for your survival in this chaotic world. You should also make a trip to the Holy Land. The things that can be given to you there might allow you to survive in a world of chaos that isn't too far away. Thank you for telling me this. However, I really do not wish to have anything to do with the Yin family or take anything from them."
Zhou Wen spoke the heartfelt truth. Affinity that made Zhou Wen believe that he could say what he couldn't tell others. Ah Sheng fell silent. After a long while he sighed and said,
"Madam is right. Although your surname isn't In, and you don't have any blood relations with Overseer In, your temperaments are too similar."
Chapter 186 Zhou Wen's Plans. When Zhou Wen returned to his dorm, his heart felt heavy. The reality was worse than he imagined. Even an epic military officer had died in battle outside a dimensional zone, with large numbers of breakout creatures rushing into the cities. Zhou Wen couldn't imagine how many humans would survive when that happened. Although he knew that danger wasn't far away, there was little he could do now. The only thing he could do was to raise his strength as much as possible. If that day really came, perhaps he could use his own strength to save the people he wanted to save. He glanced at the antelope sleeping on the couch. This fellow did nothing but eat and sleep all day. Ever since it left Mount Laojun, it hadn't done anything else. If only the dimensional creatures in the dimensional zones are the same as you. It would be great if they could just be dealt with by giving them something to eat. Zhou Wen was just musing, knowing that it was impossible. Even if dimensional creatures didn't cause trouble for humans, the greedy nature of humans would still plunder their treasures. Sometimes, as a human, Zhou Wen felt that humans didn't deserve pity. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar, and constantly launched suicidal attacks against various epic creatures, hoping to find a pushover among them. His efforts were not in vain. Through the experience gained through death, Zhou Wen saw a sliver of hope. It was an epic creature in Dragon Gate Grotto. However, it wasn't a fairy, but a tiger in the Binyang Cave. It looked ordinary, so every time Zhou Wen saw it, he wrote it off as an ordinary tiger. It was at best a mortal stage creature. However, when the tiger really began moving, Zhou Wen realized how ridiculously wrong he was. He didn't put up much of a fight before he was swallowed by the tiger. Although he had suffered a terrible defeat the first time, Zhou Wen had no choice but to make attempts on the few weaker epic creatures. Since he had suffered an even worse defeat by other epic creatures, this was a safer option for now. He gradually discovered some of the tiger's habitual weaknesses, and after fighting the tiger several times, he was able to last longer. After countless deaths and repeated experiments, Zhou Wen was certain that it wouldn't be difficult to kill the tiger if he had 2 or 3 powerful helpers. He already had a detailed plan. As long as he followed the plan, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the tiger. The problem now was where to find a few powerful helpers. Zhou Wen's 3 senior brothers were very strong, but they had already helped him once, and they hadn't received any benefits from him. He had yet to return the favor he owed, so it wasn't appropriate for him to seek their help again. After some thought, Zhou Wen made a phone call to Li Xian and told him that he wanted his help in killing an epic creature.
F***CK, old Zhou, nice one. You are often silent, but once you make a sound, it's shocking. You've actually decided to directly aim your sights at an epic creature? Whatever, count me in.
Li Xian agreed without any hesitation. This trust was not something average people had. Zhou Wen didn't say anything else as he got Li Xian to meet him the next day. There was no point in saying certain things. It was better to let actions speak for themselves to not disappoint him. After some thought, Zhou Wen made another phone call to Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan's saber techniques were sufficiently powerful, comparable to Zhong Zia's sword techniques. He was also a powerful aide. After explaining his thoughts on killing an epic creature and telling Feng Qiuyan that he only wanted the speed crystals and wouldn't claim anything no matter what dropped, Feng Qiuyan didn't hesitate either. Those other items could be split among themselves. He directly said,
"To be able to fight with Coach is a very good learning opportunity. I don't need to split the spoils. Just let me participate in the battle."
Zhou Wen felt like crying when he heard that. What a good classmate, and such a kind child. If there were more people like Feng Qiuyan in this world, would there still be things like war? According to Zhou Wen's plan, it should be enough to kill the epic stage tiger with Li Xian and Feng Qiuyan's help. However, taking in the old adages,
expect the unexpected,
and
man proposes, God disposes,
Zhou Wen decided to buy some insurance for his first attempt at killing an epic creature. Hence, Zhou Wen made another call to Huang Ji and repeated what Feng Qiuyan had said to him. He also told Huang Ji that, other than the speed crystal, anything that dropped would be his. Zhou Wen knew that Huang Ji was also in need of money. As long as Huang Ji believed him, he definitely wouldn't reject the opportunity to earn money. After all, anything dropped by an epic creature could sell at a decent price.
If you had said so earlier, I would definitely have joined you. However, I'm already at the airport and am about to board the plane. I definitely won't be able to join you,
Huang Ji said.
Board the plane? Where are you going?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement.
I have some matters to attend to at the League's Holy Land. I'm afraid I won't be able to return anytime soon. If you're not in a hurry, wait about 10 days for me,
said Huang Ji.
Let's talk when you come back.
Zhou Wen hung up the phone and thought for a moment before calling Wang Lu to ask if she was interested in hunting an epic creature.
Of course I'm interested. How can such an interesting thing happen without me?
Wang Lu said with a smile. It looked like she had recovered pretty well. Zhou Wen thought to himself, if Wang Lu were to turn into a companion egg by the dead man tree, I wonder what kind of form it would be. After gathering a number of people, Zhou Wen called them over the next morning to give them a detailed explanation of his plans and things to take note of.
Old Zhou, what kind of epic creature do you want to kill? Fairies in Lotus Flower Cave, or the golden creatures deep in the Myriad Buddha Cave?
Li Xian asked with a grin.
Those epic creatures are too powerful and too dangerous. I want to kill this epic creature, an epic tiger in Binong Cave,
Zhou Wen said. Li Xian's expression turned odd when he heard that.
The tiger you mentioned can't be the one with white fur, black stripes, and a strange cross pattern on its forehead, right? That's right.
Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian in puzzlement. From Li Xian's tone, there seemed to be a problem. Li Xian said with a bitter smile.
That tiger is indeed one of the weakest epics, but the items it drops aren't bad. They are even very rare and useful. Therefore, the tigers in the Binong Cave are protected animals. You have to obtain permission to kill it. What rare items can such a weak tiger drop?
Zhou Wen found it unbelievable. Li Xian rolled his eyes at him and said,
Have you heard of the story of Buddha cutting his flesh to feed a tiger? It's said that the tiger in the Binong Cave is the descendant of that tiger. They aren't strong, but their life providences are one of a kind. They are of immense use, and everyone wants them.
Chapter 187 Baby Tiger of Luck.
What life providence does that tiger have?
Zhou Wen asked.
Its life providence is called the Baby Tiger of Luck. Think about it. A baby tiger that was just about to be eaten by his mother actually encountered Buddha, and had Buddha sacrifice his body to feed his mother. Don't you think it's lucky?
Li Xian said.
Indeed, it's lucky, very lucky.
Wang Lu nodded.
Therefore, that baby tiger's life providence is one that comes with an extremely rare luck attribute. If one can obtain a baby tiger companion beast and use it to kill dimensional creatures, one will not only have the chances of dimensional crystals and companion eggs drop, but also be boosted by several percentage points. The dimensional crystals value and the companion eggs attributes will be better than usual. Do you think this item is worth anything?
Li Xian said.
It will be worth a lot. It's so valuable. Even an excellent great epic companion beast might not be worth as much as it,
said Wang Lu firmly.
Therefore, there are too many people who want the baby tiger. Let's not talk about us. Even those bigwigs will want this baby tiger with them. It's also because of this that the tiger in Binong Cave has become an endangered dimensional creature. There have been a few clashes in Binong Cave in the past. Eventually, the military was deployed to resolve the matter. Later on, they took over the area. You can enter to kill the tiger, but you have to obtain permission from the military. My family has some say in Luoyang, but it's impossible to get in through the back door. Old Zhou, I think you need to change your plan,
Li Xian said. Zhou Wen never expected the tiger he had chosen would be so famous. He couldn't help but frown as he asked,
"Then what should we do to obtain the right to kill the tiger?"
Although Zhou Wen was very interested in a tiger with a lucky life providence, it wasn't his main goal. All he needed to do was obtain the speed crystal. If he had to formulate a new plan, firstly, it wasn't easy finding weak epic creatures, and secondly, Zhou Wen and company might not be able to beat them.
All the bigwigs in Luoyang City grit their teeth in anger when this topic is raised. In the beginning, everyone wanted to get connections to obtain the right to kill the tiger, but think about it. There are so many bigwigs in Luoyang City, so it's not good for the military to permit and reject people. It might be because they were forced to do so, but I don't know who came up with the idea. They set up a huge wheel of fortune. They claim that whether you can get the lucky baby tiger will be decided by luck. Spinning the wheel each time costs 10,000. If you hit it, you are permitted to enter for 24 hours.
Li Xian said knowingly.
10,000 a spin isn't considered expensive. Those bigwigs have plenty of money. Just spend some money. What's there to be angry about?
Wang Lu asked in puzzlement.
If only it were that simple. The wheel of fortune the military set up is electronically controlled. Just pressing a button will automatically spin it. Furthermore, with the military's dedicated personnel watching over it, there's no way to interfere with it. The chances of success are what you call low. There was once a bigwig who led his men to spin the wheel of fortune. After a few hundred turns, they failed to hit it at all. In the beginning, the military earned quite a bit of money. It was practically a scam, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Blame it on the bigwigs wanting the baby tiger. It ranges from 1 to 200 spins, or a few hundred spins to hit it. But even if you hit it, the tiger might not drop a companion egg, right?
Li Xian droned on.
Isn't this a scam?
Zhou Wen frowned. He had completely given up on killing the tiger. With so much money, why was he going through all the trouble? He could just buy speed crystals?
It is a scam, but what can you do if you want the baby tiger? However, there are plenty of rich people and bigwigs who don't care about money to spin that thing. I also wanted to try it in the past, but thinking about how I can't spin too many times with my allowance, I gave up on this plan.
Li Xian said as he spread out his hands.
In that case, it looks like I can only give up on this plan. I'll do more research when I get back. I'll find another epic creature as a target.
Zhou Wen said.
There's no need to give up. Follow me. I have a way to enter the Binan cave,
said Wang Lu with certainty.
What solutions do you have?
Li Xian asked Wang Lu in disbelief. Although Wang Lu had a powerful background, she wasn't a Luoyang native. Li Xian refused to believe that she had more say than the Li family that could only enter through the back door.
Just follow me. You will know when the time comes.
Wang Lu looked confident. Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Feng Qiuyan had no choice but to follow Wang Lu to the Binan cave. Zhou Wen didn't explain his plan and planned on seeing if Wang Lu could obtain permission to enter the Binan cave to kill the tiger. If she couldn't obtain it, there was no point in explaining it. Soon, the four of them arrived outside the Binan cave. It was not completely sealed off. Only the cave where the baby tiger appeared had the military managing it. Not long after Li Xian had brought Zhou Wen and company into the Binan cave, they saw a soldier guarding a cave entrance. Beside the cave's entrance was a wheel of fortune. The white wheel of fortune was very eye-catching, but there was a thin red line that looked like a strand of hair. The needle had to hit the red line precisely before the system could automatically determine a jackpot. Ignoring the fact that it was an electronic wheel of fortune, even if it was manually spun, it would not be easy to hit it. There was only a red button on the entire wheel. It had pressure sensors that allowed for longer and faster spinning by pressing the button forcefully, and a slower and short spin with a gentle press. The only thing that could be controlled was this button. Zhou Wen wanted to use Truth Listener's hearing to hear the internal structure of the wheel, but he couldn't hear anything. He didn't know what device was installed in it.
How long would it take to kill that tiger?
Wang Lu asked Zhou Wen.
If it's only to kill, it should be fast. If nothing goes wrong, it's at most half an hour.
Zhou Wen thought for a moment. He could have the tiger repeatedly appear in game, but he didn't know how long it would take for these tigers to burrow through a spatial rift. Li Xian said.
I heard that a tiger will appear every 2 to 3 days. Furthermore, there is usually only one tiger in the cave at a time. There won't be multiple tigers appearing together. We have no idea if a tiger has been killed. Alright, I got it.
As Wang Lu spoke, she walked towards the Wheel of Fortune and said to the guard.
I'm going to spin 3 times. How do I pay? Card, QR code, or bank transfer?
The soldier smiled.
Wang Lu, don't tell me your method is to throw money at it. Then why don't you just give the money to Zhou Wen so that he can buy a speed crystal?
Li Xian said with widened eyes. Chapter 188 The Spinning Wheel.
Just watch.
As Wang Lu said that, she scanned the QR code to make payment and walked to the Wheel of Fortune. After being checked by the military, she pressed a red button. The wheel started spinning, stopping only after a while. Tick, 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 tick. When the wheel stopped moving, Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and Feng Qiuyan's eyes widened as they looked incredulously at the Wheel of Fortune. He saw that the needle had stopped at the red line that was as thin as a hair strand. The light on the Wheel of Fortune lit up, accompanied by a jackpot sound.
D*MN, what kind of dog sh*T luck did you get? You actually hit it in one shot.
Li Xian's eyes widened. An officer walked over, but did not congratulate Wang Lu for winning the prize. Instead, he carefully checked the Wheel of Fortune and tried spinning it a few more times. After confirming that everything was normal, he said to Wang Lu,
Miss, you are really lucky. Congratulations on obtaining 24 hours. You may enter now. Hold on, I still have 2 more chances.
Wang Lu said as she pressed her palm on the red button again, making the wheel spin again. When the wheel stopped, Li Xian, Zhou Xian, and Feng Qiuyan widened their mouths as they looked at Wang Lu and the wheel as though they were watching an alien. All that could be seen was flashing lights and music fanfare playing. Wang Lu had hit the jackpot again. The officer's expression changed, and he quickly checked the machine again. In the end, everything was still normal. He tried many times but failed to get it. Clearly, there was no problem with the Wheel of Fortune.
Miss, congratulations on obtaining another 24 hours. There's still one more chance. Are you still spinning?
The officer stared at Wang Lu and asked. Clearly, he suspected that there was something wrong with Wang Lu.
Why not? I did spend the money,
Wang Lu said as she pressed her palm onto the red button. This time, the officer stared intently at Wang Lu the entire time. He wanted to know if she had used any powers to interfere with the Wheel of Fortune. He was in charge of this area and had special abilities. If powers affected the wheel, it would be impossible for him not to notice. However, despite staring at Wang Lu from beginning to end, he realized that she hadn't used any powers to cheat, but when the needle stopped, the Wheel of Fortune's light lit up again. A cold sweat broke out on the officer's forehead. He didn't believe that a legendary student could cheat in front of him. However, surely it was impossible for her to hit the jackpot 3 times in a row. It was virtually impossible. The wheel's program didn't allow for such a high probability of hitting the jackpot.
72 hours. That should be enough, right?
Wang Lu returned to Zhou Wen and company.
Enough. Enough.
Li Xian and company subconsciously nodded in response. The officer and soldiers looked at her, as though she was a monster as the 4 entered the cave together.
Wang Lu, how did you do it? I'm willing to pay to buy your method.
When they arrived at an uninhabited spot, Li Xian hurriedly asked Wang Lu. He believed that Wang Lu had definitely cheated, but they just couldn't tell. Wang Lu smiled and said,
There's no method. I just pressed the button a few times and hit the jackpot. TCH, forget it if you don't want to say.
Li Xian naturally refused to believe it. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Wang Lu added,
I don't have anything that stands out, but my luck is a little better than the average person's. I heard from my dad that before I learned how to walk, he took me out for a stroll. I climbed out of the pram myself and picked up a piece of paper on the grass. Who knew that it was actually a lottery ticket? It even won the first prize that day. It was only 7 or 8 million. I can't remember. When I was in kindergarten, I bought a second-hand hair clip for $3, but to my surprise, there was a high-value crystal embedded in it. When I was in middle school. Are you kidding me?
Li Xian refused to believe that such a lucky person existed in this world. After all, he had never won the lottery before, much less picked a winning ticket from the ground. What Wang Lu said was basically spinning tails.
Do you have any coins on you?
Wang Lu said with a smile.
Yes, you want to do a coin flip?
Li Xian said as he took out a coin.
I'll buy 10 heads. Flip it,
said Wang Lu.
TCH, I really don't believe it.
Li Xian threw his coin into the air, but when it landed, it was really heads. After 10 consecutive flips, Li Xian looked at Wang Lu as though he had seen a ghost.
Sister Lu, can I call you sister? You are the humanoid version of the lucky baby tiger. Are you free tomorrow? The 2 of us can make a trip to the rich.
When Li Xian jolted to his senses, he nearly pounced forward to hug Wang Lu's thigh.
I'm not free.
Wang Lu mercilessly rejected Li Xian.
Alright, stop fooling around. I'll discuss the detailed plan first. In a while, you must listen to my instructions and not make any mistakes. Although that tiger isn't a very strong epic creature, it's still at the epic stage. Any tiny mistake could kill us.
Zhou Wen repeatedly exhorted them not to be careless. The tiger was just relatively weak compared to an epic stage powerhouse. When compared to legendaries like them, it was undoubtedly a super big boss to them.
Don't worry. We aren't fools. We know that it's very dangerous. But old Joe, you haven't killed a tiger before. Where did this strategy come from?
Li Xian asked.
I watched videos on the internet,
Zhou Wen said.
Damn, can you be any more reliable? Those videos are experts at the epic stage fighting. We are far inferior to them,
Li Xian said.
If you don't make a mistake, it will be very reliable.
Zhou Wen was very certain that his plan wasn't problematic. He had already tried it countless times, but he was lacking in strength, so he couldn't put his plan into action. He explained the detailed plan to the three of them, especially their positioning and cooperation. Zhou Wen had them practice it several times, and only after seeing that they were familiar with the positioning did he confirm that there was no problem. He then led them deep into the cave.
Zhou Wen, can you change this plan? Let Wang Lu deliver the final blow to the tiger,
Li Xian asked Zhou Wen.
Sure,
Zhou Wen agreed readily. Based on Wang Lu's nearly sick luck, killing the tiger would definitely result in something dropping. Tigers were so rare. If it didn't drop anything, they would have to wait a few more days before they could try their luck again. However, to their surprise, Wang Lu shook her head and said,
I don't like killing. It's best you do it yourselves.
After passing through a few caves, they suddenly saw a tiger covered in white fur and black stripes lying on a boulder in front of them. The tiger also noticed Zhou Wen in company. With a roar, it pounced down from the rock and attacked them.
Xian, left, Feng, right, Lu, back.
In order to reduce the troubles while giving commands, Zhou Wen only said one word in their names. Chapter 189 You Owe Me.
Is this really an epic creature?
20 minutes later, Li Xian looked in disbelief at the tiger lying in a pool of blood. He found it unbelievable that it was an epic creature. In just 20 minutes, they killed the tiger without any injuries. It was so simple that it was unbelievable.
Is there another tiger beside it?
Zhou Wen asked.
I know it's weak, but I never expected it to be so weak. It was like one of the weakest epic creatures,
Li Xian said. However, Feng Qiuyan said in a serious tone.
No, it's not that the tiger is weak, it's that Coach's plan is so targeted. The tiger didn't have the ability to utilize its potential and was suppressed by us. If it wasn't for Coach's plan, it would be questionable if we could have killed it. Old Feng, you really don't have any sense of humor.
Li Xian curled his lips and said,
Forget it. Old Feng, go take a look and see if there's anything good in the tiger's body. It's best if it can release speed crystals, lest we accompany Zhou Wen again next time.
Feng Qiuyan didn't say a word. He walked straight to the tiger's corpse and dissected it. Soon, he dug out a crystalline white companion egg.
F***CK, lucky baby tiger.
Li Xian widened his eyes. Their luck was just too good. They had killed a tiger and ended up having a companion egg drop. It was unknown how those bigwigs, who had killed countless tigers without having a companion egg drop, would feel.
How do we split the companion egg?
Asked Wang Lu.
I've said it before. All I want are speed crystals. Whatever else dropped will be yours.
Zhou Wen was the first to excuse himself. He had already said it before coming, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word just because of a companion egg. Although the tiger was precious, and it was difficult for others to obtain it, Zhou Wen could kill it in-game. It wouldn't be difficult to obtain it in the future.
I came just to help Zhou Wen. I also said that I wouldn't take anything,
Li Xian said.
I don't want it.
Feng Qiuyan was even more straightforward.
I really want it, but it's too valuable. It's not appropriate for me to take it myself. Let's do it this way. I'll accept the companion egg. Your share will be converted into money or something,
said Wang Lu.
Are we people who lack money? Rather than money, why don't you help us enter a few more times in the future? Firstly, we can help Zhou Wen get the speed crystals he wants. Secondly, we can also try to see if we can get a few more tigers to drop. When the time comes, we can each bring one out to enjoy the breeze,
Li Xian said.
No problem. I'll be there as you wish.
Wang Lu also knew that it was indeed difficult to calculate something like a lucky tiger using money. To take it away, she had to owe them favors. There would only be a second tiger in 3 days. The four of them had no choice but to head back now and come back 3 days later. Zhou Wen felt a little depressed. He had read from a thread that the tiger easily dropped speed crystals. Maybe Wang Lu's luck was so good that it affected the tiger's drop rate, resulting in a companion egg being dropped. It's still 3 days before we can kill the tiger. It's too long. I'd better do more research and see if there are any other epic creatures that can be killed. Just as Zhou Wen was about to begin gaming, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was actually Jing.
Is there a reason you are looking for me?
Zhou Wen asked curiously.
Can we talk inside?
Jing appeared rather calm this time. Her expression did not change at all.
Sure.
Zhou Wen let Jing in and poured her a cup of tea. And Jing didn't touch the teacup as she looked at Zhou and asked,
Why did you refuse to participate in the competition for special physiques? Isn't that what you wanted?
Zhou asked casually. And Jing looked at Zhou and continued,
Is that why you refused to participate in the competition? It's part of the reason. Since this is your spot, I'm not interested or have any desires in having it,
Zhou said.
You should know that there's no way to change the nomination. I can't go even if you don't,
said Jing.
I know, but your things are yours. I can't take your things away just because you don't need them,
Zhou said.
I understand.
And Jing nodded slightly as she pondered for a moment before looking up at Zhou.
Do you still remember that you agreed to owe me a condition when I brought you into the military camp? Of course I do. You can raise conditions at any time, but it has to be within my abilities. I won't do anything that harms others.
Zhou naturally wouldn't forget the favor he owed.
It's fine as long as you recognize the debt. Then prepare yourselves. Ashan will take you to the Holy Land tomorrow,
said Jing.
What do you mean?
Zhou was taken aback.
My condition is for you to represent me in the competition for special physiques. Is that clear enough? Do you understand?
She said indifferently.
Why do you want me to go? Haven't you always wanted to prevent me from getting that spot?
Zhou frowned as he looked at Jing, unsure of her thoughts. Previously, Jing had tried her best to stop him. She had even transferred to Guide High School to fight him, but now she was the one forcing him to go.
On Uncle Feng's account, it's not appropriate for me to personally teach you a lesson. However, there are many geniuses in the Holy Land. It would be appropriate to get them to teach you a lesson and help me vent my anger. It will also let my mother and grandfather know that the person they have high hopes for is useless. Only I can help the Yin family obtain a special physique.
With that said, Jing turned to leave Zhou dorm. When she reached his door, she stopped and said without turning her head,
Remember, Ashan will pick you up at 10 tomorrow. You owe me this.
Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words as he watched Jing leave in a daze. Should I go or not? Zhou was somewhat hesitant. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Yin siblings, so he would rather have Jing's nomination be voided than go. However, for some reason, Jing had used the condition in exchange, forcing him to go to the Holy Land. Zhou didn't know why Jing would do that, so he was somewhat hesitant. After some thought, Zhou took out his ordinary phone and called Ouyanglan.
Little one, what's the matter?
Ouyanglan remained as cordial as ever. Even though Zhou had rejected her the last time, her attitude towards Zhou didn't change.
Sis Lan, can't we switch it to having Jing head to the Holy Land?
Zhou asked.
It really can't be done. If it were any other family, it might still be possible. However, the League has always been wary of the Yin family. They can't wait to wipe away the Yin family's nomination, so how could they give the Yin family another chance?
Ouyanglan paused for a moment before continuing.
You don't need to feel burdened. If you don't want to go, so be it. Speaking of which, I was a little selfish. As it's too dangerous there, I wasn't willing to let my daughter take the risk. Instead, I pushed you to the forefront. It was my bad.
Chapter 190 Crystal Purchase.
Sis Lan, can you give me the information about the Holy Land?
Zhou thought for a moment. Since he didn't wish to owe the Yin family any favors, he was prepared to make a trip to the Holy Land regardless of Jing's motives as payment.
You really don't have to force yourself. It's fine if you don't go,
Ouyanglan said.
I wish to take a look,
Zhou said.
All right then. I'll send you the information on the Holy Land.
Ouyanglan paused before continuing.
Look through the information first. If you aren't confident, don't go. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to answer Ling Feng. All right, Sis Lan, send me the information first,
Zhou said vaguely. Ouyanglan sent the information of the Holy Land to Zhou. Only after seeing it did he realize that the Holy Land was actually a large dimensional zone. Unlike ordinary dimensional zones, there were extremely powerful creatures in it. These creatures were actually willing to give humans special bloodlines to change their physiques. However, powerful creatures would not casually bestow human bloodlines. They had to pass their tests to obtain their bloodlines. Currently, the known bloodlines were those of the 6 heroes. Previously, John's Holy Emperor body was one of them. However, the bloodline John had inherited naturally couldn't be compared to the first generation's Holy Emperor body. Zhou had seen the Holy Emperor body before. The other 5 types of physiques were all unique. The most detailed description was a body known as the Sun God body. It was an extremely masculine type that needed one to cultivate an extreme yang elemental primordial energy art to pass the test. Without a doubt, the Sun Strafe art was prepared for the Sun God body, but unfortunately, Zhou didn't cultivate the Sun Strafe art. It was hard to tell if he could obtain the Sun God body when the time came.
Sis Lan, I've already thought about it. I want to go to the Holy Land.
Zhou felt that there was no harm in making a trip there. He could return the favor he owed in Jing, and also attempt to download the Holy Land into his phone. If possible, he might be able to use the Lost Immortal Sutra to obtain many special physiques in the Holy Land.
I thought about it carefully and felt that it was best if you don't go,
Ouyang suddenly said.
Why?
Zhou asked in puzzlement. Ouyang said with a wry smile.
Back when Tianzhou was young, he went once. However, no one received any special physiques during the trip. Why?
Zhou was even more puzzled.
Ahem. When he went there was some unhappiness between him and the other youths who went. It devolved into an armed melee. That's why the other contestants from other families were rather unfriendly to our family. If you represent the family, they will target you. It will be very troublesome when the time comes, so it's best you don't go,
Ouyang said.
Those that can enter the Holy Land are at most at the legendary stage, right?
Zhou asked after some thought.
Yes, the Holy Land has restrictions. One cannot enter if they surpass the legendary stage,
Ouyang said.
I'll go,
Zhou said through gritted teeth. Perhaps it was as Jing had said. There would be many elites waiting to teach him a lesson, but since he had agreed to return the favor, there was no reason for him to shrink back now. Ouyang added some things to take note of, and got Zhou to be careful. Having a chance to obtain a special physique was the best, but it didn't matter if he didn't get it. Safety was the priority. Why are the mothers and daughters' temperaments so different? If it wasn't for the fact that Jing had a unique appearance like Ouyang, Zhou really would suspect that Jing wasn't Ouyang biological daughter. Although Zhou had decided on heading to the Holy Land, he had to raise his speed to 21 points first. He could head there after refining the mutated Fairy Primordial Energy Skill Crystal. It's definitely too late to kill the tiger now. Ignoring the fact that there aren't any tigers in Binong Cave, even if there are, killing it might not necessarily result in a speed crystal. After some thought, Zhou realized that there was only one path he could take. He had to buy a 21 valued speed crystal from a crystal shop. Epic grade crystals weren't cheap. Fortunately, a 21 valued speed crystal was considered one of the lowest grade crystals at the epic stage, so the price wasn't too ridiculous. However, even so, the price wasn't something an ordinary person could accept. If it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, Zhou wouldn't have chosen to spend money to buy it. After all, he lacked money. Zhou requested Sheng's help to settle the administrative procedures for his suspension at school. Since he was going to the Holy Land tomorrow, he definitely wouldn't be able to return in half a month. A day or two didn't matter. He got Sheng to drive him to the Shiyuan crystal shop. This time, there were many customers there, unlike the last time, when it was only Zhou and Ouyang. When he passed by the code lockers, Zhou took another look and couldn't help but recall the numbers on the name card. Unfortunately, Zhou didn't know what those numbers meant, and wasn't sure if it was the passcode for a locker.
Young Master One, what kind of stack crystal do you want to buy?
Sheng asked when he saw Zhou walk to the crystal cabinet.
I want to buy an epic speed crystal. Just 21 points would do,
Zhou said.
Young Master One, you haven't advanced to the epic stage yet. It's too dangerous to absorb an epic stage crystal right now. If you need higher valued legendary crystals, I can prepare them for you,
Sheng said.
There's no need.
Zhou shook his head in rejection. The crystals Sheng had brought were naturally given to him by the Yin family.
Sheng, what brings you here today?
Zhou was looking at the crystal when he suddenly heard an elder's voice. He turned his head and saw that the person speaking was an old man with a sickly look.
Old Master Qin, I'm here to accompany young Master Wen to buy crystals,
Wen replied respectfully. Only then did Zhou realize that the sickly old man in front of him was likely the owner of Shiyuan Crystal Shop, Qin Shiyuan. Qin Shiyuan appeared somewhat surprised as he looked at Zhou and said,
Lad, you're Zhou? Old Master Qin, you know me?
Zhou was somewhat surprised. Qin Shiyuan said with a smile,
Of course I know. There's probably no one in Luoyang City who doesn't know about Little Land's marriage with your father.
With that said, Qin Shiyuan pulled Zhou's hand and walked him deeper into the store. As he walked, he said,
The things outside are just to fool ordinary people. You are one of Little Land's. Come to my treasury and take a look. Old Master, I just want to buy an epic speed crystal. Just an ordinary one would do,
Zhou said.
It doesn't matter if you are buying. Take a look first,
Qin Shiyuan said with a chuckle as he pulled Zhou into the elevator. Qin Shiyuan led him straight to the 4th floor. After exiting the elevator, he said to Sheng,
Sheng, stay here and watch. Don't let anyone disturb us.
Chapter 191 Qin Shiyuan.
This companion beast's name is the Skyod Crane. It was sent here by an epic expert, Lu Jiuyun. This Skyod Crane's speed is extremely fast. Furthermore, Its life providence and life soul are pretty good.
Qin Shiyuan held Zhou Wen's hand as he warmly introduced the companion beasts in basement 4. Zhou Wen felt odd. He was clearly here to buy a speed crystal, so why did Qin Shiyuan introduce these companion beasts to him? Zhou Wen had tried to emphasize the purpose of his visit several times, but he couldn't find a chance to interject. In fact, when Ouyang Lan brought Zhou Wen here, she had already told him everything. However, with Qin Shiyuan's enthusiasm, Zhou Wen could only patiently listen. Without realizing it, the two came to the room with the chained silver-haired companion beast. After entering the room, Qin Shiyuan suddenly said to Zhou Wen,
Zhou Wen, do you know that you are in danger? Old Master Qin, what do you mean?
Zhou Wen looked at Qin Shiyuan in confusion. Qin Shiyuan looked outside and saw that Ah Shun was still guarding the 4th-level entrance. He whispered to Zhou Wen,
Everyone in Luoyang City knows that Little Lan married another man, but they don't know much about that man. At most, they know his surname is Zhou, much less know that he has a son named Zhou Wen. Then how did you know about me?
Zhou Wen asked Qin Shiyuan.
It was Ouyang who told me. He said that he thinks highly of you, and you are outstanding. If possible, he hopes that you can take over his job in the future,
said Qin Shiyuan.
What job?
Zhou Wen looked at Qin Shiyuan in confusion. Qin Shiyuan smiled bitterly and said,
Ouyang is still as cautious as ever. He thought highly of you but didn't tell you anything? The former principal has indeed praised me for my talent, but that was just a casual remark. Don't treat it seriously.
Zhou Wen paused and looked at Qin Shiyuan.
Old Master Qin, doesn't the former principal study history? I'm not familiar with this area and am not very interested in it. You must have heard wrongly that the former principal asked me to take over his job, right? It can't be wrong. Ouyang gave you the passcode, right? Did you see the metal slab over there? Enter the code. The items inside were all left by Ouyang. They should be of some help to you,
Qin Shiyuan said as he pointed behind the silver-haired companion beast. What he was referring to was the metal slab with the ship's anchor emblem engraved on it. The last time Zhou Wen came, he had seen the keypad on it. He guessed that it might be a password lock, but he never expected it to be true. Despite having those thoughts, Zhou Wen's expression remained stoic as he feigned surprise.
Old Master Qin, what password are you talking about? Didn't Ouyang give you the passcode? That's bad. It's all the things he left for you. You can't open without the passcode, so you can only wait for him to return,
Qin Shiyuan said as he stared at Zhou Wen.
The former principal left something for me? He even wants me to take over his job. Why haven't I heard him mention it before? I'll have to ask him when he returns,
Zhou Wen said.
Did Ouyang really not tell you anything?
Qin Shiyuan asked in surprise.
Back when the former principal was still in Guide High School, he often chatted with me, but he didn't leave anything for me. Also, what was the danger that you mentioned?
Zhou Wen asked Qin Shiyuan.
The things Ouyang left for you are very important. If others know that you have the items, it will definitely be disadvantageous to you. So you must hide them well and not let anyone see them,
Qin Shiyuan said sternly.
What are the things?
The puzzlement on Zhou Wen's face wasn't faked. He really didn't know what the former principal had left him.
Since you don't know anything, that can be considered a good thing. Forget it. Since Ouyang didn't tell you the details, let's wait until he comes back.
Qin Shiyuan saw that Zhou Wen didn't seem to be faking it, so he didn't say anything else and left the room with the silver-haired companion beast. When Qin Shiyuan closed the door, Zhou Wen glanced at the silver-haired companion beast. Just like the last time he came, the companion beast was still sitting there with his head lowered. His long silver hair covered his face, masking his appearance. However, Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that a pair of eyes were staring at him behind the waterfall like silver hair. Furthermore, they were smiling at him. After leaving basement 4, Qin Shiyuan got someone to give him the speed crystal which Zhou Wen needed. He gave him a very high discount, and eventually, Zhou Wen paid 138,000 for the 21-valued speed crystal. On the way back, Zhou Wen's mind wasn't on the speed crystal. Is the number on the name card really from the former principal? Is that string of numbers really used to open the metal slab? Zhou Wen was extremely puzzled as he felt that something was amiss. Therefore, when Qin Shiyuan said those words, Zhou Wen only pretended not to understand anything. In fact, he really didn't quite understand. Sir, what's going on? Zhou Wen was filled with doubt. After Zhou Wen left his store, Qin Shiyuan sat on a chair in his office. He was using the mouse to click on the video, and repeatedly replayed the entire conversation he had with Zhou Wen. After watching for a while, Qin Shiyuan muttered to himself, "It looks like I'm overthinking things. This kid really doesn't know. Who did that old fool Ouyang pass the passcode to? He didn't even tell his own daughter. Could that old fool have wanted that thing to die together with him?" After returning to his dorm, Zhou Wen took out the 21 valued speed crystal and attempted to snap a picture to put it inside the game. It was very dangerous to directly absorb stat crystals that exceeded one's level. Although Zhou Wen's body was powerful, he wasn't willing to take the risk. Furthermore, Zhou Wen was somewhat worried. A legendary stage definitely had its limits, but he didn't know what the limit was. A person's limit was 18. His was clearly higher than the average person's, but he had no confidence in reaching 21 points. The speed crystal successfully entered the game. The moment the blood-colored avatar touched it, it immediately transformed into a stream of light that fused into the blood-colored avatar's body. It made Zhou Wen feel as though a force had fused into his muscles, strengthening them. The blood-colored avatar's speed quickly increased by 1 point and became 19. Soon, it increased by another point and became 20. However, when the speed crystal was completely absorbed by the blood-colored avatar, his speed stat stopped increasing. Zhou Wen's heart skipped a beat. He knew what he was most worried about had happened. His legendary stats hit the limit at 20 points, so he was unable to increase his speed to 21 points. Unless he advanced to the epic stage, he wouldn't be able to learn the Dragon Gate Flying Immortal skill. Chapter 192 Hope of Breaking Through. Chapter 192 Hope of Breaking Through. At the mortal stage, the Lost Immortal Sutra simulated 4 types of primordial energy arts to boost my stats to 11 points. But now, those primordial energy arts have already reached the legendary stage, but it hasn't increased my stats. How do I have my stats break through to 21 points? Zhou Wen frowned and thought. Zhou Wen, I heard you are representing Yin family and will be heading to the Holy Land. Li Xian ran over and sized up Zhou Wen. Yes, I just decided to go yesterday. How did you know? Zhou Wen asked. It's almost time to enter the Holy Land, so the League has already released the list with your name on it. The Yin family sure treats you well. They actually gave you this spot. Li Xian was very surprised. He never expected the Yin family to give the spot to Zhou Wen. If I didn't have to go, I really wouldn't have gone, Zhou Wen thought to himself. But there was no point in saying that now. Therefore, Zhou Wen only asked. Does that mean you are going too? Li Xian curled his lips and said. If brother were to talk to me nicely, I might have even given it to him. However, with what he has done, I'll definitely not let him get his wish. By the way, how are you getting to the Holy Land? Let's go together. We can join forces and forge a path of blood together. Each of us will obtain a special physique in return. Later, we will then have a mythical pet. Li Xian rattled on. Have you thought about which type of physique you will be vying for? Different physiques have different primordial energy art requirements. You have to cultivate the corresponding primordial energy art to have a possibility of passing. Just as Zhou Wen was about to answer, his eyes suddenly lit up as he thought to himself, that's right. Why didn't I think of it? Although the Lost Immortal Sutra has the power to confuse immortals and Buddhas, making those immortals and Buddhas think that I have a special physique, I actually do not have one. Could the special physiques in the Holy Land allow my body to exceed the limits of the legendary stage? With this in mind, Zhou Wen suddenly felt that his trip wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Hey, what are you doing? I'm asking you a question. Li Xian said, as he waved his hand at Zhou Wen when he saw him looking down in a daze. Ah Sheng will be taking me there. Zhou Wen snapped out of his daze and explained. Then tell Ah Sheng to take one more person. I'll go with you for company, Li Xian said. It shouldn't be a problem. I'll inform him later, but there will be trouble plaguing me. If you come with me, I'm afraid it won't be too peaceful, Zhou Wen said. People live in this world to resolve all kinds of trouble. There's no point fearing it. All right, I'll head back to pack up. Li Xian bade farewell and left. Zhou Wen called Ah Sheng, but he never expected Ah Sheng to say, Young Master One, it's best if you don't go with Li Xian. Why? Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement. There are some internal problems with the Li family. I'm afraid that it won't be safe on our trip. Ah Sheng wasn't too direct, but Zhou Wen knew that the problem he was referring to was probably Li Xian's second brother, Li Maobai. I'm also in trouble. Li Xian isn't afraid of trouble, so what's there for me to be afraid of? Zhou Wen said with a smile. After hanging up, Zhou Wen went to Old Dragon Cave. Ah Sheng could help him apply for a leave of absence, but Zhou Wen still wanted to inform Wang Mingyuan and company before he left. When Zhou Wen arrived at the laboratory, he saw the rare sight of Zhong Zia, Hui Haifeng, and Jiang Yan there. Furthermore, Zhong Zia wasn't sleeping and Jiang Yan wasn't reading. The three of them were playing cards. Not seeing Wang Mingyuan, Zhou Wen asked, Where's teacher? He's down Dragon's Well. He should be back soon. Hui Haifeng answered. Zhou Wen couldn't help but worry when he heard that Wang Mingyuan had gone into Dragon's Well again. Hui Haifeng and company had never seen the dragon at the bottom of Dragon's Well, but Zhou Wen had experienced it deeply. Although Wang Mingyuan was at the epic stage, he might not be a match for the dragon. Sitting by the side and watching the trio play cards, he felt that something was amiss. Zhou couldn't figure out how the trio was playing, despite watching for quite some time. Zhong Zia had thrown a 7, and Hui Haifeng had thrown an 8, but Jiang Guan threw a 5. No matter how he thought about it, 5 wasn't bigger than 8.
What kind of game are you playing?
Zhou asked in puzzlement.
Just a random game,
Hui Haifeng said with a smile. Zhong Zia continued.
There's no point in playing a proper game of cards. This is called reverse. We'll select one person to play cards in reverse, while the other two play normally.
This was the first time Zhou saw that cards could be played this way. He found it more interesting as he watched. A clearly big card was used as a small card in Jiang Yan's hand, while his smallest 3 to 5s all became the biggest cards. However, playing cards in such a way made it prone to confusion, especially for an ordinary person. However, the 3 of them played with relish and never made any mistakes. After waiting for more than an hour, Wang Mingyuan came out of Dragon's Well. Zhou recounted how he was going to the Holy Land.
I didn't expect the Yin family to give you the nomination. If you really want to go, you have to be careful.
Hui Haifeng spoke up first. Seeing Zhou puzzled expression, Hui Haifeng said with a smile.
Back when Tianzua was about the same age as us, he went to the Holy Land. He didn't obtain any special physiques, but he beat the descendants of the 6 heroes, who went to the Holy Land one after another. He caused all the descendants of the 6 heroes to fall out, and none of them obtained any special physiques. This resulted in a great feud. As a representative of the Yin family, you will likely be targeted.
Zhou was dumbfounded when he heard that. Only then did he know that the trouble Ouyang Lan mentioned was really troublesome.
Why did Tianzua do that?
Zhou asked.
Rumor has it that Tianzua was too arrogant. He said that it was meaningless for the descendants of the 6 hero families to get the special physiques every time, so he beat them to a pulp and made them have to quit. But this is just a rumor. Only the real people involved know the truth,
Hui Haifeng said.
If you don't have to go, it's best you don't go. A special physique might not necessarily be good,
Zhong Zia said with a twitch of his lips.
I've already promised the Yin family,
Zhou said.
You'll have to go if you have promised, but after you get there, you must take note of someone called Lance,
said Jiang Yan.
What's so special about that person?
Zhou asked.
Lance is also a descendant of the 6 heroes. Although his fame isn't as great as John's, he's thousands of times more terrifying than John. With your abilities and companion beasts, it won't be difficult for you to deal with the descendants of the other 6 heroes, but if you encounter this person, you have to be careful,
Jiang Yan said very seriously without any intention of joking.
Lance, I'll remember him.
Zhou repeated the name Jiang Yan mentioned and silently memorized it. Chapter 193 Qin Mountain. Chapter 193 Qin Mountain. When Zhou left, there was a necklace around his neck. Although it was a necklace, it was actually a red string with a bead carved from ivory. This was given to him by Wang Mingyuan, who claimed to have made it personally. He originally planned on giving each of them one after making all 4. Since Zhou was leaving for some time, he wanted to give him the completed one first. The next morning, Ah Sheng came to fetch Zhou and Li Xian, and Ouyang Lan came over. Before leaving, she specially exhorted Zhou.
Little one, I'm not worried about your strength, but I'm afraid that you might be careless. After you reach the Holy Land, you have to be careful of the descendants of the 6 heroes. The grudge from back then between Tianzua and the 6 heroes is so deep, they will definitely target you. Remember, safety first. It's nice to obtain a special physique, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Sis Lan, I understand.
Zhou nodded slightly. If this were in the past, Zhou wouldn't have taken the special physique to heart, but in order to break through, Zhou had to vie for it. Zhou originally imagined that they were taking a plane to the Holy City, but to his surprise, Ah Sheng drove them out of Luoyang City without heading to the airport.
Brother Sheng, isn't it too slow by car?
Li Xian didn't dare call him Ah Sheng, so he called him Brother Sheng. Previously, Li Xian had told Zhou that although Sheng was only picked up by Tianzua, and was not a true member of the Yin family, and Tianzua treated him like a brother. In the Yin family, he was Ah Sheng, but outside, Sheng's name was frightening.
This was ordered by Madam. There are many routes to choose from, so the roads are safer. Furthermore, there are a few dimensional zones. I want you to visit them before heading to the Holy Land,
answered Ah Sheng.
Which dimensional zones?
Li Xian was intrigued.
The nearest place is in Qin Mountain. I don't know what the name is,
Ah Sheng answered simply. However, Li Xian's expression changed when he heard the name.
Brother Sheng, don't tell me you are really letting us enter the dimensional zone at Qin Mountain? I heard that the dimensional zones there are really terrifying. Without being at the epic stage, entry means death. It's not that exaggerated. About 90% die.
Ah Sheng said. Is there a difference? Li Xian cursed inwardly. Zhou didn't know much about this, so he asked.
Is Qin Mountain terrifying? Is it terrifying? Remove that questioning tone, and that's more like it. That's where the great horror lies. Have you heard of the legendary Kunlun?
Li Xian said with a twitch of his lips.
Didn't Ah Sheng say he was going to Qin Mountain? What has it got to do with Kunlun?
Zhou was somewhat puzzled.
The legendary Kunlun of ancient myths refers to Qin Mountain. It doesn't point to the present-day Kunlun mountain range. Qin Mountain is also a dragon vein of East District, basically the best geographical location. The dimensional zones there are extremely terrifying, and there are countless powerful dimensional creatures inside. Humans are nothing there. Even top human experts have to tread carefully inside, like they are treading on thin ice. If they aren't careful, they might perish, much less us legendaries.
Li Xian asked another question after he was done.
Brother Sheng, are you really taking us to the dimensional zone in Qin Mountain? Yes.
Ah Sheng answered simply. Li Xian suddenly realized that coming with Zhou was a wrong decision. It didn't mean that he was afraid of going to the ruins. No matter how dangerous that place was, Ah Sheng wouldn't bring them to their deaths. However, along the way, Ah Sheng drove without saying a word, while Zhou gamed on his phone, leaving him bored out of his wits.
Is that stupid game really that fun? You've been grinding ants the entire journey. How many ants have you killed? Did the ants provoke you? If you really hate it so much, just find a real ant and kill it. Why do you have to seek revenge on it?
Li Xian said gloomily.
Yeah.
Zhou replied before continuing grinding. Li Xian was instantly rendered speechless. He had no way of communicating with Zhou, so all he could do was lean back into his seat and sleep. Zhou had been trying to kill the golden flying ant or break the white cocoon it was protecting. Unfortunately, the golden flying ant was too fast, so he could do neither. However, grinding for some companion eggs to feed his pets was not a bad choice. He could try his luck at companion beast fusion. The success rate of a fusion was really low. The success rate for the first fusion was the highest. After every fusion, the success rate plummeted. As for how much it decreased, it depended on the pet species. Due to the existence of the grinding wind skill, Zhou could quickly grind ants. Many ant eggs dropped, so Zhou began to wonder if he could come up with an ant that could both fly and provide defense. It would have high speed and high defense. Therefore, Zhou had been using companion eggs of the black-winged flying ants and the red-armored ants all this time. He had succeeded quite a few times, but none of them could satisfy Zhou with their stats and skills. Red-armored, yellow-armored, blue-armored ants each have a defensive primordial energy skill. I'll first do fusion until I get an ant with 3 skills, then I'll combine it with a black-winged flying ant, allowing it to have the ability to fly. That way, I'll need at least 3 fusions. The success rate is just too low. Zhou tried many times. Skills were either lost after the fusion or the fusions failed. It was especially so for the third fusion. The chances of success were too low. There was only a little more than an 11% chance of success. He had lost count of the number of times he had attempted fusion, but they all failed. Thankfully, there were many ant eggs. Zhou didn't have anything else to do on the way, so he slowly fused them. When the car entered the mountainous region, it was very rare to see people in cars. In this era, due to the appearance of the dimensional zones, many roads were blocked. Traveling between cities was actually a very difficult matter. If an ordinary person were to accidentally enter a dimensional zone, the probability of surviving was extremely low.
Currently, there weren't many civilian operations for the transportation of goods. The main reason was that the League's military was doing it. Even so, there were still many accidents every year. Most of the time, people along with their vehicles would disappear. Search and rescue teams didn't even have a clue where to begin. As the car drove along the mountain road, Zhou, who was gaming, suddenly felt his eardrums hurt. The window shattered at the same time as the tires burst. Accompanied by an explosive sound, he heard a strange shriek. The car lost control and swerved into the railing of the mountain road as it began to spin off the road.
Ah Sheng suddenly wound down the car window, and with one foot on the mountain road, he forcefully stopped the car. It was as if the car had been nailed to the ground, leaving it less than a meter away from the cliff. Zhou and Li Xian were given a fright as they subconsciously looked out onto the mountain road. They saw a golden glow dancing in the middle of the mountain range. On a closer look, it was a giant bird that was as golden as a phoenix. It was dancing through the mountain like a golden sun. The bird's cry from before came from it. Chapter 194 Car Flying Through the Empty Sky. Chapter 194 Car Flying Through the Empty Sky.
F***CK, is that a phoenix?
Li Xian asked in surprise.
Don't speak, don't move, don't make any sound,
Ah Sheng said in a low voice.
Zhou Wen and Li Xian felt a baffling sense of pressure when they saw Ah Sheng being so cautious. They sat in the car without daring to move, but their eyes were focused on the dancing giant bird in the mountains. The giant bird flew very leisurely, like a golden cloud floating in the middle of a mountain. It leisurely bobbed up and down in the sky, like an elder taking a stroll. After flying for a while, the giant bird approached Zhou Wen and company. Only then did Zhou Wen and Li Xian see that behind the giant bird was a row of chicks. The giant bird was like a golden cloud, but the chicks were about the size of a quail. Although their feathers were also golden, their color was lighter, and they didn't have such a strong luster. Apparently, their feathers hadn't fully grown. Zhou Wen counted and found a total of 6 chicks followed behind the giant bird. They flapped their wings and tried their best to maintain their flying postures, but it was extremely strenuous. They flew in all directions, as though they could drop at any moment. The giant bird ignored them and continued flying in front. The 6 chicks tried their best to follow the giant bird up and down as they flapped their wings with all their might. This is the true descendant of a dimensional creature. This was the first time Zhou Wen had seen a dimensional creature's descendant. A companion egg wasn't a real egg, but a form of life crystal. As they watched, the giant bird flew over with the chicks. When it was a few hundred meters away from the mountain path, Zhou Wen and Li Xian felt a strong heat blast, as though a scorching wind was hitting them. The sweat from their bodies immediately oozed out. In a blink of an eye, their clothes were drenched. Because of Ah Sheng's reminder, neither of them dared make a sound. They sat in the car, as though they were in a sauna. They were still somewhat worried, unsure if the giant bird was coming for them. Zhou Wen even wondered if their firm muscles had caught the fancy of the giant bird, making it decide to feed them to the chicks. Li Xian and Zhou Wen looked at Ah Sheng, hoping to ask him what ideas he had. They were no match for such a monstrous creature. If they didn't flee now, it would be too late. Ah Sheng sat there without any reaction. He looked at the giant bird without a word, evidently having no intention of escaping. The two of them could only bite the bullet and sit still. After a while, the giant bird flew past the top of the mountain with the 6 chicks and ignored them. Clearly, they were only out practicing flying and weren't intentionally targeting them. Zhou Wen and Li Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the giant bird was about to fly over them. However, it was at this moment that something unexpected happened. An exhausted chick fell from the sky. Although it tried its best to flap its wings and control its body, it was unable to muster the required strength. It fell faster and faster. And coincidentally, the chick fell in the direction of their car. What do we do? Li Xian and Zhou Wen looked at Ah Sheng. Ah Sheng obviously hadn't expected this to happen, and the look on his face changed as well. However, he still sat motionlessly in the driver's seat, and even gestured for their silence. The chick fell too quickly, and just as Zhou Wen saw that Ah Sheng wasn't moving, the chick had already fallen on the roof of the car. With a loud thud, a huge dent was produced on the roof. Furthermore, a tiny hole had smashed through the roof. The chick's head and neck drooped down from the tiny hole as it shook in front of Zhou Wen and Li Xian. Instantly, the air in the car seemed to freeze. Li Xian robotically turned his head and exchanged a glance with Zhou Wen, seeing their worry in each other's eyes. This chick won't die here, right? Zhou Wen was very worried. If the chick really died here, would the giant bird vent its anger on them? Dimension creatures weren't humans, so they wouldn't reason with them. They could thank their lucky heavens if they weren't eaten by them, much less think about being given compensation for the car damage. Just as Zhou Wen was considering whether he should immediately jump out of the car to flee, he saw the chick's neck twitch before opening its eyes. It then looked at Zhou Wen and Li Xian for a few seconds. Following that, they heard thumping sounds. The car's roof, which was made of special steel alloy, had been warped and dented. There were a few more holes, as sharp objects pierced through the steel plate, allowing Zhou Wen and company to see tiny sharp hook-like talons. Precisely 6 sounds. Zhou Wen kept count as he listened to the thumping, and knew that 6 chicks had landed on their roof. In the next second, before the sound could form an image in Zhou Wen's mind, the car trembled violently. Outside the shattered car window, a gigantic golden bird claw appeared. Then, Zhou Wen and company felt the car rapidly rise, as it instantly rose into the sky. How can I be so unlucky? Zhou Wen felt that he never had a smooth trip when he went out. This time, he was ridiculously unlucky. Li Xian could no longer hold his tongue, but Ah Sheng made a gesture a step ahead of him, indicating for him to remain silent and continue sitting. Soon, Zhou Wen and Li Xian could already look down on the mountain. The entire car had been hoisted into the sky by the giant bird's claw. The chick exchanged looks with the humans for a few seconds before struggling a few times to pull its head out. But soon, Zhou Wen heard the piercing sound of steel being torn through. The roof of the car was quickly ripped off by a tiny talon, forming a bigger hole. The chick jumped in. Seeing the chick about to land on him, Zhou Wen thought of the tiny,
tender talon that could easily tear apart special steel plates. This gave him the urge to rush from the vehicle to flee. Ah Sheng, who was in front, gestured for him to hold back. Clearly, he didn't want Zhou Wen to make any sudden movements. Zhou Wen hesitated for a moment before the chick landed on his leg. Unlike what he imagined, the chick was very light and was at most half a pound in weight. It didn't have any strength in its claws. Before Zhou Wen could decide on how to deal with the chick, a few more chicks had jumped down from the hole and landed on Zhou Wen and Li Xian, or into the back row of seats. Another chick landed on Li Xian's head and stood perched there, as though it had no intention of moving. Li Xian and Zhou Wen were equally depressed, but they didn't dare move. They had the urge to cry. The 6 chicks jumped around Zhou Wen in company and pecked them from time to time. However, they didn't really exert any strength, as though they were just curious. It's over, it's over. If this giant bird were to bring us back, we would definitely become their meal. Li Xian lamented inwardly about his bad luck. Chapter 195 Tree Halfway Up the Mountain. Chapter 195 Tree Halfway Up the Mountain. The 6 chicks happily bounced around in the car. They pecked here and there, looking around with curiosity. Zhou Wen and Li Xian clearly weren't as relaxed as they were. They sat there motionless, afraid that they would anger them and incur the giant bird's wrath. At the same time, they were afraid that these chicks would suddenly think of trying to test the hardness of their beaks. Bam! Just as they were in thought, a chick suddenly threw a tantrum and pecked heavily at the car door. The car was bulletproof. A normal bomb couldn't even blast open the door, but the chick easily bore through a hole. Zhou Wen and Li Xian's cold sweat instantly poured, mixing with the warm sweat that they were already soaked in. It was quite an indescribable feeling. Thankfully, the chicks didn't try their beaks on them. Zhou Wen was fine, but Li Xian was a little unlucky. The chick that was standing above him actually pooped. Although it wasn't much, it made Li Xian feel like dying. With another loud crash, the car shook violently. The golden bird's giant claw had vanished, and the car had apparently landed on the ground. However, when Zhou Wen looked outside, he immediately realized that he was wrong. They hadn't landed on the ground at all. This was a mountain halfway up the mountain. The car had landed on a stone platform on the mountainside. It was neither up nor down. Unless their car could fly, it was impossible to drive away. Being able to drive away was secondary. Most importantly, it was whether they could return alive. Zhou Wen was considering how to survive when Li Xian furtively tugged at the corner of his shirt and pointed outside the window. Zhou Wen looked in the direction he was pointing and was immediately alarmed. They were on the mountainside of a lone mountain peak, at least 700 to 800 meters off the ground. However, from Li Xian's side, he could see the crown of a tree. A tree crown can be seen here? How tall is that tree? Zhou Wen found it unimaginable. Although there were many mutated plants in this era, Zhou Wen had never seen a tree that was 700-800 meters tall. If the height was converted into a building, it would be about 200 to 300 stories tall. The phoenix-like bird landed on the crown of the tree and let out a bird's cry. It made Zhou Wen feel like his ears were numb, buzzing so much that he couldn't hear anything. When the 6 chicks heard the giant bird's cry, they bounced out of the window and approached the giant bird on the tree crown. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the huge bird didn't live on the mountain peak. Its nest was on the large tree. On the mountain stone platform, besides their car, there were also several other cars. There were SUVs and trucks too, and many things were scattered around them. There was a box of beverages, as well as some timber from a vehicle. All sorts of things were scattered on the platform, but no one could be seen. From the looks of it, it's not the first time that the giant bird has brought cars up here, but why isn't there anyone around? Where did the people in those cars go? Did they escape, or have they already found themselves in the giant bird's stomach? Zhou Wen guessed. While Zhou Wen was contemplating, the giant bird had already led the 6 chicks into a tree hole. At that moment, Ah Sheng lowered his voice and said, "That giant bird is too terrifying. We are no match for it, so make sure not to anger it. Brother Sheng, there are epic creatures you can't deal with?" Li Xian asked with a sliver of hope. "I may have means to deal with an epic creature, but it's hard to tell whether that's an epic creature or not," Ah Sheng said calmly. Li Xian was immediately alarmed when he heard that. "That can't be? Could it really be the mythical phoenix? I don't know if it's a phoenix, but that tree should be the legendary parasol tree," Ah Sheng said as he looked at the giant tree outside. "The tree outside is the parasol tree? There's the saying that a phoenix nests in a parasol tree. Does that mean that the giant bird is really a phoenix?" Li Xian was even more alarmed. "That's not necessarily the case. I once fought in the dimensional zones with the Overseer and have previously seen parasol trees slightly smaller than this one elsewhere. It was an azure one which was just half a step short of being a mythical creature. We suffered heavy losses in that battle, and even the Overseer suffered serious injuries.
That's why we killed the azure Luan and chopped down the parasol tree, Ah Sheng said. Brother Sheng, what should we do now? Why don't we sneak down the mountain and escape at night?
Upon hearing Ah Sheng's words, Li Xian felt even more afraid.
Forget about these terrifying dimensional creatures. Even ordinary birds have better eyesight than humans. Daytime or nighttime doesn't make a difference to them.
Ah Sheng scanned his surroundings and saw the cars and the things strewn on the ground.
You guys wait here. I'll go out and take a look.
Ah Sheng then quietly got out of the car. He crawled forward like a snake, so quiet that he didn't even make a sound. In a short while, Ah Sheng returned with many things tucked under his arms.
These drinks still have half a year of shelf life. From the looks of it, their owners weren't brought here too long ago. Now, there's no one here. If they haven't escaped, they are most likely in the giant bird's stomach.
Ah Sheng handed the cans in his hand to Zhou Wen and Li Xian.
Only after eating will we have the strength to flee. We don't have much time left. There are still a few dimensional zones to go. We also need to arrive in the Holy Land on time. We can't delay any further.
Considering how the giant bird wasn't likely to exit the tree hole moments after returning, they decided to leave immediately. After drinking some of the beverages and eating some snacks to fill their stomachs, the three of them immediately got up and quietly headed for the edge of the cliff to take a look. Not only was the mountain steep, but the stone wall was also as smooth as a mirror. There was almost no place to rest one's feet.
It's too steep here. If I don't use my flying pets, I'm afraid I won't be able to get down,
Li Xian said with a sullen expression.
You can't use companion beasts. Dimension creatures are very territorial. If you use a companion beast, you will be making an enemy out of the giant bird, infuriating it in the process.
Young Master One, can you go down by yourself?
Ah Sheng asked Zhou Wen.
Yes.
It wasn't difficult for Zhou Wen to head down.
All right, then I'll carry Li Xian. Let's head down together.
After Ah Sheng said that, he crouched down and waited for Li Xian to get on his back.
Brother Sheng, there's no need. There's really no need. I should be able to give it a try myself. There won't be much of a problem.
Li Xian hurriedly rejected Ah Sheng's good intentions. The three of them climbed down together. Their ascension of the mountain was abrupt, but their descent was dangerous. With Dragon Gate Fairy skill, Zhou Wen was barely able to maintain his balance while descending. Zhou Wen crawled for a while, and saw Li Xian sweating profusely. However, it seemed as though he could still hang on. He subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of the tree hole. What he saw left Zhou Wen in a state of shock. He had no idea that the giant bird was standing at the tree hole's entrance. Its eyes were coldly staring at him. Chapter 196 Four Gentlemen Blades. Chapter 196 Four Gentlemen Blades. Ah Sheng and Li Xian had clearly noticed it as well. They lay on the mountain wall, not daring to move. The giant bird spread its wings before violently flapping them once. An ominous foreboding rose in their minds when they felt a hurricane rise up and sweep their bodies up. Bam! 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 The three of them fell back onto the stone platform and saw stars. It took them a while before they could stand up. However, when they turned back to look at the tree hole in the towering tree, there was no sign of the giant bird. Looking everywhere, there was no trace of it. It was as though it had gone back inside.
From the looks of it, it knew we were here long ago. Since it didn't kill us, why did it leave us here? Could it be that it treats us as a food stockpile and plans to keep us here for the new year?
Li Xian was still in the mood to joke.
I don't know if it's keeping us for the new year, but it must have deliberately left us here,
Zhou Wen said.
Since it didn't kill us, we still have a chance. Let's think of other ways.
Ah Sheng said as he looked around the platform. Since the giant bird had already targeted them, it was useless no matter how careful they were. Zhou Wen also circled the platform, hoping to find something useful.
This item isn't bad.
Li Xian found a Playboy magazine in a cargo truck's compartment. Zhou Wen picked up a beverage bottle and saw that there was still more than a month left before it expired. He opened it to drink it and, as he did so, he arrived in front of an off-road vehicle. The off-road vehicle looked very old and had all its windows shattered. The frame was also severely deformed. The vehicle's body was covered in mud, and it was about the same inside. It looked like it had suffered the elements and had been here for quite some time. Zhou Wen looked inside and saw a plush doll covered in mud sitting in the back seat. He thought, the owner of this vehicle likely had a child on board. I wonder how they ended up. I hope they're alright. There was too much mud in the vehicle, so it didn't seem to have anything of use. Just as Zhou Wen was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly caught sight of a pole-like item caked in mud. Zhou Wen extended his hand and pulled the item out. It's really a saber. Zhou Wen wiped the mud away and revealed the true appearance of the object. It was a sheathed saber. The saber was straight, so its scabbard was also straight. Together with the hilt, it looked like a 4-foot-long stick. After wiping it clean, he realized that the entire saber's design was like a piece of bamboo segmented. The top segment was the hilt, and the bottom 4 segments were the scabbard. If one looked closely, one would think that it was a bamboo stick. In fact, the hilt and scabbard were made of metal, and it weighed heavily in the hand. Zhou Wen attempted to draw the blade but failed to pull it out.
Zhou Wen, what are you doing?
Li Xian ran over and stared at the bamboo blade in Zhou Wen's hand. I found a saber, but I can't pull it out.
Zhou Wen tried several times but failed to pull it out. He couldn't help but be surprised. He was very strong and could easily break steel bars. He was rather surprised that he couldn't pull out the bamboo blade.
It looks like a bamboo stick no matter how you look at it. How is it a blade?
Li Xian commented as he looked at the bamboo blade in Zhou Wen's hand.
No, that's a saber. Its name is Bamboo Blade.
Ah Sheng heard their conversation and walked over, only to see it. He asked in surprise,
Where did you find this bamboo blade? It was inside this car.
Zhou Wen pointed at the off-road vehicle and said,
I wonder if it's stuck from rust. I can't pull out the blade.
As Ah Sheng got into the off-road vehicle, he searched and said,
The bamboo blade is made of primordial gold. Even the scabbard doesn't rust, much less the blade. This blade has a special design. You need to spin it counterclockwise to pull the blade out.
Zhou Wen followed Ah Sheng's instructions and turned the handle. Although it was very heavy, it could really be rotated. When he exerted his force outwards, a portion of the blade immediately came out of the scabbard. The blade was like a deep pool of water that emitted a coldness. It was only 2 fingers wide, and the back of the blade was slightly wider. Its sharp edge was extremely thin, making it feel like it could easily slice through anything. Zhou Wen pulled the blade out and swung it around. When the blade brushed past the car window to his side, it was sliced apart cleanly. Zhou Wen didn't sense any resistance from the blade's edge, showcasing its shocking sharpness.
This blade is so sharp! Furthermore, it's made of primordial gold. Are there any left? Find one for me too.
Li Xian was also shocked by the sharpness of the bamboo blade.
There's only one bamboo blade in the entire league. Where are you going to find another one?
Ah Sheng crawled out from the off-road vehicle empty-handed. Clearly, he hadn't found anything.
Are you serious? The Yin family has plenty of primordial gold ores. Isn't it easy to make one?
Li Xian said in disbelief.
Primordial gold ores are restricted items. Every gram has a record. The League is very strict regarding this, so it's impossible for the Yin family to use them as they wish. Besides, this blade wasn't forged by the Yin family.
Ah Sheng said, as he looked at the bamboo blade in Zhou Wen's hand. Zhou Wen handed the bamboo blade to Ah Sheng and, after he took a careful look at the blade, Ah Sheng said,
The blade is like a pool of water over an abyss. Deep beneath is nothing but blood. This is indeed the bamboo blade of the 4 gentlemen blades. I never expected that the bamboo blade that has been missing for so many years would actually be here. What are the 4 gentlemen blades? Why haven't I ever heard of them before?
Li Xian asked. Ah Sheng didn't answer Li Xian. He gently swiped the blade across his palm and immediately sliced open a bloody gash. Blood trickled down the blade, forming a line that remained coagulated without dripping.
Brother Sheng, what are you doing?
Li Xian and Zhou Wen looked at Ah Sheng in a daze.
A gentleman doesn't fight, but if there's a need to fight, blood will definitely splatter. Hence, when the 4 gentlemen blades are unsheathed, blood must be seen. Otherwise, it will deal harm to their masters.
As Ah Sheng spoke, he swung the blade and threw blood on the blade out. The blade was spotless, like a pool of limpid water. After sheathing the blade, Ah Sheng returned it to Zhou Wen.
Young Master One, although this blade is sharp, it's very inauspicious. It's best you don't use it if possible.
Zhou Wen nodded and took the bamboo blade. He asked,
Who's the owner of this blade? Will someone come looking for me in the future?
Ah Sheng shook his head and said,
The person who used the blade has been dead for years. The 4 original owners of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum blades all died tragically. Later on, when these 4 blades found themselves outside in the world, they gradually vanished. Their subsequent masters probably didn't have a good ending. What era are we in now? Why do we still believe in such superstitions? Aren't you a fool to not use such a good blade?
Li Xian said disapprovingly. Ah Sheng didn't argue with him and said,
The overseer's father, Old Masterin, was once the owner of the plum blade.
Upon hearing that, Li Xian immediately fell silent. And Tianzuo's father, Ouyang Lan's ex-husband, was once the head of the Yin family with a promising future. Despite his bright future, he died early due to an accident. It was regretful, and was known by all the rich and powerful in Luoyang. Li Xian naturally knew. If this was really the inauspiciousness brought about by the 4 gentlemen blades, it was really terrifying. Chapter 197 Trainer. Chapter 197 Trainer.
The owner of this blade might be like Uscott and brought here by the giant bird. There's a high chance that they were eaten by that giant bird. From the looks of it, this blade is truly inauspicious. Zhou, it's best you throw it away,
Li Xian said. However, Ah Sheng said,
once the blade is in hand, you're its owner. It's too late to throw it away now. You should bring it along.
Zhou nodded without a word. He wasn't superstitious to begin with, so he naturally didn't mind. The trio searched the platform for a while longer before finding 2 companion eggs in the trunk of a car. However, they were only at the legendary stage, and didn't look like they were worth much. Realizing that the giant bird hadn't appeared the entire time, the trio decided to secretly escape from another side, but before they could go far, they felt a hot gust of wind assault them. They were once again swept back onto the platform. This time, they didn't even see the giant bird. After that, they made a few more attempts, and even tried to escape by jumping down the mountain. However, the result was the same. The hot gust of wind blew them back onto the platform. The next morning, before the sun rose above the horizon, the giant bird brought 6 chicks out of the tree hole and led them to the mountaintop. Zhou and company originally imagined that they would fly away like before, but to their surprise, the giant bird only brought the 6 chicks to the mountaintop. Then, they formed a line before jumping off the mountain peak like diving athletes. As they learned how to fly, they charged towards the platform. Zhou saw a chick charging towards him, and was about to dodge to the side, when he felt a force overwhelming him. It impelled him to meet the chick and catch it. Soon, Zhou and company knew the intentions of the giant bird. It had actually treated Zhou and company as workers. They were to catch its 6 children while they practiced flying swoops. A day ago, Zhou never imagined that he would be a nanny and trainer of 6 chicks. What left Zhou even more depressed was that the bird seemed to always target him and fly towards him. They seldom flew towards Ah Sheng and Li Xian. Li Xian gloated by the side and said,
Old Zhou, it looks like you have quite good social relations. No, maybe I should say you have better Twitter relations. Those chicks love you. If you were this good with women, you would have long been in a relationship.
The chicks practiced flying the entire day. These fellows had extremely strong physiques and talent, but as they had just been born, they were unable to perfectly control their bodies. That was why they appeared rather clumsy. However, they improved extremely quickly. With just a day's practice, their body control had increased tremendously. In the morning, they were still staggering in flight. Not only did they not land on Zhou, they even missed and flew past the stone platform. By the evening, the chicks could accurately land on Zhou's head. When the sun set, the giant bird returned to the tree hole with the chicks. Zhou believed that he could finally relax, but to his surprise, the giant bird flapped its wing, stirring up a gust of wind that pulled him into the tree hole. Ah Sheng's reaction was extremely fast as he grabbed Zhou, but with his strength, he couldn't hold him back. His feet drew 2 long ditches on the stone platform, and he was almost thrown off the stone platform.
This bird sure is sinister. It made us nannies in the day, and food at night.
Li Xian also pounced forward to grab Zhou. However, it was useless. The giant bird's wings flapped once again, as the 3 of them were sent flying into the hole.
It's over, it's over. We'll definitely be food for the birds this time,
Li Xian cried out tragically. The tree hole was very deep. When Zhou and company landed on the ground, they felt the force retract, preventing them from slamming heavily to the ground.
Stop shouting. These birds don't eat meat.
Ah Sheng looked around and said,
How do you know they don't eat meat?
Li Xian refused to believe it.
There's no smell of blood here, nor are there any bones or anything like that. Instead, there are a lot of fruits here.
Ah Sheng pointed to a corner of the tree hole. There were indeed many fruits piled there.
So they don't eat meat. That's good, that's good.
Li Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. However, Zhou didn't look at the fruits. He raised his head and looked up with a strange expression. The tree hole was nearly 100 meters tall, like a huge warehouse. In the sky of the tree hole floated a golden oval object. If one looked closely, one would realize that it was a cocoon made of silk. Zhou had seen 2 similar cocoons, but they were white while this one above him was golden. That can't be. There's actually a cocoon here? Zhou carefully looked at the golden cocoon. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like the 2 cocoons he had seen apart from the different color. Could it be that these dimensional creatures are actually born out of cocoons? Zhou found it odd. Why did these different dimensional creatures have a cocoon in their nests? Up to this point, only Golden Flying Ant was the weakest of dimensional creatures with cocoons. The other 2 were ridiculously strong. There was no need to mention the dragon-shaped creature wrapped around the stone pillar in Dragon's Well. It was unimaginable. Likewise for this giant bird. Ah Sheng was also one of the top experts in the epic stage, yet He did not seem to have much ability to resist the giant bird. Of course, it was also possible that Ah Sheng wasn't planning on giving his all unless death was certain. Li Xian and Ah Sheng followed Zhou Wen's gaze, and saw the golden cocoon. Li Xian exclaimed in surprise.
Strange, why is there a cocoon here?
No one could answer him, as the giant bird landed with 6 chicks. This sight made Li Xian's heart tighten, and he was in no mood to care what the cocoon was. The giant bird landed on a charred piece of wood and squawked at Zhou Wen in company, causing their eardrums to ring. The trio didn't understand bird language, nor did they have telepathic abilities. They didn't know what the giant bird meant, but just as they were hesitating, they saw that each of the 6 chicks had something in their mouths. They flapped their wings and flew diagonally to Zhou Wen, placing the things in their mouths at his feet. Zhou Wen originally believed that these chicks were afraid that their trainer would starve to death, so they brought him fruits to eat. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the 6 chicks didn't bring fruit, but instead, they were shards that resembled jade. The 6 shards were all different shapes, but the material looked about the same. It was a translucent jade that was close to beige in color. Why are you giving me this? I'm not a Western dragon or a woman. I don't like shiny things. I'd rather receive fruits, Zhou Wen thought. Chapter 198 Shard Choice. Chapter 198 Shard Choice.
These look like eggshell shards.
Ah Sheng carefully examined the shards, and said after a moment of thought.
Eggshell shards?
Zhou Wen carefully inspected the 6 shards and indeed, they looked like irregular shapes after an eggshell cracked. Furthermore, the shards all had some curvature, making Zhou Wen even more certain that Ah Sheng was right. These shards were likely the eggshells of the 6 chicks. But why are they bringing me their eggshells? Can it be that they want to treat me to eggshells? I can eat bird eggs, but I can't eat eggshells. Zhou Wen felt depressed. Ignoring the fact that they couldn't understand him, he coughed lightly and said to them,
Thank you for your kind intentions. I don't eat eggshells. You should put them away.
It was unknown if they didn't understand him, or if there were other reasons. The 6 chicks stood in front of Zhou Wen in a line as they stared at him with widened eyes, as though they hadn't heard him. When Zhou Wen saw that they weren't moving, he knew that he couldn't continue the standstill. Hence, he picked up an eggshell and said,
I just need 1 piece. I'll take it back and slowly eat it.
Zhou Wen pinched the eggshell, and found it smooth and supple. It was warm to the touch, and resembled legendary warm jade. If he hadn't seen these chicks before, no one would have expected it to be an eggshell shard. As Zhou Wen spoke, he placed the shard in his pocket, hoping that he would be able to bluff his way through. He never expected things to work out. Upon seeing Zhou Wen grab a shard, the other 5 chicks ran back with their respective shards in their mouths. Only the chick that Zhou Wen had taken a shard from stood in its original spot, as it stared blankly at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen finally heaved a sigh of relief. If the chicks were determined to make him eat the eggshell, Zhou Wen would have to make a last stand in battle despite knowing that he was no match for them. He really couldn't swallow something like that. I wonder what other tricks these chicks have up their sleeves. Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over the matter, he saw the giant bird perched on a piece of charred wood. It spread its wings and, immediately, a hot wind swept the 3 of them up like a tornado, throwing them out of the tree hole. The trio felt as though they were riding on floating clouds, and their vision was filled with distorted golden light. When the terrifying power disappeared, they fell to the ground and realized that there was no parasol tree in front of them. Instead, they were on a mountain path. There were also collision signs along the mountain railings. It was where they had stopped their car earlier. Li Xian looked around, but did not see any sign of the giant bird. He could not help but exclaim in pleasant surprise.
We have returned to our original spot. Did that giant bird actually release us?
Zhou Wen was also delighted, but when he suddenly heard a bird's cry, he couldn't help but feel his heart turn cold. He imagined that the giant bird was here again, but on careful thought, he felt that something was amiss. The bird's cry was clearly very tender, and lacked a terrifying might. It wasn't the giant bird's cry, but more like a chick's. Zhou Wen looked down, and saw a chick standing by his feet in a daze. It was looking at him with its head cocked. Why was this chick swept away with us? Zhou Wen was alarmed, but on second thought, he felt that this might not be a mistake made by the giant bird. Zhou Wen had already found it odd that the 6 chicks had brought him shards. Back then, he hadn't thought too much about it, but he had a lot more thoughts once he saw the chick had also been sent away with him. Don't tell me I was choosing these chicks back when I took the shard? The chick I chose will leave with me. If that's the case, what would happen if I had taken all 6 of them? Zhou Wen reached out to pick up the chick, which didn't resist. It allowed Zhou Wen to hold it in his hand, as it cocked its head, and stared at Zhou Wen with its round eyes.
Old Zhou, did the giant bird give this chick to you? That's not fair. We did the work together, so why is it that only you received a present, while Brother Sheng and I have nothing?
Li Xian also noticed the crux of the problem.
I still don't know if it's a blessing or a calamity.
Zhou Wen shook his head slightly and shouted towards the mountain range with the chick in hand.
Divine bird, are you letting me take it away?
After shouting 3 times without receiving any response, Zhou Wen had no choice but to take the chick along with him. Without a car, the trio could only walk on foot. Although they could run as fast as cars, a human wasn't a machine. With limited stamina, they would be drained of their strength if they ran for a long time. And in the wilderness of the mountainous region, with them near Qin Mountain, they would be in for a bad time if they encountered dimensional creatures while lacking strength. The trio didn't dare to run too fast either. They alternated between walking and running. Originally, Ah Sheng had planned on taking them to a dimensional zone near Qin Mountain, but because of a lack of vehicle and no phone signal here, he had no choice but to abandon his previous plans and rush to the next city as quickly as possible. Ah Sheng told Zhou Wen that if they didn't arrive at the next city in time, the Yin family would send a search and rescue team to seek them out. Therefore, they had to come into contact with the Yin family as soon as possible. Qin Mountain was just too mysterious. Although they were only close to it and had yet to really enter it, they had already seen many mysterious objects. That night, Zhou Wen and company heard the sound of immortal music coming from Qin Mountain. It sounded like fairies were playing music and dancing inside. Although Zhou Wen wished to take a look, he knew that he couldn't take the risk. Along the way, he saw many plants that he had never seen before, mushrooms that were taller than buildings, grass that resembled humans. There were all sorts of strange things happening. And this was only the periphery of Qin Mountain. Although they encountered many strange incidents along the way, nothing serious happened after encountering the giant bird. The 3 of them finally traversed Qin Mountain and arrived at a small city. Ah Sheng contacted the Yin family and gave them a timely update of the situation, stopping the search and rescue team that the Yin family had already prepared to send.
Our original plan was to let you first head to a few dimensional zones to train, but it's too late now. We've already chartered a plane, and it will be taking us to the Holy Land in a while.
Ah Sheng said to Zhou Wen and Li Xian after the call ended. Zhou Wen and Li Xian felt that it was better to head directly to the Holy Land, to prevent themselves from encountering further troubles. After realizing the terror of the giant bird, they didn't dare to casually wander about in the wilderness. After resting for half a day, an armed helicopter came to pick them up and took them to a large city with an airport. Then, they flew to the Holy City. As many regions in the sky were enveloped by dimensional zones, planes couldn't fly randomly. Most of the air routes they had used in the past were no longer usable. Very few regions allowed passage. Now, the airports had been taken over by the League government, and the members of the aircrew were military officers. Chapter 199 Holy City. Holy City was the highest administrative center of the League. It was also the world center that humanity had built after the dimensional storms. The reason it was named Holy City was that the 6 League heroes had obtained their powerful physiques in Holy Land. With immense power, they had been able to suppress the generation of those times and establish a fixed political system, reducing the suffering that war and disaster brought to humanity. The trio arrived at Holy City, a new city that was only built after the dimensional storms. The architectural style was different from the old cities, like Guide City and Luoyang. It looked modern, and there were statues of 6 heroes everywhere on the streets. As heroes who saved humanity from the chaos and disaster, they had received the highest honor in the League. All the citizens of the League remembered their names forever. However, this wasn't a good thing for Zhou Wen because the descendants of the 6 heroes were likely to go against him. Ignoring the grudges between Tianzhua and the 6 hero families, just the grudge between Zhou Wen and the Kappan family was unlikely to be resolved so easily. Ah Sheng had booked a room for Zhou Wen and Li Xian to stay in. After he settled them in, he began handling the administrative matters needed for entering the Holy Land. As they had been delayed at Qin Mountain for a few days, most of the youths participating in the competition had already arrived. Zhou Wen and Li Xian were considered the last 2.
Minister, Zhou Wen has arrived in Holy City and has checked into Goth Hotel.
Liz's eyes shimmered as she clenched her fists tightly. Liz could still endure having her primordial energy see crippled, but John's humiliation made her wish she could immediately charge over and kill Zhou Wen.
I already know. With Yin Sheng by his side, and with them being the League's invitees at the Holy Land, it's not appropriate for us to take Zhou Wen into custody so brazenly. Just as we said, contact the youths from the other families who will be participating in the competition, and get them to take care of Zhou Wen inside the Holy Land.
Qiao Siyuan said.
Don't worry, Minister. Even if I don't do it, the other families won't let Zhou Wen off easily. Back then, Tianzhua crippled 6 hero families' generation of youths, and now with Zhou Wen representing the Yin family, everyone is rubbing their hands in glee. They want to cripple him just like what Tianzhua did back then,
Liz said.
Zhou Wen isn't a simple person. He was able to defeat John despite him using Light of Judgment. With such strength, not many people, including those from the 6 hero families, would be able to do it. Besides, the Yin family naturally has some confidence if they dare send him here. It's best you contact the other families to ensure that nothing goes wrong with this plan.
Xiao Ziyuan wasn't as optimistic as Liz.
Don't worry. I've already contacted a few people who are closer to my family to take action with John.
There won't be any problems, Liz said confidently.
This is the Holy Land, not the Yin family's Luoyang. Zhou won't be able to escape this time.
Xiao Ziyuan tilted his head and paused before asking.
Have you contacted Lance? No, he has been missing recently. I don't know where he's gone. I'm afraid he will not return until the day the Holy Land opens,
Liz said.
Try your best to contact him. If Lance were to take action, everything would be fine,
Xiao Ziyuan said. With this being his first time in Holy City, Li Xian went out shopping. He said that he wanted to see how different Holy City was from Luoyang. However, Zhou Wen wasn't interested and chose to game in his room. Zhou Wen had used his phone's camera function to look at the bamboo blade and the eggshell shard, but he had failed to discover anything special. Since he couldn't lock onto the 2 items, he naturally couldn't bring them in game. Zhou Wen had no choice but to place them in the Chaos Bead space. Zhou Wen had originally planned on using the power of the Chaos Bead to raise the First Order of Chaos to the legendary stage, to see what life providence he would obtain. However, the Chaos Bead did not produce any light or text. Zhou Wen had no way of advancing himself. The chick kept hopping on the table. Zhou Wen had bought some fruits for it, but it didn't eat much. Over the past few days, the chick didn't eat much nor did it drink much water. However, it still looked energetic without showing any signs of frailty. Zhou Wen originally planned on grinding a few instance dungeons to see if he could raise all his stats to 20, but the chick didn't sit still. It jumped onto him and kept peeping noisily. When he ignored it, it jumped onto his head and pecked him on the head with its beak.
What are you trying to do?
Zhou Wen removed the chick from his head and questioned it gloomily. Initially, he thought that it was pointless speaking to it since it wouldn't be able to understand him. To his surprise, the chick actually understood him and jumped onto the table. Using its mouth, it flipped open a magazine to one of the pages, pressing its claw onto it. Zhou Wen looked curiously and saw that the chick's claw was pressing down on an advertisement. The advertisement's content was actually the auctioning of a companion egg.
You want to eat this?
Zhou Wen asked the chick in shock. The chick understood his words and immediately nodded.
I don't have that, but I do have a legendary companion egg. Make do with it.
Zhou Wen took out a legendary companion egg and placed it in front of the chick. It was something he had discovered in a damaged car on the stone platform. Seeing the chick's look of contempt, Zhou Wen added,
That is a rare epic companion egg. I don't have the money to buy it for you. Don't even think about it. Just make do with this one. If you don't eat it, you won't even have one.
Seeing the number of zeros on the starting bid, Zhou Wen lost all interest. Even he didn't need such a good companion beast, so it was a little too much to let the chick eat it. The chick glared at Zhou Wen before eventually lowering its head in resignation and pecked at the companion egg. It sporadically pecked at it, as though it was very unwilling to eat. Zhou Wen had no choice. To feed it with a legendary companion egg already pained his heart. It was impossible for him to obtain an epic stage companion egg. After resting for 2 days, Ah Sheng took them to the entrance of the Holy Land for registration. When they arrived, many young people had already finished registering. When Zhou Wen went to register, the official in charge of confirming the candidate read out Luoyang and family. This drew the gazes of all the youths present. A few of them even began cracking their knuckles. Standing in the crowd, John stared coldly at Zhou Wen as the killing intent flickered in his eyes.
Old Zhou, it looks like we are very popular.
Li Xian also noticed that something was amiss, but he deliberately retorted. Chapter 200 Thunder God General.
Indeed. I'm just afraid that their passion will be unbearable when the time comes.
Zhou Wen said indifferently.
The Yin family actually didn't send in Jing. What's the meaning behind sending an outsider? Are they afraid?
A stern-looking youth in black asked.
The Yin family is smart. They didn't send one of their own out of fear and got an outsider to let us vent our anger.
Another handsome young man with blonde hair wore a look of disdain.
It looks like apart from in Tianzhua, there aren't many talents in the Yin family. They actually found an outsider to enter the Holy Land. I feel sorry for the Yin family.
Zhou Wen could tell from the number of youths speaking that he was in trouble this time.
Young Master One, if you don't wish to participate, it's still not too late for you to quit. Madam has said that you should act according to the circumstances and don't force it.
Ah Sheng whispered to Zhou Wen.
Since I've agreed to come, I can only take the challenge even if there's a sea of fire ahead of me. There's no reason for me to return now.
Although Zhou Wen spoke beautifully, he really didn't wish to get involved if not for his attempt to see if the special physiques could enhance his physical stats. Of course, he had to return the favor he owed. No matter what, he had to enter the Holy Land to take a look. Ignoring the mockery and sarcasm of those people, Zhou Wen's gaze constantly observed the so-called Holy Land, hoping to find the tiny palm symbol. The so-called Holy Land was different from what Zhou Wen imagined. It didn't have any magnificent ancient buildings or immortal-like paradises. In a desolate desert, there was an ancient and worn-out stone platform. The stone platform was hexagonal, and every edge had a stone pillar. The 6 stone pillars had different symbols engraved on them. Even the carving techniques and styles were different, as though they were made by 6 different kinds of craftsmen. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen failed to see any tiny palm symbol despite using Truth Listener to observe his surroundings for quite a while.
Shut up! This isn't a wet market. Whoever spouts any more nonsense will be disqualified.
The official coldly stopped everyone and continued.
Before coming here, your family has already informed you of the rules of the Holy Land. However, I still have to repeat them one more time. Everyone who enters the Holy Land does so voluntarily. If any mishaps happen in the Holy Land, it has nothing to do with the organizers of this trial. In other words, even if you die inside, no one will be responsible for it.
With that said, the official looked at Zhou Wen and continued.
If anyone wishes to quit now, they can immediately make the request to not enter the Holy Land. However, once anyone enters the Holy Land, they need to be responsible for their actions. Good luck to them.
Everyone knew very well that the official's words were directed at Zhou Wen. With so many people targeting him, Zhou Wen probably wouldn't have a good time after entering the Holy Land. The chances of death were much higher than the others. Seeing that Zhou Wen had no intention of backing out, the official continued.
Since no one plans on quitting, this year's holy battle will officially begin. In a while, the companion egg market will begin business. If anyone needs a companion egg, you can purchase it. For the next 24 hours, you can enter the Holy Land at any time. As for whether you can leave the Holy Land alive, it will depend on your fate.
After the official spoke, the trading market opened for business. Many merchants had set up stalls. On the stalls were various companion eggs. They were basically at the legendary stage. Zhou Wen saw a few brands he was familiar with. They were all famous companion eggs retailers in the league.
Young Master One, feel free to choose any companion egg you need. Madam has already prepared sufficient funds. It should be enough to buy all the companion eggs you need. Therefore, you don't have to worry about money,
said Oshun.
There's no need. I'll just use my companion beasts,
Zhou Wen said. Although the companion beasts that a person could obtain were unlimited, having a large number of them would be difficult to command in battle. It would be fine if a companion beast had high intelligence, but most companion beasts had low intelligence. If they were left to attack on their own, they would be a bunch of disorderly mobsters. They might not be able to use their powers, and might even hinder each other. Therefore, most people focused on training a few companion beasts, ones that they could use with the greatest ease. Zhou Wen was already very adept at using his companion beasts. Furthermore, they were considered top-notch existences at the legendary stage. It was enough.
Madam was right. Indeed, you aren't willing to buy companion eggs.
As Oshun spoke, he took out a box and handed it to Zhou Wen. At the same time, he solemnly said,
Before I left, I was specifically instructed to hand it to you. Madam said that you can choose not to have any other companion egg, but this one was personally obtained by her in a dimensional zone. She said that you have to accept it no matter what. Otherwise, she will make you accompany her for meals daily when you return. Miss Jing will also join the meals. Sislon sure is thoughtful.
Zhou Wen didn't reject the offer and took the box. He didn't like the siblings, but he wasn't averse to Ouyanglan. Since Ouyanglan had said so, Zhou Wen didn't reject the item. When he opened it, he saw a black companion egg the size of a fist inside. It looked like metal, but it also had the luster of jade.
What kind of companion egg is this?
Zhou Wen looked inside the box, but there was no information card.
Madam didn't tell me. She only said that you would know after you hatch it,
Oshun said. Zhou Wen nodded, but didn't immediately incubate it. He stored it away in his backpack and said to Oshun,
I'll accept the companion egg. I'll find an opportunity to hatch it in the future. Don't worry.
Zhou Wen had a Dao body, and his primordial energy recovery speed was extremely fast. He could incubate legendary companion eggs at any time, so he didn't have to worry about the danger of expending too much of his primordial energy.
Alright, now that your matters have been resolved, and since you aren't buying companion eggs, why don't you accompany me to take a look? I don't have as many excellent grade companion eggs as you do. This is a good opportunity for me. Who knows, I might be able to obtain a few.
Li Xian pulled Zhou Wen towards the market. Li Xian's words weren't wild fantasy. In fact, as long as he had enough money, he could buy legendary companion beasts that were usually rarely seen. In order to leave an impression on these young people who could lead a future generation, many of the excellent grade companion eggs were put on sale here. Zhou couldn't help but be astonished when he followed Li Xian around. He had never heard of many of the companion eggs here, but from their introductions, many of them had very useful abilities. They were in no way inferior to the mutated demonized general before it underwent a fusion. The companion eggs here were basically at that level. The prices were also astronomical, and were at least twice the price of a typical companion egg shop. Even so, many young people who were prepared to enter the Holy Land spent a huge sum of money to buy companion eggs. Their expressions remained stoic, as though what they were spending wasn't money.
Thunder God General. There's actually a Thunder God General here.
Suddenly, a voice sounded, attracting the attention of many.